The first thing a man does after being reborn back to before the doomsday arrives. He actually spent $1 million to buy a native dog. Onlookers all thought this kid was crazy because this native dog is worth at most $500. The boss also asked the young man if he was joking. But before he could finish his sentence, Chen transferred the cheese to him right away. He knew deeply that no one would understand his actions at this moment, because only he knows now. In another month, the cheese will turn into waste paper. An unprecedented zombie apocalypse disaster will break out worldwide. By then, 80% of the population will mutate into zombies. But among the remaining humans, a small portion have awakened abilities. Some have awakened element abilities, while others have awakened physical enhancement abilities. Chen, on the other hand, has awakened the extremely rare spatial ability, possessing top-tier talent in both combat and self-preservation. However, a very small number of animals have also undergone evolution, awakening abilities. And this wild dog is one of them. Moreover, it is the Thunder and Lightning King, ranked first in the Thunder class, the last animal in the apocalypse that has not been infected. Therefore, it has also become a sought-after food source for all survivors. There are not too many people who want to eat its meat. But without exception, all these people died tragically under its thunder ability. Except Chen, who used his unique skill Void Step to take down its dog life. He successfully ate the dog meat. And this skill has also enabled him to easily escape from the surround of zombies countless times. Chen, who possesses spatial ability, can be said to have survived to the extreme in the apocalypse. Unfortunately, he survived until the end. He only realized that he had outlasted all the survivors. At this point, the entire world has fallen to the zombies. No second human can be found anymore. He, unwilling to be lonely, eventually dug a hole and buried himself alive. Unexpectedly, he was reborn after death and returned to before the outbreak of the apocalypse. Despite all his power vanishing at this moment, the ability space he opened in the previous life still exists. Since he was given another chance at life by the heavens, he was also granted the ability space that could stop the flow of time. So Chen decided to start hoarding crazily to prepare for the impending apocalypse, and the most scarce resource during the apocalypse is food. Soon, the dishes and drinks ordered by Chen from various hotels were delivered. At this moment, everyone is checking the delivery list with him. Boss Chen, the steamed baby lamb, steamed bear paw, steamed deer tail, roasted mandarin duck, roasted spring chicken, roasted young goose, braised pork, braised duck, soy sauce chicken, and Chinese preserved pork that you requested. 500 portions of each dish have been moved to the warehouse as per your request. After receiving the inventory list, Chen expressed his gratitude for everyone's hard work today. I will settle the bill for you right away. The few people then counted the cheese in their hands, while mocking the person for not using their brain properly. They wondered how one person could finish all the food and drinks they bought. On such a hot day, if they didn't finish it today, it would all go bad by tomorrow. Facing the ridicule from the crowd, he ignored them, and immediately stored the food in the ability space for preservation. But just at this moment, he suddenly received a phone call. The frantic voice on the other end of the phone said, Chen, you little brat. Come to the company immediately. I have something to ask you. After hanging up the phone, a wicked smile appeared on Chen's lips. He hadn't expected to receive the message so quickly. However, Uncle, I'm not so naive this time. Shortly after, Chen arrived at Chen Enterprises Corporation. At that moment, all he saw was Uncle shouting sternly, Why did you transfer 4 billion shares at a low price of 1 billion without discussing such a major matter with Uncle? Do you have any regard for me, your elder? If you have any difficulties, you should talk directly to Uncle. Chen was speechless at the words, secretly thinking that this uncle really knows how to act. If it weren't for his son flinch and admitting it in person, I really wouldn't believe it. The real murderer who killed my parents turned out to be this uncle. He even used his position to gradually take over the shares my parents left me. Thinking of this, Chen grinned and said, I know Uncle dotes on me the most. I don't have any difficulties. It's just that I have a premonition. The price of pork will continue to soar. It's not impossible for it to reach 110 yuan per kilogram. I am currently hoarding pork with 1 billion. By then, it can be turned into 10 billion. This deal will not lose money. Uncle was immediately shocked and lost color upon hearing this. He immediately said, Are you crazy, kid? This is not how business is done. How about this instead? Uncle will invest 1.5 billion to buy your shares. But Chen said that the other party has already paid. Why don't you go directly to that person and ask if they are willing to sell, Uncle? But at that moment, Chen's phone suddenly rang. Seeing this, Chen immediately left the office, citing that he needed to answer the phone. After answering the phone, he heard the person on the other end speaking anxiously. Boss Chen, the black country dog that you entrusted us to find has been located. I will send you the address right away. Shortly after, Chen arrived in a hurry at a dog meat restaurant. So the scene from the beginning unfolded. What he did not expect was, this little guy is also very spiritual. Knowing that it was Chen who saved it, it immediately wagged its tail obediently at him. Chen was overjoyed by this. He thought that this time, taming Thunder and Lightning King seemed to be a sure thing. He then took the dog with him in his Ferrari. He touched the dog's head and said, From now on, I will call you Thunder King. I will definitely provide you with good food and drink in this lifetime. After saying that, he drove away. He quickly returned to the entrance of his residential area. Looking at the strong man standing guard at the entrance, Chen felt a mix of emotions. This person is named Pillar Su. In a previous life, he and Chen had a deep bond of friendship. In the early stages of the apocalypse, Pillar Su sacrificed himself to protect Chen, who had not awakened his ability, and retreated. With just his own strength, he managed to hold off more than a dozen zombies, buying precious time for his escape. In the end, he died tragically in the midst of a swarm of zombies. Chen looked at the man in front of him and secretly swore, Brother, rest assured. I will never let tragedy repeat itself in this lifetime. I will make sure you can drink and eat heartily. He is clearly the strongest camper in Apocalypse. But he only wants to seek death with all his heart. It's not because he is too weak, but because he is already invincible. With his explosive teleportation ability, he can be said to pass through the midst of 10,000 troops without a scratch. He breaks into the zombie army as if entering an uninhabited land. But he managed to survive until the end. Only then did he realize that he had outlasted everyone else. Here the whole world has completely collapsed. No longer could a second human like him be found. He, who had nothing to live for, ultimately chose to bury himself alive. But to his surprise, he was reborn back to before the outbreak of the Doomsday. And he also retained the ability space that he developed in his previous life. So he decided that this lifetime, he would live in a different way. He absolutely couldn't live a lonely existence like in the previous life until the extinction of the human race. He is going to start hoarding supplies like crazy, then recruit strong individuals to establish his own power. But the first one he wants to win over is actually a dog. Don't be fooled by its harmless appearance now. It is the Thunder and Lightning King in Apocalypse that makes all the zombies tremble in fear. In the past, someone ranked ability users from various factions. Chen naturally ranked first in the Spatial class. In Flame class, the top spot goes to the person nicknamed Blood Rose, the Fire Princess. The champion of Thunder class is this dog. Soon, the detective commissioned by Chen found the Thunder King. So he splurged $1 million to buy it from the dog's owner. Then he found Pillar Su, who had a life and death bond with him. In the previous life, he retreated to protect Chen, who had not awakened his ability. He single-handedly held off more than a dozen zombies, and as a result, he perished in the siege of the zombies. So, in order to repay this kindness, in this lifetime, Chen insists on ensuring that he lives a life of luxury and extravagance. At this moment, he spoke in a deep voice. "Pillars, do you have time after work? How about accompanying me to the bar for a drink or two?" But who knew this silly boy immediately declined Chen's invitation on the spot. He said that his mother had taught him, since he was young, that offering kindness without reason would only lead to trouble, either wicked or thieving. "Brother Luke, you better go by yourself. After all, we are not familiar with each other." At this moment, Chen only realized with deep regret that he became brothers with Pillars Sue only after the outbreak of the disaster. So, after exchanging a few cold words with Pillars briefly, he then drove away. After returning home, he first gave Thunder King a bath. Then he began to plan his next steps. He wanted to establish his own power. First and foremost, he needed to accumulate a large quantity of supplies. Rice, vegetables, salt, fruits, and seeds are indispensable. Medicines, engines, and tools are also essential. And the most important is drinking water, because after the doomsday arrives, water sources will be contaminated, and there is no way to purify it. To drink safe water in the apocalypse, people can only wait for rain. Next is to put those strong contenders in the apocalypse under surveillance in advance. Anyway, who will shine in the future will be crystal clear. But just at this moment, Chen suddenly thought of one more important thing to prepare. That is the stun baton. This is a divine weapon before the awakening of ability, because zombies are particularly afraid of electricity. Thinking of this, Chen immediately took out his phone and started frantically placing orders. High voltage stun gun. Alloy armor. 100 sets of each. No more weak starts. I'm kicking things off as the Supreme MC. Before the apocalypse descends. The man sold his shares worth 4 billion at a low price of 1 billion. Then he started crazily hoarding a large amount of supplies. Not only did he spend millions to buy a local dog, he also hired a cook at a high price to teach him how to cook. Everyone thought he was a rich spendthrift who had more money than sense. Little do they know, he is actually playing a grand game-changing strategy. He is stockpiling resources to establish his own power in the apocalypse. Then he will recruit all the strong individuals in the apocalypse under his command. However, the first ones he approached were a pair of sisters. Don't be fooled by their petite and cute appearance. They are significant figures in the apocalypse. The elder sister, Flames Me, is the combat powerhouse of flame class ability users. She is also nicknamed Blood Rose Fire Princess. The younger sister, Purple Me, is even more remarkable. She is a very rare light class ability user. Although her combat ability is almost zero, she possesses powerful auxiliary and healing abilities. Later on, she will awaken the resurrection ability. So he wants to take down this pair of sisters no matter what. So Chen immediately ordered a private detective to investigate their information. It is important to find out what they like to eat, because he knows deeply that to capture a woman's heart, he must first capture her stomach. Moreover, after the outbreak of the doomsday, food will become very scarce. If I can provide them with delicious food every meal, who can resist such temptation? The detective quickly figured out the sisters' eating habits in detail. The older sister, Fire Princess, especially loves spicy Sichuan cuisine. Her favorite fruit is grapes. The younger sister, Purple Me, loves eating braised pig's trotters and fish. Her preferred fruit is watermelon. Upon receiving this information, Chen immediately started hoarding food for the two sisters according to their preferences. At this moment, there are only 7 days left until the apocalypse arrives. The batch of custom-made alloy armor and high-voltage batons that Chen ordered a few days ago. The supplier unexpectedly delivered the goods to him a week early. This made him extremely happy. With these equipments at hand, he can easily beat up low-level zombies before his abilities awaken. In the following days, Chen received more than 10,000 units of supplies one after another. After finishing these tasks, Chen called his uncle. "I have a big deal to discuss with you. I guarantee it will be profitable. Let's talk in detail when we meet later. After hanging up the phone, Chen wore a sly smile. He thought it was time to settle accounts with his wealthy uncle. The day the apocalypse comes is the day I seek justice for my parents. And now, there are only 3 hours left before the outbreak of doomsday. Chen then took Thunder King to Uncle's residence. When passing by the entrance of the community, Chen even parked the car specifically to remind Pillars Sue to be very careful around 8 o'clock. After saying that, he drove away. After arriving at Uncle Ty's house, Chen, his cousin, warmly said, "You haven't had breakfast yet, have you? Come, let's eat and chat. Father has been waiting for you in the dining room for a long time." However, once Chen sat down at the table, he immediately began his crazy elaborate rice dish mode. He did not mention a word about the so-called big deal. At this point, Uncle quickly pretended to care and said, "Chen, slow down your eating. Don't choke. Later, talk to Uncle about that deal of yours. That's a sure win and no loss." But just then, a sudden and shrill cry of misery came from the kitchen. So, Uncle hurriedly asked Chen to go over and check the situation. Upon seeing this, Chen immediately got up and followed suit. He said, "I'll also go take a look and see if there's anything I can help with." At this moment, Chen had also opened the door. But when he saw the scene in front of him, he was immediately scared and sat on the ground. I saw the maid who had turned into a zombie, hungrily gnawing on the butler's body. The next moment, the zombie who heard the noise turned its head and lunged towards Chen. This frightened him, and he immediately stood up to block the zombie with the door. However, just as the door was about to close, a hand suddenly grabbed the door panel. This man tried to show off by attempting to drive a Ferrari with one hand for the first time. The result was the outbreak of doomsday. But he not only didn't feel surprised, but also appeared particularly happy. It turns out he was reborn before the outbreak of doomsday. He not only gained an infinitely large supernatural storage space, he also stocked up billions of resources in advance. But when Chen saw his cousin being attacked by zombies, he suddenly grabbed a door plank. Then he reached behind and pulled out a stun baton to shock it unconscious. Then Luke unhesitatingly threw him to feed the zombie. Chen, who saw this scene, was suddenly shocked and shouted, "Chen, you beast! Today I will fight you!" But before he could finish his sentence, he was immediately knocked to the ground by Chen with a backhand blow. At this moment, Chen, who was being bitten by a zombie, was desperately begging Chen to save his life. In response, Chen not only did not lend a helping hand to him, instead, he even kicked away the hand that was extended to him. He looked at his cousin, whose flesh was being gnawed by zombies until it was blurry. Chen, on the other hand, smiled and said, "How can such a touching scene be without an audience?" After saying that, Chen immediately shouted to Chen on the side, "Wake up, uncle! Quickly get up and see your son for the last time." Seeing Chen being torn apart by zombies, and no longer recognizable, Chen was heartbroken. He quickly begged Chen to save your cousin Chen, and stated that the matter of seizing your family property has nothing to do with your cousin. It was all my doing. Upon hearing this, Chen snorted coldly. "Don't tell me, uncle, you haven't done anything else that disappointed me." As soon as this was said, Chen was stunned in place. He secretly wondered if he also knew about that matter. Seeing this, Chen grabbed uncle's clothes and said, "Have you figured out how to answer me? Cousin can't hold on much longer." Seeing that he was about to give in, Chen immediately said in frustration, "Thinking about the bond between uncle and nephew, if you help me now, I can guarantee not to call the police on you. Otherwise, don't blame uncle for turning ruthless." When Chen still showed no response, Chen angrily scolded Chen as a beast worse than a pig or dog. But before he finished scolding him, Chen slapped him across the face with a loud smack. "I think the beastly animal is you, right? After your investment failed and went bankrupt, my parents not only helped you pay off all your debts, they also gave you 15% of Chen Enterprises Corporation shares for free, making you the second largest shareholder after my father. But how do you repay my parents? I won't mention taking over my father's Chen Enterprises Corporation. You also hired someone to create a car accident to harm my parents. I'm not falsely accusing you of this, am I? Upon hearing this, Jian Chen immediately shouted, "How did you know?" His words had just fallen when Luke Chen directly threw him towards the zombie behind him. After a series of terrifying screams, Jian Chen and his son took away the freshly made box meals one after another. But at this moment, the zombie suddenly turned the gun and lunged towards Luke Chen. But unexpectedly, it pounced onto the electric batten. The electric batten instantly gave it a shock, leaving it charred inside out. But Luke Chen did not stop there. Instead, he stabbed Zombie in the forehead with a backhand strike, because he knew there was something good hidden in Zombie's forehead. The next second, Luke Chen retrieved a crystal from Zombie's head. Although this thing is useless now, it will be very useful after awakening. The man only used 50 kilograms of cheap gold, just exchanged for a valuable electric stick with the boss. Everyone thinks he is a foolish idiot, because this electric stick is worth at most 200 yuan. Little do they know that the end of the world will break out in 5 minutes. By then, gold will be worth less than scrap iron. And the electric batten is a divine weapon for dealing with zombies. Indeed, after the apocalypse arrives, Luke Chen defeated a zombie with a high-voltage stun batten. He then extracted a crystal from the zombie's head. After the outbreak of the apocalypse, both zombies and ability users will form a crystal in their heads. The energy contained in the crystal can not only accelerate the recovery of ability users, but also enable them to level up. The larger the crystal, the stronger the energy it contains. So from the size of the crystal obtained from Luke Chen, it appears to be just a low-level one. He then prepared to return to the car to pick up Thunder King, as leaving it alone outside would indeed be too dangerous. However, just as he walked over, Luke Chen noticed a zombie lurking suspiciously next to his car. The next second, that zombie lunged towards Luke Chen with its teeth and claws bared. Seeing this, Luke Chen remained calm. He casually pulled out an electric batten from his backhand. He directly struck it with a spark accompanied by lightning. Immediately, he took the crystal from the zombie's head. But when Thunder King saw his master risking his life to save him, it was instantly moved to tears. Shortly after, Luke Chen took Thunder King back to the villa again. Because after the apocalypse broke out, survivors could awaken their abilities anytime, anywhere. If they encountered a zombie when awakening, it would be game over. So before that, he must find a safe place to survive. And then Luke Chen leisurely started peeling an apple, quietly waiting for his awakening moment. But just at that moment, Thunder King suddenly started barking non-stop on the side. He turned his head to look, only to find that it was surrounded by a golden lightning. Luke Chen was so scared that he immediately took a big step back behind the sofa, because he knew this was a sign of awakening and ability. If he didn't take a step back, he would definitely be electrocuted by this creature. Soon, Thunder King completed the awakening and obtained the Thunder ability, and its intelligence was also further developed. This made Luke Chen extremely envious, just as he lamented how he was now even inferior to a dog. A sharp, piercing pain instantly spread throughout his body. Soon after, he lost consciousness and fainted. He didn't know how long it passed. He trembled as he slowly got up from the ground. Immediately, he eagerly tested his abilities. At this moment, Luke Chen waved his hand, and a burst of spatial power instantly shot out, directly smashed a hole in the wall. But Luke Chen seemed very lost, because with his current damage, he can't even kill the lowest level zombie in one hit. So the top priority is to absorb as many crystals as possible to level up. Ability users' levels are generally divided into level 1 to 10. After level 10, they can challenge the king level. In the previous life, Chen and Thunder King were both ability users of King level. However, after he absorbed Thunder King's crystal, his level advanced to another level. Unfortunately, after that, Chen, unable to bear the loneliness, chose to end his own life. So he said he would not let the tragedy happen again in this lifetime. Then Chen started training Thunder King. It must first become familiar with its abilities before taking it out to hunt zombies under Chen's guidance. The Thunder King, which gained a secondary development of wisdom, is very quick to master the newly awakened thunder ability. Chen immediately put on the alloy armor and swaggered out of the villa with the Thunder King. This is a mutt worth over 100 million. Even Pikachu is just a little brother in front of it. Just because it awakened the thunder ability that's even more badass than 100,000 volts. Although the damage of the thunder spell is indeed astonishing. But unexpectedly, Thunder King cast Thunder Spell for the first time to deal with the zombie. Instead, it ended up striking emptiness directly. This dealt a heavy blow to the Thunder King, who had just awakened its ability. Seeing this, Chen immediately comforted it not to be discouraged. "You first helped me lead those two zombies away." Shortly afterward, Thunder King followed the owner's instructions and flew the zombie kite. And Chen walked into a nearby upscale supermarket. Then he opened a superpower space and immediately began crazily absorbing goods. This wave of zero-cost shopping not only allowed him to get a lot of food. He also unexpectedly obtained 7 or 8 pieces of crystal. And then he walked out of the supermarket contentedly. He then found Thunder King still working hard to put up the zombie kite. Although this little guy would become the famous Thunder and Lightning King in the future, at this moment, it couldn't handle so many zombies alone. So Chen immediately joined the battle. After dealing with this group of zombies, Chen then took Thunder King to a nearby large cold storage facility. The early stage of the apocalypse is a great time to gather supplies. So how could Chen possibly let this golden opportunity slip by? Soon, a man and a dog arrived near the destination, only to find it surrounded by zombies at the moment. It seems they want to enter the cold storage. They'll have to deal with these zombies first. However, Chen just got off the car. 2 zombies snarled and lunged at him. The next second, the cute little creatures were electrocuted by Chen. But just at that moment, 3 zombies suddenly pounced on Chen from behind. Upon seeing this, he immediately performed a martial arts move called Double Dragons emerging from the sea, swiftly dispatching 2 of the zombies. But unexpectedly, at that moment, a third little cutie zombie opened its bloody mouth wide and lunged at him to bite. With a clang, the little cutie zombie then bit directly onto his armor. As a result, the little cutie zombie not only lost 2 front teeth, he was also stabbed and sent flying by Chen with a reverse baton strike. Empowered by the alloy armor and the baton, Chen can be described as moving through the enemy forces like a hot knife through butter, with nothing able to touch him. In no time at all, he easily took care of all the zombies. He reaped a rich harvest in this battle. He took down more than 6 pieces of crystal in one go. After that, Chen did not enter the cold storage directly. Instead, he found a heavy truck nearby and shouted with a mischievous grin, "Thunder King, hurry up and get on. I'll take you for a ride." Then he stepped on the gas pedal directly to the floor. He headed straight for the cold storage door at a speed of 100 yards. This really scared Thunder King on the side. It kept barking non-stop. After crashing through the gate, Chen did not slow down. Instead, he stepped on the gas pedal and crashed into the horde of zombies inside. This crazy move frightened Thunder King on the side, who exclaimed that the owner was too brutal. What Chen didn't know was, at this moment, there are 3 survivors upstairs secretly observing his every move. At this time, one of the women excitedly said, "Once he takes care of these zombies, let's ask him to take us out of here." But the man beside them disagreed, questioning why someone would help them. Looking at his behavior, it's clear that this guy is a tough one. It's obvious that he's here for our supplies. We better take action before it's too late. Let's set a trap for him and catch him off guard. Let's take him down directly later. Then we can steal his truck and supplies. At this moment, Chen has successfully taken care of the zombie army. But just as he was happily collecting the crystals, the girl suddenly walked up to Chen and said, "Thank you for saving us. Can you take us out of here?" Chen was about to ask how many people are still here. He was suddenly subdued by two men and pinned to the ground. "Son, I advise you to obediently hand over all your supplies. Otherwise, I will kill you right now," Chen said with a dark expression. He silently thought, in the apocalypse, mercy is a death sentence. This statement is not just empty talk. Indeed, kindness is the most harmful thing in this apocalypse. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless. At the same time, Thunder King immediately rushed towards the three people when he saw his master's life being threatened. Upon seeing this, Chen also took the opportunity to retrieve 2 electric batons from the ability space, even though it was his biggest secret. He absolutely couldn't let anyone find out. But Chen was confident that they would keep this secret for him. What is the most terrifying thing in Apocalypse? It's not zombies. It's the human heart where good and evil are hard to distinguish. Especially those innocent-looking girls who say, "Thank you for saving me," with their mouths. Behind the scenes, she joined forces with others to push the life-saving benefactor to the ground. They also threatened him to hand over all his belongings. Otherwise, they would attack him immediately. Seeing this, Chen did not go easy on her. He quickly took out 2 electric batons from the ability space. Without hesitation, he sent the 2 little Gargas straight to the underworld. The girl was so scared that she immediately turned and ran. However, Chen showed no intention of chasing after her. Instead, he chuckled and said, "Can you run faster than someone with 4 legs? Thunder King is now watching you." As soon as he finished speaking, Thunder King immediately pounced and knocked the girl down to the ground. With a flash of fire and lightning, the girl was instantly defeated. And next comes the exciting shopping spree segment. What he did not expect was, the goods here are definitely abundant and diverse. Not only is there a large amount of chicken, duck, and fish meat, but also a variety of seafood products. Even spices and condiments are fully available here. Chen was not polite either. He directly collected all these supplies into the ability space. Chen can be said to have gained a lot from this trip. He took down 7 to 8 tons of food in one go. Chen then took Thunder King to prepare to go back home first, because there is still a brother he couldn't part with there, Pillar Sue. On the way home, he met a survivor who wanted to hitch a ride. Dingqin took a look. The man still had an iron rod in his pocket. It was obvious that this guy was not a good person. So Chen stepped on the gas pedal and drove past directly. At this moment, only to hear the man angrily saying, "Kid, I'll remember you. Don't let me see you again. Otherwise, I'll kill you." Chen immediately got off the car with a gloomy face, thinking since he had such thoughts, then I'll keep you no matter what. After all, after the ability awakening, everyone has the ability to be deceitful. All threats must be eliminated at the source. And at this moment, the man had already walked over aggressively. Upon seeing this, Chen immediately kicked Thunder King. The next second, the little guy jumped off the car as if he understood what was happening. The man didn't hesitate either. He picked up an iron rod and smashed it down on Thunder King's head. At the same time, the little guy also spewed out a bolt of lightning from his mouth. The dog missed, but the man was instead electrocuted into charcoal by the Thunder King. At the moment when the man fell to the ground, Chen's voice suddenly came from behind. Thunder King must not show any mercy to the enemy in Apocalypse. Otherwise, you wouldn't even know how you died. Thunder King understood his master's intention immediately. It immediately put an end to future troubles with a single bite. Shortly after, the man and the dog drove back to the residential area, as the heavy truck could not enter. Chen was worried that this mobile fortress might be stolen by other survivors. So he came up with a clever idea. Let Thunder King attract some zombies from the area to come and show them the vehicle. After doing all this, Chen immediately enters the community to start looking for the pillars. Although Chen remembers that in the previous life, when the apocalypse came, pillars Su hid in the villa area, he cannot remember which specific building it was. So he had to shout Pillar's name loudly. Even though this would attract a large number of zombies, he was willing to risk it all for this brother, who had once sacrificed himself to save him. Pillars, who was hiding in the villa, quickly heard Chen's call. He was about to go out to meet Chen when he was promptly stopped by a girl beside him. The girl immediately said that this person must be sick. Being so loud will only attract all the nearby zombie pillars. Brother Pillars, you must not go out. He will harm us. As soon as she finished speaking, several zombies immediately ran towards this side. But the next second, all of these zombies fell under Chen's electric baton. Seeing the situation, Pillars quickly said, "Now you can rest assured, right? Brother Chen is so powerful, how could he possibly harm us?" After saying that, Pillars shouted downstairs, "Brother Chen, I'm here." Seeing that his brother was fine, Chen also showed a long-lost smile. But when he saw a girl standing next to Pillars, his expression changed. Chen's face immediately turned pale. I secretly cursed, how could I forget about silly Chen, that little bastard. In the previous life, you really caused us a lot of suffering. So in this life, don't blame me for using you to teach this silly brother a lesson. Who would have thought that this pitiful and adorable cute girl in front of us is actually a beast worse than a brute? To test if the tap water after the apocalypse is contaminated, she secretly took her savior to conduct an experiment. Every time food is distributed, she always hides a portion beforehand. Then, in front of the honest and simple Pillars, she would pretend to be almost starving, and then deceive him out of his portion. Even more despicable is that she stirs up trouble between Chen and Pillars Su, always praising one and denigrating the other behind their backs. In the previous life, these two brothers can be said to have been played in the palm of her hand. Now in his reincarnation, Chen even has the heart to strangle her. But he knows very well that it's not yet time to strike. If he kills her now, it will definitely make Pillars have an opinion of him. So he must make Pillars see the true face of this woman no matter what. Later, Chen suggested going back to his own house to rest first. Then, they can discuss the next course of action. Seeing the situation, Green Tea Sister hurried forward to strike up a conversation, saying, "Hello, Brother Chen. My name is Silly Chen. We both have the surname Chen. Maybe 500 years ago, we were from the same family." Facing her proactive friendliness, Chen did not pay attention. Instead, he directly dragged Pillars away. Although at this moment, Silly Chen was gritting his teeth in anger. But in order to survive, she still obediently followed along. After arriving at Chen's house, Pillars and Silly Chen's stomachs were growling loudly from hunger. Seeing this, Chen hastily said, "Please have a seat first. I will go get some food for you." Shortly after, Chen took out some slices of bread from ability space. Looking at Thunder King Chen beside him, an evil thought suddenly arose in his heart. "I'll make you pay for messing with my brother in your past life. Let's see how I'll deal with you today." After saying that, Chen took a piece of toast and vigorously rubbed it on Thunder King's butt. Then he handed the seasoned toast to Silly Chen, saying that it was the only food left at home because men have bigger appetites. He asked if Pillars would mind if he split it into 2 pieces. Although she said it was reasonable, she was complaining in her heart that she had also been hungry for 3 days. Why should he have an extra piece? She then indulged in the extra topping toast with great relish. This left Thunder King standing beside her in shock. It thought to itself, "This girl is truly something. She can even enjoy eating bread that has touched my butt." Chen, who saw this scene, also showed a sly smile. Although playing a prank on her can indeed relieve anger, the nuisance still needs to be dealt with as soon as possible. So Luke Chen suggested that we go to the supermarket first to get some food before figuring out how to leave here. Upon hearing this, Pillars quickly expressed that Brother Chen's plan is thoughtful. Just tell me what needs to be done, he added. At this point, Luke Chen spoke in a deep voice saying, due to the large number of zombies outside, we can only use strategy instead of brute force. How about this? Silly Chen, you lead the zombies away while Pillars and I go into the supermarket to get food. As soon as this was said, Silly Chen immediately stood still. He shouted, Brother Chen, don't do this. How can I outrun the zombies? This is sending me to my death. Upon hearing this, Luke Chen immediately said, then I will go divert the zombies while you and Pillars go to the supermarket to get food. Is that okay? Silly Chen immediately put on a pitiful look upon hearing this. I've only eaten a piece of toast in 3 days. I really have no strength left. Pillars, could you help me out and say something for me? At this moment, Luke Chen coldly said, you can't just sit back and reap the benefits without doing anything. Also, I haven't had a sip of water all day. I don't even know if the tap water has been contaminated by viruses. In that case, why don't you help us try this water to see if it's safe to drink? Silly Chen immediately became unhappy after hearing this, thinking they were trying to make a fool out of him. He muttered that they didn't even have a door. I'm just worried that the water source is contaminated. That's why I've been holding back from drinking water. Even though I still have water and food in my bag, I absolutely cannot let them know. Then she continued pitifully, Brother Chen, please don't make things difficult for me. What if this water is poisonous? Don't you have a dog? Just let it try, then you'll know. However, it was her own presumptuous cleverness that thoroughly angered the Thunder and Lightning King. The woman, who had been thirsty for 6 days, heard someone tell her to drink water. However, she showed a fearful expression on her face. He also stated that even if he were to die of thirst, he would never drink a drop of water. After the outbreak of the Doomsday, it turned out that the water sources had been contaminated by a virus. Letting her drink tap water is no different from sending her to her death. Then she had a bright idea. Pointing at a passing Thunder King, she shouted, just take this stray dog for experiments, isn't that enough? Thunder King was immediately furious upon hearing this. It immediately bared its teeth and pounced towards Silly Chen. Upon seeing this, the girl quickly held her bag in front of her. Just a rip sound. The bag was torn open by Thunder King. Then the food inside fell out accordingly. Luke Chen wasn't polite to her either. He just picked up a bottle of drink and drank it heartily. He casually handed a piece of bread to Pillars, saying, I didn't expect this woman to have so much food hidden. Let's not be polite with her. Hurry up and eat. We need to be full before we have the energy to go to the supermarket to get supplies. At this moment, Pillars finally saw through the true face of this woman. He silently lamented that he had risked his life several times to save her. She hid so much food from me and didn't let me eat it. It's fine if she doesn't share, but she even deceived me to eat and drink from my hand every time. Thinking of these Pillars just makes him burn with anger. Then he unhesitatingly took the bread and started showing off. And at this moment, Silly Chen still wants to rush over to stop Pillars. But unexpectedly, she was tripped by Luke Chen. She fell to the ground with a thud. Then she started crying, causing a scene and threatening suicide. Who allowed you to eat my food? Spit it all out for me. At this moment, Luke Chen coldly said, Why are you crying? If we don't eat enough, how can we have the energy to search for supplies? Rest assured, we won't eat your food for nothing. We'll repay you tenfold when we come back from the supermarket. As soon as these words were spoken, Silly Chen immediately changed his tune, saying that he didn't actually not want to share the food with them. It's just that he forgot it was in his bag. Luke Chen also felt speechless after hearing this, and thought to himself that this woman can really act. If that's the case, then I will give you another dose of strong medicine. I must make my foolish brother realize the treacherous nature of human hearts. Luke Chen then patted Pillars on the shoulder and said, I'll go prepare first. Let's set off in half an hour. Afterward, Chen took Thunder King to the room and instructed it to lure some zombies to the house. He then took out a few pieces of garlic and squeezed them into juice. At that moment, the entire room was filled with a pungent smell of garlic. At this moment, Chen walked out carrying 2 bowls of garlic sauce and said, "Pillars, come and see what goodies I prepared for you." Don't be fooled by the pungent smell of this thing. It's a weapon against zombies. I saw someone wearing a string of garlic around their neck outside, and the zombies really wouldn't come near them. But now there's only enough garlic juice for 2 people. Pillars, let's sprinkle the garlic juice on ourselves before we go out. Silly Chen, you stay at home and wait for us to come back. Just then, a roar of zombies suddenly came from the doorway. Seeing this, Chen immediately poured the garlic juice on himself and urged Pillars to quickly finish the remaining bowl. The zombies are about to break in. But at this moment, this silly boy fell into contemplation. Although he now felt extremely disgusted with this woman, he still couldn't bear to watch her being bitten to death by the zombies. Little did he know, at this moment Silly Chen was staring straight at that bowl of garlic juice. Pillars was about to pick up the garlic juice and bring it over to her. However, he didn't expect that she would beat him to it. She picked up the garlic juice without hesitation and poured it over herself. Pillars, who saw this scene, was stunned on the spot. I was originally going to serve you. You actually came over and snatched it. At this moment, Chen solemnly said with emphasis, "See, brother, this is human nature." Therefore, it is said that Apocalypse must never have an overly compassionate heart, because no matter how kind you are to some people, all you receive in return is betrayal time and time again. And you vile person, do you think that splashing garlic juice on yourself will solve everything? I forgot to tell you. Actually, zombies are extremely sensitive to the smell of garlic. You're doomed today. It is well known that garlic can ward off evil spirits, but it has no effect on zombies. On the contrary, this pungent smell can attract zombie attacks. But this woman didn't even think about it. She poured a whole bowl of garlic juice over her head. It turns out it was just a moment ago. When the zombies were about to break into the villa, Chen set up a trap to expose the ugly face of this woman. He tricked her into believing that zombies are most afraid of garlic. There was only enough garlic at home for 2 people to use. When Silly Chen heard this, he immediately grabbed the garlic from Pillars and poured it over his own head. This action also made Pillars see her true colors completely. Seeing that his goal had been achieved, Chen told the woman the truth. Upon learning that he had been deceived, Silly Chen immediately shouted, "Is it wrong for me to want to live?" At this moment, Chen coldly said, "Who doesn't want to live? But you shouldn't have underestimated my brother's honesty. Feel free to bully him as you please." After saying that, Chen took out a set of equipment for Pillars from Ability Space. Asked him to quickly go to the room and put this on. The zombies will be entering soon. Upon seeing this, Silly Chen immediately begged for Chen's forgiveness this time. "In the future, I will listen to everything you say. You can do whatever you want to me." Upon hearing this, Chen immediately said, "I want you to go die." "Will you do it as I've said?" This was his response. Silly Chen immediately became furious and said, "Are you crazy? How did I offend you?" At this moment, zombies sniffed the smell and barged into the living room. She didn't wait for her to finish speaking. 5 or 6 zombies immediately rushed towards her to bite her, while Chen stood by, watching coldly from the sidelines. He watched as the woman was completely chilled. He only took action to eliminate all the zombies. Then he called the Pillars to help clean up the scene. "Throw all these zombies out of the villa." Chen called Thunder King again. He actually assigned the task of cleaning up the blood in the living room to a dog, and warned it that it will only get food after finishing the job. After saying that, Chen called Pillars to prepare to wash up and have a meal. But Pillars insisted that we were supposed to go to the supermarket to get food. Otherwise, where would the food come from? However, before Pillars could finish speaking, a table full of delicious food appeared in front of him out of nowhere. Then Chen began to talk nonsense in a serious manner. He explained that he had awakened his spatial ability before the doomsday outbreak, because he always had an unclear premonition. So he stored a little bit of supplies in the ability space in advance. And these foods are the ones I took out from the ability space. Have you recently felt any changes in your body, Pillars? Upon hearing this, he immediately stated that he suddenly felt a splitting headache last night. After that, he felt much stronger than before. Chen told him that this was a sign of ability awakening. What you awakened is an ability of the strength class. Let's not talk about these things for now. There's a big world out there, and eating is the most important. Seeing the situation, Pillars quickly said, "Brother Chen, you're too polite, and brought out so many delicious dishes to treat me. Let's eat sparingly." But Chen said that we are all like brothers here. There's no need to be polite with me. Isn't there still food that Thunder King hasn't eaten? Let's wait for him to finish his work and invite him to eat together later. Upon hearing this, Thunder King, who was busy mopping the floor, was moved to tears. He never expected the owner to be so kind to him. Is mopping the floor really something that a dog should be doing? After having his fill of food and drink, Chen took out several pieces of crystal and handed them to Pillars so that he could absorb the energy within to enhance his own strength, and reminded him to stop immediately if he felt that his body couldn't handle it. Chen then returned to his room to absorb the crystals, to his surprise. In the past life, absorbing 8 pieces already overwhelmed his body. But this time, he absorbed 20 pieces in a row without reaching the limit. I wonder where his absorption limit will be this time. How awesome is this man really? Not only can the local dogs he raises be compared to the mythical creature Pikachu, he can instantly turn whole hordes of zombies into charcoal. He also awakened an extremely rare spatial ability. Not only does he possess the strongest teleportation skill Void Step, he can also summon the Void Sword, which inflicts explosive damage. Unfortunately, his current level is still too low to sustain summoning the Void Sword for extended battles. Just when he became a real man for only 3 seconds, he was so tired that he collapsed on the bed. You should know that this skill was only mastered at level 7 in his previous life. And in this life, he was able to barely condense the Void Sword briefly right after reaching level 2. If things continue to develop this way, perhaps in this life he can easily master Void Step at level 4, a skill he only possessed at level 9 in his previous life. Furthermore, he might even be able to advance and develop the ultimate move, Dimensional Blade, after reaching King level. The next morning, Pillars couldn't wait to tell Chen some good news. "Brother Chen, the method you taught me is really effective. After absorbing 7 pieces of crystal, my power has increased significantly." The Thunder King beside him also excitedly shouted 9 times at him, indicating that it had also absorbed 9 pieces of crystal. This stunned the Pillars. They quickly expressed, "Is this dog really this strong? It actually absorbed more than me." Chen did not respond to this question. Instead, he took out a set of equipment from the ability space and handed it to him. He said he would change into this after finishing breakfast. Let's go to the granary together to get some supplies. Later, they arrived at the parking lot in the community. They saw that the heavy truck was surrounded by zombies. Pillars immediately pulled out his stun gun ready to take action. However, he was stopped in time by Chen, who suggested leaving this minor matter to Thunder King to handle. Immediately, Thunder King swiftly went on to do what it does best. Pillars couldn't help but marvel at Thunder King's proficient technique in drawing monsters. It seemed like their own abilities were truly no match for this dog. Upon seeing this, Chen hastily comforted, "Let's not compare ourselves with dogs. There are many things they can do that we can't. Each has its own strengths." They then drove to the granary. But strangely, the granary was unusually quiet. Not even a single zombie could be seen. But they did find a skeleton not far away. This made Chen feel uneasy. Although zombies may bite humans, they absolutely do not eat people. The only creatures that can bite people so cleanly are mutated beings, such as rats or ants. And they are all social animals. So no matter which kind, their numbers will definitely not be small. Thinking of this, Chen hurriedly signaled Pillars to retreat immediately. But it was already too late. After a cacophony of squeaks, a large group of mutated rats appeared in front of them in a dark and oppressive manner. At this critical moment, Thunder King stepped forward again. It is said that the dog is overly concerned with catching mice, but it still resolutely led away the group of rats. Unexpectedly, among the group of rats, there was actually one that had become a Rat King. With the Rat King's command, all the rats immediately turned their guns and launched a fierce attack on Chen and his companion. Although the electric baton was no pressure to deal with these low-level mutant rats, but they could not withstand the overwhelming number of rats on the other side. After a fierce battle of car wheels, Chen and Pillars also began to show signs of fatigue. Soon, Pillars collapsed to the ground due to exhaustion. Seeing this, the Rat King immediately seized the opportunity. He shot towards him at a speed of 200 yards. Fortunately, Pillars reacted swiftly to block the Rat King's deadly attack. However, what he never expected was that this guy was actually immune to electric shocks. The high-voltage baton had no effect on it at all. Before he could figure out the situation, the Rat King had already mysteriously appeared in front of him. Immediately after that, this guy opened his blood-mouthed small mouth, bit directly on Pillar's neck. This rat eats 5 cats every day. When it's starving, it doesn't even spare human beings. Anyone targeted by it will meet an extremely tragic end. It turns out this is a mutated giant Fong Rat King. Its strength is comparable to a level 3 ability user. But unexpectedly, Chen and the others just entered the granary. They were immediately under attack by this group of mutated rats. However, just as they were resisting the onslaught of the rat army, the mutated Rat King suddenly launched a sneak attack on Pillars. By the time he reacted, the Rat King had already bitten him on the neck. Thanks to the alloy armor protecting his body, Pillars narrowly managed to save his life. Chen, who witnessed this scene, was greatly shocked. If this were to happen again, the armor would definitely be bitten through by this guy. So Chen immediately took out 2 pieces of steak and threw them towards the group of mice. Under the temptation of the food, the group of mice immediately swarmed towards the beef. But just then, the Rat King opened its bloodthirsty mouth again and bit towards Pillars. Upon seeing this, Chen swiftly condensed the Void Sword and charged towards the Rat King. At this moment, it also felt a cold killing intent from behind. Before it could escape, Chen suddenly cut it in half with a sword. The leaderless group of rats was quickly dealt with by the 2 using electric batons. Next, Chen took out a level 3 crystal from the Rat King's body. And this guy's big front teeth are also rare treasures. They are excellent materials for making weapons. Unfortunately, Chen tried to pull them out for a long time but failed. So he immediately called Pillars for help. In the blink of an eye, Pillars pulled out the 2 big front teeth from the Rat King's mouth. Chen then opened the ability space and started to crazily absorb the supplies in the granary. This astonished the nearby Pillars. They quickly asked Brother Chen how big his ability space really is. But Chen casually replied, "Not that big. Probably just as big as the Pacific Ocean. Also, Pillars must keep this secret for me. Otherwise, we will become a target of public criticism." Upon hearing this, Pillars quickly reassured, "Rest assured, Brother Chen, even if a knife is at my throat, I will not reveal a single word." Despite this trip, Chen and his team have made quite a harvest. They managed to secure tens of thousands of tons of food in one go. But through this battle, he also deeply realized the importance of strength. If he hadn't been able to briefly condense the Void Sword just now, I'm afraid we wouldn't have made it back from this trip today. So, after returning home, he immediately formulated a training plan. And he stated that he would not go out before becoming a level 3 ability user. In the following days, he absorbed crystals day and night to enhance his strength. With his unremitting efforts, Chen finally successfully advanced to become a level 3 ability user after 3 days. This also allowed him to extend the time of condensing the Void Sword to 20 seconds in one go. And the levels of Pillars and Thunder King have also successfully broken through to level 2. Although in the past few days, everyone's strength has made rapid progress. But the kitchen has been messed up by these big men. This inevitably reminded Chen of his chef Jade Ma. He secretly thought that if she could take care of my daily life, it would be great. This girl is not only beautiful, but also very efficient in her work. And her cooking skills are truly exceptional. Just wonder how she is doing now. I remember she was working as a chef at a nearby 6-star hotel. She should have been working at the hotel when the doomsday broke out. Thinking of this, Chen immediately suggested going to that hotel to find out more. Shortly after, the group set out on the road to find Jade Ma. However, after a search, they did manage to kill quite a number of zombies. But still, they did not see a single living person. He didn't even have the chance to find someone to ask questions. But just at that moment, a waiter suddenly appeared in their view and shouted, "Two dads, please help me!" As is well known, in the apocalypse, mercy is a death sentence. But this woman does not believe in superstition. Not only did her excessive compassion save a group of elites, she also kindly shared her own food with everyone. But who knew these animals turned on her faster than flipping a book? Not only did they not appreciate her life-saving kindness, she also complained that Jade Ma took up too much space and started a physical fight with her. Jade Ma dared to resist. The female celebrity who started the fight became even more fierce. She even instigated everyone to throw Jade out to feed the zombies, so that there would be one less person to share food with us. What Jade Ma never expected was that the group of people she just saved, no one stood up to help her, let alone all colluding with this heartless female celebrity. No matter how she begged, these scumbags heartlessly pushed her out of the room. At this moment, Jade Ma finally saw their ugly faces. She hated herself for being soft-hearted and saving these beasts in the first place. If there is anyone willing to help me vent this anger now, I am willing to pay any price. Just at this moment, 2 zombies suddenly rushed towards her, baring their teeth and claws. Seeing this scene, Jade Ma also completely gave up resistance. She closed her eyes in despair. Just at this critical moment, Chen appeared just in time, kicked the zombie away, and saved her. At this moment, Chen excitedly exclaimed, "Little chef, you are fine. That's really great. I came all the way risking my life just to rescue you. Don't be afraid. I'll take you away from here right away." Jade Ma was instantly moved by these words. A sense of security she had never experienced before surged into her heart in an instant. She was about to say something in response. She was silenced by Chen, who covered her mouth, indicating that she should speak later, because a large number of zombies have already surrounded them at this moment. Upon seeing this, the two immediately engaged in combat with the zombies. In no time at all, they swiftly and cleanly took care of all the zombies. And this scene was also witnessed by the group of people in the room. Seeing the two of them being so powerful, the female star immediately walked out of the room. Shamelessly, she said, "I'm sure both of you are my fans, right? Thank you for risking your lives to save me. Love you guys." But Chen ignored her, and instead helped up Jade Ma, who was behind him. At this moment, Chen also noticed her. Jade Ma was emotionally moved upon seeing these people. Tears kept flowing uncontrollably. Surely she must have suffered some grievances. Upon that, Chen quickly asked her what had just happened. "Tell me, and I will help you sort it out." As soon as he said that, Jade Ma could no longer suppress her inner emotions and started crying loudly. Then she directly told Chen in detail what had just happened. At this moment, a man in a suit grinned and said, "Little brother, this woman is just unlucky. Don't mind her. As long as you can safely take me home, I'll give you 200,000 now. How's that? But before he could finish his sentence, Pillars directly slapped him in the face. Money doesn't make you impressive. What I hate most in my life is people like you who repay kindness with enmity. The man who was slapped in the face still wouldn't stop talking. It was indeed our fault just now. You helped your friend release some anger. Can you consider my previous proposal? Chen did not respond. Instead, he smiled and said, Originally, for how you treated my friend today, I should have taken you down on the spot. But I'm in a good mood today, so I'll spare your lives this time. I will tie you all up later. Whether you can survive or not will depend on your luck. Upon hearing this, the man in the suit immediately became furious and said, What's the difference between tying us up and killing us? Pillars immediately responded, When you threw out Jade Ma, what's the difference between that and killing her? The words scared the female celebrity so much that she knelt down on the spot, begging Chen to spare her this time. You can ask me to do anything. I can play hide and seek with you right now. But before she could finish her sentence, Chen directly used a sock that had been worn for 2.5 years to plug her stinky mouth. Then he had Pillars tie her up tightly with her hands and feet bound. Afterwards, the group swaggered out of the hotel. After recruiting Jade Ma, Chen also prepared to start establishing his own power. But before that, he must quickly recruit Fire Princess and Purple Me, the two sisters, to his side. The man only used a cheap roast duck. Just let a female tycoon worth billions become his maid. In this food-scarce apocalypse, cheese is even worse than waste paper. Only food is real currency. Some people would even trade their own bodies for a bite of steamed bread. On the contrary, Chen is exactly the opposite. Although he hoards enough food to last 10 lifetimes, he doesn't know how to cook. So Chen risked his life to rescue the chef Jade Ma from a hotel full of zombies. His actions completely moved her. Upon seeing the situation, Chen took the opportunity to extend an olive branch to Jade Ma. He said, I am currently lacking a logistics assistant, mainly responsible for taking care of our daily life. As part of the exchange, not only will I be responsible for ensuring your personal safety, but I will also provide you with 3 meals a day. Are you willing to join us? As soon as the words were spoken, Jade Ma couldn't wait to say, I'm willing. And this decision completely changed her destiny. After returning home, Chen asked Jade Ma if she had felt any changes in her body recently. Did she awaken any special abilities? Upon hearing this, Jade Ma immediately mentioned that her head suddenly hurt yesterday. Then, she felt a sudden wave of heat spreading throughout her body. As for gaining abilities, I'm not too sure about that. Chen told her that this is a sign of awakening an ability. I will now teach you how to control the ability. Subsequently, Jade Ma followed Chen's method and condensed a ball of flame in the palm of her hand. Chen was delighted by this. He secretly thought that this time he had struck gold. I didn't expect her to be an ability user in flame class. It is said that dishes cooked with ability flames will be even more delicious. So Chen couldn't wait to take out the ingredients and ask her to show off her skills. In no time, Jade Ma used her flame class ability to prepare a table full of delicious food. Seeing this, the two people and a dog immediately started to enjoy the feast enthusiastically. Everyone felt extremely satisfied after this meal. They all praised Jade Ma's cooking skills as absolutely amazing. After a satisfying meal, Chen arranged a room for Jade Ma to stay and said, If you need anything, just let me know. From now on, we are one family. In the following days, Chen absorbed crystal every day to enhance his own strength. After he absorbed all the crystals, he was just one step away from breaking through level 4 at this moment. So Chen decided to go out first to collect some crystals. Then he plans to also visit the two sisters, Purple Me and Fire Princess, along the way. It is now the 10th day after the outbreak of the Doomsday. If he doesn't extend an olive branch to them soon, someone else may get ahead of him. Shortly after, Chen called for the pillars. Then he handed 2 electric batons to Jade Ma for self-defense and gave her a few brief instructions. Chen walked out of the residential area with pillars and Thunder King. Soon they obtained more than 300 pieces of crystal by hunting down zombies along the way. And at this moment, they have also arrived at the district where the Mi sisters reside. So Chen immediately ordered Thunder King to go to the 2nd floor to check the situation. If he smells the presence of living people in the house, he should bark twice loudly. Before Chen could finish speaking, Thunder King suddenly rushed into the bushes on the side. Then it pulled out a mouse from the flower bed. Chen, a cat lover, couldn't bear to see the cute cat being harmed. He immediately signaled Thunder King not to hurt it. But just then, a cry for help suddenly entered Chen's mind. "Quickly, get your silly dog off me!" Chen, who quickly realized what was happening, immediately understood that this was a cat that had awakened the mental communication ability. Usually, only advanced psychic ability users possess this kind of ability, so it is necessary to harness it for oneself. So Chen immediately rescued the cat from Thunder King's mouth and scolded, "How could you be so rude, Thunder King?" The cat on the side also angrily rebuked Thunder King for being unfair. "I didn't provoke or offend it. Your dog came up and bit me without letting go. It's really despicable." Upon hearing this, Chen immediately echoed, "That's right, that's right. Also, little cat, are you a stray cat? Do you want to come home with me? I have plenty of fish snacks that you can't finish." But before the words were finished, a girl suddenly stood up and shouted, "This is my cat! Give Rice back to me!" What will happen when a cat's IQ reaches 130? It will talk, rap, sing, and play basketball. Not only that, it is also an awakened cat with psychic abilities, having the ability to sense danger in advance. Chen is determined to keep it for himself. However, just as he is about to bribe the cat with some dried fish, Purple Me suddenly appeared and snatched the cat away, shouting, "What do you want to do to our family's Rice?" But unexpectedly, Rice struggled and shouted that he was not a bad person. "Let me go!" Immediately after, Rice broke free from the restraints. He ran up to Chen and begged him for a piece of dried fish. "I have been hungry for 3 days." Upon hearing this, Chen had a sudden inspiration. He thought it would be a good opportunity to gain favor with them. If I give it directly, they will definitely think I have ulterior motives. And since they have been here for so long without seeing Fire Princess, it seems she is not at home. Then let's start with her sister, Purple Me. Chen then said that there is a large supermarket outside. How about we cooperate and go there together to get supplies? There must be dried small fish in the supermarket. Rice immediately expressed that the suggestion is very good. I can sense that he has no ill intentions. Purple Me, let's go together. But Purple Me still seems to not fully trust this stranger. At this time, Rice, feeling impatient, said, "In that case, you can just wait for me at home. I'll bring you some food when I come back." Upon hearing this, Purple Me quickly responded, "Who said I'm not going? Just wait for me here. I'll be right back." In no time, Purple Me appeared in front of everyone, wearing a pot on her head and holding a rolling pin. Chen, who saw this scene, almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. It is obvious that this girl has no experience in hunting zombies. Otherwise, she would not have come out to fight zombies dressed like this. Subsequently, the few people introduced themselves to each other. However, just as everyone was preparing to set out to gather supplies, a group of zombies suddenly rushed towards them. Seeing this, 2 big men immediately stood in front of Purple Me to protect her. And Purple Me also quickly applied buff skills to the 2 men. Instantly gave them a 30% increase in strength. Under the influence of the buff, the 2 quickly dealt with most of the zombies as easy as cutting vegetables, but just as the last zombie was about to pounce on Purple Me, Chen quickly shouted, "Step back! Leave it to me to handle." Unexpectedly, This proposal was rejected by Purple Me. She said, "I can't always hide behind my sister. Sooner or later, I have to face it myself." Seeing this, Pillars immediately handed the iron rod in his hand to Purple Me and said, "This is more useful than your rolling pin." After taking the iron rod, Purple Me quickly used her power-enhancing spell on herself. Then she swung backhandedly and hit the zombie on the head with the stick before the zombie could even react. The stick rained down on it in quick succession. Chen on the side was directly stunned by this scene. He exclaimed, "Girl, you're too fierce." Purple Me, who realized what was happening, instantly felt so overwhelmed by her own actions that she began to vomit uncontrollably. Upon seeing this, Chen immediately kindly handed a bottle of water to Purple Me and comforted her, saying, "You did a great job just now. You will get used to it slowly in the future." This move instantly made Purple Me have a good impression of Chen. Then everyone went to the supermarket together, after taking care of the zombies inside. Chen then signaled for Purple Me to choose the food he liked and take as much as he wanted. And Chen, as agreed, found some small dried fish for rice. This made the little cat very happy. But just then, however, Thunder King suddenly kept barking at Purple Me in the distance. Upon hearing the barking, Purple Me immediately turned around to look behind. At this moment, a giant-sized zombie was slowly approaching Purple Me step by step. The girl tried shopping at the supermarket without cheese for the first time. The result was the outbreak of Doomsday, instantly leading to 80% of the global population mutating into zombies. And at this moment, the girl is still happily choosing her favorite food to eat. She is completely unaware that danger is silently approaching. Fortunately, Thunder King timely let out a cry to remind them. Purple Me only just noticed the zombie that was approaching step by step, which scared her quite a bit. She picked up the shopping bag next to her and fiercely smashed it towards the approaching zombie. Then she got up, dashed away with all her might. But unexpectedly, she crashed into Chen, who was approaching. Looking at the relentlessly chasing zombie Chen behind Purple Me, she instantly broke out in a cold sweat, because he remembered clearly. This devourer, which only appeared after the mid-stage of the apocalypse, unexpectedly showed up in the early stage of the apocalypse in this life. They not only possess amazing strength and defense, but can also attack enemies through self-detonation. So they must engage in quick and decisive battles. They must not give it the chance to self-detonate. Upon seeing the situation, Chen did not hesitate in the slightest. He immediately condensed the void sword with a backhand. At this moment, Thunder King took advantage of the opportunity and delivered a series of 5 lightning strikes. Although Teacher Ma's technique didn't inflict high damage, it was extremely insulting. This instantly drew the zombies' hatred, just as Devourer was about to turn and attack Thunder King. Chen immediately made a stylish move and appeared behind it, before Devourer could react. Chen cleanly and neatly chopped it in half with a single sword strike. Then he used his body to shield Purple Me from this bloody scene. And this move completely captured Purple Me's heart. Looking at the strong, handsome, and gentlemanly man in front of her, Purple Me's heart felt like a little rabbit had appeared, jumping non-stop. At this moment, Chen touched her head and said, "Purple Me, how about we build a team together? This way, I can protect you better in the future." Upon hearing this, Purple Me also blushed and nodded shyly. Chen was delighted to hear this, so he quickly invited Purple Me and Rice to his house as guests. "We must have a good meal to celebrate today." However, Purple Me said she would rather go home and wait for her sister. If she comes back and doesn't see me, she will definitely worry. Let's do it next time. Rice listened and quickly asked Purple Me why she refused Chen's invitation. "Didn't you leave a note for Fire Princess at home? And I have a feeling that your sister won't be coming home today. Let's go to Chen's house together for a big meal." After some persuasion from Chen and Rice. Later, everyone arrived at Chen's villa together. In no time, Jade Ma prepared a table full of delicious food for everyone. At Luke Chen's warm invitation, everyone, including the cat, immediately started to eat heartily. Jade Ma's culinary skills completely captured their taste buds. While eating, they couldn't help but repeatedly exclaim, "This is so delicious!" After eating and drinking their fill, Purple Me quickly expressed gratitude to Luke Chen. "However, it's time for me to go back too. I don't want my sister to worry about me." Upon hearing this, Luke Chen immediately said, "I can't let you go back alone. Actually, it doesn't matter where we stay. How about a few of us also move to your neighborhood to live? This way, we can all take care of each other." Purple Me immediately said that's a happy decision then. Luke Chen then asked everyone to quickly pack up their luggage. "Let's get ready to move." And then everyone drove to Purple Me's residential area. But just as Luke Chen and the others were preparing to look for a house nearby to live in, Purple Me suddenly stopped them and said, "My house is over 200 square meters. If you don't mind, you can move in with us." As soon as these words were spoken, Luke Chen agreed without hesitation. This is indeed a great opportunity that must be seized. When Fire Princess comes back, it will also be a good time to recruit her. After returning home, Purple Me immediately started assigning rooms for everyone. Jade Ma and Pillars were both arranged to stay in the guest rooms, and Luke Chen was arranged to stay in his sister Fire Princess's room. However, what Luke Chen did not expect was that when he pushed the door open, what came into view was Rice lying on the bed in a playful manner. She was murmuring, "Damn it! Why did you take so long to come?" This is a cat that is even smarter than Einstein. Not only can it speak human language, but it can also sing, dance, rap, and play basketball. It can even effortlessly execute the Mei Mao Ji from the 36 stratagems. I saw Luke Chen enter the room. It immediately coquettishly approached him and said, "You little devil." Then she started acting cute and lovely in front of Luke Chen, saying that she would sleep with him in the future. "From today on, I won't sleep with Purple Me anymore." Upon hearing this, Luke Chen quickly said, "You are such a fickle cat. You forget about the old owner once you have a new one. But it's not bedtime yet. Brother will practice with you." After saying this, Luke Chen took out some crystals from the Spatial and gave them to Rice, explaining how to absorb them. And at this moment, on the other side, Fire Princess is hurrying back with the food she found after many hardships. 2 male classmates from the same class are accompanying her. They are not of much help though. When they spotted the zombie, they immediately pushed the Fire Princess to the front. Then 2 big men avoided her from afar. This made her feel extremely speechless. Therefore, Fire Princess was also exhausted along the way. But luckily, at this moment, they had already arrived at the entrance of the residential area. At the same time, Luke Chen and they were discussing what to eat tonight. Just as Luke Chen was asking Jade Ma if she could barbecue, downstairs suddenly came a familiar voice. "Purple Me, are you home? Quickly come and see what delicious food your sister brought back for you." This made Purple Me very happy. She quickly got up and ran downstairs. Then she dived straight into the arms of her older sister, Fire Princess. Of course, not only Purple Me was happy. Luke Chen was also eagerly anticipating. Finally, he managed to bring back this Blood Rose Fire Princess. However, just as he was going downstairs, Luke Chen noticed the small entourage behind the Fire Princess. At this moment, the 2 of them were still whispering to each other, marveling at the fact that she was indeed the school flower's younger sister. Her looks are on par with, if not surpassing, those of her sister, the Fire Princess. We must win over this pair of sisters. Who is that guy? I've never heard Fire Princess mention having a brother before. Seeing this, Fire Princess quickly asked her sister who he was. Purple Me immediately introduced Luke Chen to Fire Princess. "Sister, this is Luke Chen, my big brother. During the time you were absent, thanks to Luke Chen taking care of me. If it wasn't for him, Rice and I would have starved to death long ago. But just then..." Two little followers suddenly warmly brought snacks to Purple Me, thinking that Fire Princess always ignores us anyway. Why don't we start with her sister first? Upon seeing this, Purple Me quickly expressed that she was not hungry. You two should keep the snacks for yourselves. However, these two followers continued to pester Purple Me tirelessly. Offering help without reason is either a plot or a theft. They demonstrated it perfectly on themselves. Fire Princess, who witnessed the scene, was speechless for a while. She secretly regretted teaming up with these two idiots back then. They slowed her down on the road, and now they are causing trouble for her sister. She must quickly get rid of these two burdens. Shortly after, these two idiots followed everyone upstairs eagerly. Upon seeing this, Chen quickly asked Jade Ma if there was any more rice at home. Let's cook a bit more today. Just be sure not to waste water when washing the rice. Upon hearing this, Jade Ma was momentarily stunned. Didn't we agree to have a barbecue just now? Why are we cooking rice again? Besides, don't we always wash the rice before cooking it anyway? But when Jade Ma turned back to see the situation, she immediately understood what Chen meant. But unexpectedly, these two people did not consider themselves outsiders at all. They went straight into the kitchen as soon as they entered the door. They watched as Jade Ma cooked with mineral water. Without saying a word, the two of them quickly grabbed the bottled water when they arrived. Then, they immediately started drinking straight from the bottle. Jade Ma was quite upset about this. She quickly shouted, "Can't you pour it into a glass to drink? How will others drink like this?" When these words were spoken, not only did the two fail to restrain themselves, but they also criticized Jade Ma for overreacting. "What's wrong with having a few sips of water from your cup? We are not sick. Do you know how many hardships we have encountered along the way?" Then the two turned their gazes to Thunder King standing next to them. Then shouted, "Fire Princess, your home surprisingly still has dogs that haven't been infected. Why don't we have a dog meat hot pot today to nourish our bodies?" And these words completely angered Chen, who muttered that these two people were selfish and self-serving. They even dared to have designs on my family's Thunder King. It seems that these two troublemakers cannot be left alive. You absolutely can't imagine the Earth dog in front of you who doesn't look very smart. It turns out that it is a powerful ability user. In this food-scarce apocalypse, there are not too many desperados who want to eat its dog meat. But their fate is without exception. They all died miserably under the Thunder King's 5 consecutive lightning strikes. Even so, there are still people who dare to have evil intentions towards the Thunder King. And they are still standing on the moral high ground, righteously accusing little brother Chen. Isn't that what it means, right? You don't even see what kind of world it is outside now. People are starving. How can you waste food to feed dogs? Listen to me and slaughter this dog to feed everyone." This made Thunder King furious. He immediately started barking wildly at the two of them, showing his teeth. But the two fools who saw the scene became even more excited. They quickly shouted, "Look at how fierce this dog is! Who will be responsible if it harms Fire Princess and Purple Me? We must stew this beast today." And this remark completely angered Chen, who immediately retorted, "What's it to you? I feed my dog with my own food. Does that concern you? Do you live by the sea?" Upon hearing this, the man immediately became furious and said, "Fire Princess, quickly listen to what this kid is saying. Is it even understandable language? We don't eat alone. Is there anything wrong with improving the food for everyone? We have suffered a lot on the way escorting you back, haven't we? What's wrong with us having a bite of dog meat?" But we didn't even wait for him to finish his sentence. Fire Princess suddenly shouted, "Shut up! Don't think I don't know. I know your dirty intentions of following me. Don't you have any idea who is escorting whom along the way? When we encounter danger, you two just keep pushing me forward. You guys really aren't men. Let's end our cooperation here. Turn right when you leave, and have a safe journey. This is final." They immediately became angry and ashamed, saying, "You, Fire Princess, didn't expect you to be this kind of person. We helped you find your sister, And you repay us with betrayal, huh? I've noted this down. What goes around comes around. After saying this, the two of them left the room in anger. But Chen had no intention of letting these two fools off. How dare they speak arrogantly in front of me? People like them, who may pose a threat to oneself in the future, Chen will definitely not allow them to remain at large. Then he immediately gave Thunder King a signal with his eyes, indicating that the next matter would be left for you to handle. The next second, Thunder King understood and chased after him without hesitation. And at this moment, those two guys were still murmuring about how to retaliate against Chen and the others. Little did they know that their lives had come to an end at this moment. At that moment, Thunder King suddenly roared and stopped the two people. The two rogues who saw this scene were overjoyed. They laughed heartily, thinking this stupid dog actually delivered himself to their doorstep. We are in for a treat today. But before they could finish their words, Thunder King immediately struck with a set of lightning 5-whip method in a backhand motion. These two individuals hadn't even had the chance to let out a scream before they were inexplicably taken away with their hot lunch boxes. At the same time, on the other side, Fire Princess was enjoying her meal of white rice in the blink of an eye. A large pot of rice was quickly polished off by her, leaving everyone in shock. Seeing their frightened expressions, Fire Princess quickly and awkwardly explained, "Sorry, I was just too hungry. I couldn't resist eating a bit too much. I'll go find some food for you guys right away." But to everyone's surprise, Chen casually replied, "No need. After you finish eating, please give us a seat. We're getting ready to have our meal. Also, let's not bother with barbecue today, Sister Jade. It's too much trouble. Just make a dozen or so of your signature dishes. Remember to pan-fry a grouper for rice." Look at Fire Princess's shocked expression on the side. Chen revealed a mischievous smile. Today, he would use this meal to win over the aloof Blood Rose. The over 400 grams of gold in Apocalypse can only be used as a table prop, while a watermelon priced at 50 cents per pound can capture a girl's heart. Even more so, in order to take a bite of a sausage, one would willingly exchange their body. Just because this is a food-scarce apocalypse where countless people starve to death every day. And as the reborn Chen hoarded millions of tons of supplies before the apocalypse broke out. Although he has enough food to feed 100 people for 8 lifetimes, Chen is only willing to share with those who follow him, in order to make this arrogant Blood Rose submit to oneself. So he had a sudden idea and immediately ordered more than 10 dishes that Fire Princess loved in front of her. Then he called Purple Me over and gestured for her to go to the room with him to talk about something. But as soon as they entered the room, Chen pinned Purple Me against the wall. Then he gazed affectionately at her and started questioning her. "Is it true that Chen treats you like family, providing for all your needs and taking good care of you? All of this is because you willingly follow me wholeheartedly. That's why Chen treats you so well. But someone who doesn't listen to me will surely not receive the same treatment. Do you think your sister will obey me like you do?" Upon hearing this, Purple Me immediately confirmed that her sister would definitely not, because her older sister has always been very opinionated since she was young. Besides, she is not familiar with you now. She definitely won't trust you. Chen immediately expressed his thoughts that you think who between me and Fire Princess is more suitable to lead everyone in surviving in this apocalypse. Just as he finished speaking, Purple Me immediately, without hesitation, mentioned Chen's name. Brother Chen not only is brave and strategical, but also selflessly shares food with everyone. Therefore, the team leader is none other than Brother Chen. This praise made Chen a little embarrassed. Then he said seriously, "We must get your sister's approval first. Otherwise, it could be troublesome if Fire Princess refuses to listen to instructions during dangerous situations in the future. Therefore, before Fire Princess approves of me, I will absolutely not let her eat anything. This is also for her own good. As long as she is willing to listen to me obediently, I will naturally not treat her unfairly." Purple Me, who has been brainwashed by Chen, nodded repeatedly in agreement. It is necessary for her older sister to listen to brother Chen. All of this is for the good of her older sister. At the same time, Fire Princess saw Jade Ma preparing to cook and quickly dissuaded her. Just cook 2 dishes. Also, when you cook rice, you can add more water. Do you know how precious these fresh ingredients are now? There are only 5 of us. We can't eat that much. How can we live with such waste in the future? But unexpectedly, the response to her was just one sentence. I can't make decisions on this. I will do as much as Chen asks me to do. With these words, Fire Princess immediately found Chen and then questioned him about why he wanted Jade Ma to make so many dishes. Isn't this way too extravagant? But Chen said that this was to celebrate your reunion with Purple Me. As long as my sister Purple Me is happy, it's all good. Jade Ma quickly prepared a table full of delicious dishes. Although Fire Princess said it was too extravagant, her body was honest. As soon as she saw all these dishes that she loved, she immediately sat down at the table. However, the next second she realized something was wrong. There were obviously 5 people dining. However, only 4 bottles of mineral water were placed on the table. Just as she was puzzled by this, Chen suddenly asked her weakly, "May I ask why you are sitting here?" Upon hearing this, Fire Princess quickly exclaimed in surprise, "If I'm not sitting here, where else would I sit? There are only 5 seats in total. Are you suggesting I eat standing up?" But Chen immediately retorted, "Didn't you just eat earlier? Are you trying to watch us eat instead?" Fire Princess immediately became angry and said, "Didn't you say earlier that this meal was to celebrate my reunion with my sister? What are you trying to say? I'm leaving." In the apocalypse, a gold brick worth 800,000 can only be used as a table coaster. And a sausage that costs 50 cents can make a high-profile female celebrity kneel down and lick. Even worse, in order to have a bite of steamed bun, she ended up giving birth to a child for the man. But unexpectedly, with a table full of delicious dishes, he still couldn't win over the girl in front of him. This illustrates Einstein's theory of relativity. Obviously, it has little to do with this situation. Even if Chen's request was just for her to call him Big Brother, Fire Princess still refused to lower her noble head. Upon hearing this, Chen immediately said, "Since you don't acknowledge me, why are you still sitting here? Here, apart from you, everyone else is my people. Therefore, I am also willing to share food with everyone. Tell me if you are willing to follow me in the future." Once this is said, Purple Me took the lead in stating that I will live and die with brother Chen. Pillars on the side also express that whether it is above heaven or below the ground, I will always follow brother Chen. As for Jade Ma, she said that from the moment you saved me, my life already belongs to you. Seeing this, Thunder King and Rice also refused to be outdone. They quickly expressed their loyalty to Chen one after another. At this point, Chen proudly said, "As you can see, they all belong to me, Chen. If you're willing to call me brother, you can also stay and have a meal with us." Before Chen could finish speaking, Fire Princess slammed the table and angrily roared, "I do not eat food from someone else's table." After saying that, Fire Princess turned around in a huff and left. Chen did not say anything to stop her. Instead, he deliberately told Purple Me loudly, "Quick, try this emperor crab. And also, this ruby-spotted fish was specially prepared for you." Listening to these intentionally irritating words, Fire Princess got so angry that she stormed off into her own room. I thought that this would make it out of sight, out of mind. But little did I know, as soon as I pushed the door open, she saw a pair of men's shorts lying on her bed. This really got her quite angry. She quickly shouted, "Purple Me, what's going on here?" Upon hearing this, Purple Me immediately apologized and said, "I'm sorry, sister. I forgot to tell you. I've already assigned this room to my brother, Chen. In the future, sister, you can sleep in my room. I have already moved your things there. Or you can go to my room to take a shower first." Later, Fire Princess cursed Chen while taking a bath. You can keep making as much trouble as you want. The refrigerator is so small anyway. It can't hold much food. When the food runs out, let's see how you can compete with me. Also, what kind of enchanted soup did Purple Me get tricked into by that guy? He even joined forces with outsiders to target me. Thinking about this, Fire Princess decided to go out and call her sister in to ask for clarification. But as soon as she walked out of the bathroom, she heard Luke Chen's voice calling everyone to eat grapes. This made her very hungry. You should know that this is her favorite fruit to eat. She hasn't had grapes since the Doomsday outbreak. Although she really wanted to eat, but for the sake of her dignity, she still forced herself to walk out of the room calmly. Then she gestured for Purple Me to come into the room to talk to her about something. At this time, Luke Chen took out a bunch of grapes and shook it. He was muttering about eating grapes without spitting out the skin. If you don't eat grapes, you spit out the skin. This angered Fire Princess, who immediately gave Luke Chen a fierce glare. She then walked into the room with Purple Me and locked the door behind them. Fire Princess turned and pushed her sister down on the bed. Then she shouted, "Quickly tell me what benefits that guy gave you. How dare you team up with him to anger your sister?" She saw that the little girl refused to speak. So Fire Princess immediately started tickling Purple Me unexpectedly after only 2.5 minutes of tickling. Purple Me then told the whole story in detail. In fact, Brother Luke Chen really wants you to join our team. But he is afraid that you won't listen. That's why he behaved that way towards you just now. He has talked to me about your matter before. Because I also think he makes a lot of sense. That's why I agreed to cooperate. Upon hearing this, Fire Princess immediately said angrily, "It's absurd. He thinks he can manipulate me with just one meal. If he openly displays enough strength in front of me, I will naturally obediently listen to him. But I just can't stand his despicable means. In that case, let's fight it out and see who will have the last laugh. If calling out, 'Big Brother,' will get you a lifetime meal ticket, then count me in. Are you willing to call out?" But this girl gave an unexpected answer. Even if this lady were to starve to death, she would never eat food attained through begging. I will now go out to search for food. After saying that, she resolutely walked out of the house, watching the departing figure of the Fire Princess. Purple Me quickly shouted, "It's getting dark soon. Sister, it's too dangerous for you to go out now." Seeing Purple Me so worried, Luke Chen immediately ordered Rice to go out with Fire Princess. If there is any danger, they can also provide early warning in advance. Also, Thunder King, you go with them as well. Help protect Fire Princess for me, and look out for Purple Me." Upon hearing this, Purple Me immediately expresses her gratitude to Luke Chen. "I am worried about my sister going out alone. Can I go with Rice and Thunder King too?" Luke Chen did not object to this, because the zombies in the neighborhood have been basically cleaned up by them. Moreover, with Thunder King and Rice accompanying them, even if they go out at night, they won't encounter any danger. Luke Chen wants to tease Fire Princess because he wanted to capture her attention. Because in his previous life, he was caught red-handed by Fire Princess when he was stealing vegetables at her base. And Fire Princess also fiercely kicked his butt more than 10 times. Luke Chen, the camper, still harbored resentment about this. That's why he came up with such a plan to get back at her. But he also knows that Blood Rose Fire Princess can be tough and uncompromising. He wants to conquer this thorny rose. He must show his strength that can crush her. But just at that moment, the Fire Princess walked over with a bowl of just found Kong Shui Fu beef noodles and said, "Although it's not as delicious as your big fish and meat, being able to eat a hot bowl of instant noodles satisfies me." Luke Chen did not pay attention to this, but instructed Jade Ma to have beef noodles for dinner tonight. The kind of beef noodles that you cannot see the noodles. This made Fire Princess quite angry. She wanted to show off in front of him, but she didn't expect to be outsmarted by this kid again. At this moment, Luke Chen slowly walked over and said, "Fire Princess, let's have a chat. I was indeed a bit rude to you at noon. I sincerely apologize to you now. But before he could finish his sentence, Fire Princess questioned him directly. What exactly are you trying to sell with your double-dealing tactics? Do you think you can humiliate me with those delicacies? Upon hearing this, Chen immediately explained, You've misunderstood. I simply want to apologize to you sincerely. Besides, until you acknowledge me as the captain, I won't share any resources with you. As a team captain, one must have both courage and strategy. Neither can be lacking. I will prove to you that I can outclass you in any aspect. How about a duel in 3 days? If you can defeat me, I, Chen, will defer to you. If not... Before Chen could finish speaking, Fire Princess immediately said, If not, I will listen to you in the future. But why wait for 3 days? Why not seize the day? Let's have a competition now. Upon hearing this, Chen immediately expressed his concern. I'm afraid I may not control the force well at the moment. If I accidentally injure you, how can I face that? In another 2 or 3 days, I will be able to break through to level 4. By then, my control over ability will be more stable. Besides, don't even say you can beat me now. You wouldn't even be able to defeat Thunder King. Fire Princess immediately became angry and frustrated, saying, I don't believe you at all. You old rascal, you're so wicked. Who do you think you're looking down on? Am I not even able to defeat a stray dog? Chen did not argue with her about this. Instead, he casually said, If you don't believe it, you can go and challenge Thunder King right now. But at that moment, Thunder King suddenly became alert, staring intently at every movement at the door. Immediately, a rapid knocking sound came from the door. In Apocalypse, just a bunch of grapes can be exchanged for a sack of gold. And this girl found a bowl of Kong Shifu beef noodles. I didn't expect that this would trigger a horrific and tragic murder case. It turns out it was just a moment ago. The neighbor suddenly anxiously knocked on the door of Fire Princess's house, shouting that I haven't eaten anything all day. Please share a bite of instant noodles with me. Fire Princess quickly responded upon hearing that you haven't eaten anything all day. So, that means you ate something yesterday, right? I haven't eaten for 2 days myself. Hurry and leave me alone. Then she turned and told Purple Me never to be overly compassionate, because no matter how much you feed him, there will always be a day when he finishes eating. After finishing eating, he will still come to you asking for more. So we might as well just refuse him the first time. Little did she know that her heartless rejection caused the neighbor to harbor murderous intentions towards her. And at this moment, Rice also sensed the malice of the person outside the door. Then it immediately walked over to inform Chen of the situation. At the same time, on the other side, that wicked old woman actually gathered 7 or 8 strong men. She persuaded them by saying that there was a large amount of food at Fire Princess's house. Afterwards, she aggressively brought the group to Fire Princess's house downstairs. And this scene happened to be seen by Pillars by the window. Seeing this, he immediately told Chen, Brother Chen, a group of people has gathered downstairs at our place. And they are all carrying weapons. It's obvious that they are not up to any good. At this moment, Chen grinned and said, Ignorant fools! A group of people came downstairs at our house. They are all carrying weapons. You can tell at a glance that they are not good people. At this moment, Chen grinned and said, Ignorant fools! How dare you start construction right under the deity's noses? Pillars, take Thunder King downstairs to work. Upon hearing this, Pillars immediately pulled out an electric baton, while Purple Me quickly cast 2 enhancing skills on Pillars. Then Pillars led Thunder King out of the room. Upon seeing this, Lily Me also came to the window with Chen to watch the battle. She thought to herself, I want to see if this mongrel is really as powerful as he claims. At this moment, the group of people surged forward and surrounded Pillars. Without saying a word, they launched a frenzy of attacks on Pillars. But soon they realized something was wrong. No matter how they attacked, they couldn't harm the man in front of them at all. One of the little Gargas saw this, and tried to launch a sneak attack using their ability. However, they were immediately taken out by the Thunder King, with a set of lightning whip attacks as soon as he arrived. With just a brief encounter, Pillars and Thunder King easily concluded the battle. This stunned Lily Me, who was watching the battle. She never expected that Thunder King's strength would surpass that of Pillars Sue. When Luke Chen saw her shocked expression, he did not mock her. Instead, he turned his gaze to the nearby Purple Me. Then he handed over a small knife and said, "This time, the task of retrieving Crystal is up to you." When this statement came out, Purple Me was immediately shocked and turned pale. Then she shouted, "Why do you want me to go?" Luke Chen explained that even though you are just an assistant, there are still some things that you need to experience firsthand. Otherwise, you may feel uncomfortable when you see them in the future, which could affect the battle. Upon hearing this, Lily Me also expressed, "I think Luke Chen is right. There are some things that you will have to face sooner or later." Shortly after, Luke Chen took Purple Me downstairs. After going through a psychological preparation process, Purple Me then started digging out Crystal from the body in a difficult manner. This disgusting scene made her unable to stop vomiting. Seeing this, Luke Chen quickly comforted her, saying, "You're doing great. Everyone was like you at the beginning. You'll get used to it eventually." Sister Jade has already prepared beef noodles. Let's go upstairs to eat first. Upon returning home, Luke Chen handed a bowl of noodles with the most beef to Purple Me. Upon seeing this scene, Lily Me was stunned on the spot. Then she shouted, "Are you guys eating beef or beef noodles? This is too extravagant." And Luke Chen, don't forget our 3-day agreement. After I become the captain, I must change your wasteful habit. How strong is this camper exactly? He not only tamed the famous Thunder and Lightning King in Apocalypse as a pet. He also awakened the extremely rare Spatial ability, possessing top-tier talents in both combat and survival. In the Apocalypse, he can be considered an invincible presence. But this girl is stubborn and refuses to be convinced. She actually made a 3-day appointment with Luke Chen. 3 days later, the two will have a fair competition. The one who loses must unconditionally submit to the other. He wants to bring this Blood Rose Fire Princess under his command. So Luke Chen immediately returned to his room to start frantically absorbing the crystals. Unexpectedly, after absorbing more than 80 crystals in a row, Luke Chen's level still showed no sign of breaking through. It seems that these low-level crystals no longer have much effect on him. However, Luke Chen still has 2 high-level crystals obtained from the Rat King and Devourer. If you add those survivor crystals collected by Purple Me today, he should have more than enough to break through to level 4. Luke Chen immediately took out the advanced crystal and began absorbing it. After completely absorbing all of this energy, Luke Chen suddenly felt a splitting headache. At this moment, Luke Chen's level also finally broke through to level 4. At the same time, he also awakened the second spatial ability, Void Step. Luke Chen was overjoyed by this. Remember, this was the key to his survival in the previous life when the human race was facing extinction. These skills can be used not only for escaping. This skill can be used to launch a surprise attack, catching the opponent off guard. Upon thinking of this, Luke Chen immediately executed the Void Step technique. The next second, he suddenly appeared in front of Thunder King, startling the Thunder King, who was resting in the living room. Thunder King began barking incessantly on the spot. Seeing this, Luke Chen quickly glanced at Thunder King, signaling it not to panic. After realizing that the incoming person was its own master, Thunder King breathed a sigh of relief. The next morning, early in the morning, Jade Ma made another big table of delicious breakfast. It made Lily Me, who was nibbling on bread, very envious. Even a breakfast meal has a spread of 9 dishes and 1 soup. Does this kid's family have a mind? This also made Lily Me slightly suspicious. The fridge at home is only so small. According to their lavish meals with big portions of meat and fish every time, the food in the fridge should have been long gone. Could it be that they found more food outside last night? To find out the truth, Lily Me immediately took a big step forward and rushed to the fridge. However, The moment she opened the fridge, she was instantly shocked by the sight in front of her, refreshing her understanding. The fridge wasn't empty as she had expected. On the contrary, it was packed full of food. Upon seeing this, Lily quickly asked Chen what was going on with the fridge. Where did you get all these fresh ingredients? Upon hearing this, Purple quickly explained that, in fact, Chen, as an ability user of the Spatial class, hoarded 1 billion small bits of food in the ability space. It's enough for us to eat for several lifetimes. When this was said, Lily immediately exclaimed in anger and frustration. So I'm actually the foolish one who knows nothing. You really are my good little sister, joining forces with outsiders to deceive me. However, she quickly had a change of heart and thought, there's no point in getting angry about this. After I defeat that stinky brat Chen, I must make him kneel in front of me and call me daddy. And he must bring me delicacies from mountains and seas to show his respect to me every day. Upon thinking about this, Lily quickly reminded Chen not to forget the duel in 2 days. You must not play dirty if you lose to me. You must obey my words without question. Chen, who heard these words, smiled faintly. Since you are so eager to be defeated by me. Actually, I can also satisfy your needs in advance. If you want to battle, let's battle. Why wait until 2 days later? Lily was shocked at once. She wondered what trick this kid was up to. I wanted to spar with him earlier, but he insisted on waiting for 3 days. How come he changed his mind now? He is obviously an invincible entity in Apocalypse. But when encountering zombies, he runs faster than anyone else. The woman thought he was a camper with no combat effectiveness, but she didn't know he was a true man of 3 seconds. He not only boasted that he could defeat a girl with just 1 move, but also claimed that the time would definitely not exceed 3 seconds. When this was said, Lily immediately shouted, Who do you think you're underestimating? Can I really lose to you in less than 3 seconds? Chen, who heard this, chuckled. How about we add a little twist? If I can't defeat you within 3 seconds, then I'll consider it my loss. But if I win, not only do you have to obediently join my team, but you also need to bend over and let me kick you. Upon hearing these words, Lily's heart tightened. She thought that although this guy might indeed be stronger than me, with my current abilities, thinking of defeating me in just 3 seconds is simply the words of a fool. Moreover, during the sparring match, there will be at least a distance of 3 to 4 meters between the 2 sides. As long as I don't engage in a direct confrontation with him, dodging for 3 seconds should be an easy task, right? At this moment, Lily spoke up and asked, What is the distance between the 2 sides during our sparring match? But Chen didn't even think about it, and blurted out a distance of 20 meters. Because only in this way will Lily be easily hooked. Otherwise, after recruiting Lily under his command, he will find opportunities to openly avenge the past. I can hear that the distance is 20 meters. Lily's confidence immediately surges. This is what you said. If you lose, then allow me to avenge you with a kick. However, Chen waved his hand, indicating that if you win, you can carry me to death. Or you can make any request to me. As long as it is within my power and ability to do so, I, Chen, promise to fulfill it for you. Although Lily also felt something fishy at the moment, the thought of it most being kicked by him after losing made her agree without hesitation to Chen's additional stakes. So the two immediately arrived at the rooftop and were ready to start the fight, with Purple shouting loudly that the match had begun. Lily quickly distanced herself from the two and stared closely at Chen's every move. She thought to herself, I want to see who gave this kid the courage. He said he would defeat me within 3 seconds. But as soon as the words fell, Chen mysteriously disappeared from Lily's sight. Seeing this, Lily immediately looked around but still did not see any trace of Chen. Just as she was puzzled, Chen suddenly appeared from behind her and grabbed her neck. Then a cold voice came from behind Lily, you lost. I'm asking if you surrender. Although she was indeed unwilling at the moment. But if Chen didn't control himself with his hands just now and attacked me with a knife, I'm afraid I would have met my end long ago. Then Lily stubbornly said, "You win. I admit defeat." But before Lily could finish her words, Chen, however, patted Lily on the shoulder and said, "What I did a few days ago was indeed a bit excessive. Here, I sincerely apologize to you. In the future, we will be comrades in life and death. Welcome to officially join our team. Let's go downstairs for breakfast first." Later, Jade Ma warmly brought her a hearty breakfast. She also said that if it wasn't enough to eat, feel free to say so. She would make something else delicious for her. Seeing this, Lily did not stand on ceremony with her either. She immediately started to eat heartily. You should know that she has been drooling over the food for the past couple of days. After finishing the meal, Chen called everyone to the living room. He said that since our team has been officially established, let's now discuss the plans for the future. In Apocalypse, $1 million gold brick can only be used as a table support. And a bottle of pure water that costs $2 can make a top female celebrity kneel down and cry for her father. It's just because this is an apocalypse where food is scarce. Some people would even fight for a mouthful of instant noodles to eat. He is willing to stake his entire fortune in life. On the contrary, Chen is just the opposite. He not only hoarded billions of goods, he also recruited a group of powerful individuals to form his own team. In order to better lead everyone to survive in the apocalypse, Chen gathered all members to discuss the next plan. At this time, he solemnly said, "Lily, now I have proven to you that my strength is not only above yours, but my overall perspective is also more than just a bit better than yours. Now you should acknowledge me as the team leader, right? If you were the team leader, what do you think we should do next?" Upon hearing this, Lily was first taken aback. Then she expressed that she had never thought about this question. "My current idea is to protect my sister. Being questioned by you like this, I feel very confused." Chen glanced at the others again, but everyone also felt very confused and at a loss. At this time, only to see Chen solemnly say, "Although we have no worries about food and drink now, we must understand the importance of being prepared for potential dangers. Iron Pillars once encountered a powerful mutant rat king. I also encountered large evolved zombies with purple me. Their combat power is one level higher than ordinary monsters. Therefore, I think highly of the strength of zombies. The strength of zombies will also increase over time. Moreover, the number of zombies will continue to increase in the future. The only way for us to survive in this brutal apocalypse is to unite more strong individuals. After all, as Chairman Mao once said, with many hands, the workload is light." Currently, there are two paths for everyone to choose from. Either we join other teams, or we recruit more strong individuals to build our own power. I never care about what others say to me, because my original intention has never changed. That is to establish a force that belongs to us. If your ideas are the same as mine, then I think this is really cool." After hearing Chen's really cool idea, everyone nodded in agreement. Even though Chen doesn't form a faction in this life, he can still live well. When he encounters dangers, he can just slip away using Void Step. But other members don't have his spatial ability. If he doesn't grow his team early to resist the zombies, then their fate will be the same as in the previous life. If that's the case, then what is the point of being reborn? After receiving everyone's support, Chen expressed that the next thing we need to do is to quickly recruit more strong individuals to join our team. However, we do not recruit just anyone. While strength is important, I place more emphasis on their character. If they are the kind of person who flees in the face of danger, recruiting such individuals will only burden the team. Also, I analyze based on the current situation. With the decreasing supplies in the city area, the number of zombies is gradually increasing. The remaining survivors are likely to choose to escape to the outskirts for shelter. Therefore, I believe it would be more suitable for our base to be set up in the suburbs. Upon hearing Chen's plans for the future, everyone cast admiring glances at Chen. Lily Me also had to admit that Chen is indeed the best candidate for captain. She said, I really didn't think as far ahead as you did. I also very much agree with your earlier points. Upon hearing this, Chen smiled slightly. Then call me brother and let me listen. And you won't go back on what you promised earlier, right? At this moment, Chen couldn't help but feel a wave of satisfaction. He could finally openly avenge the grudge from his previous life. The woman tried getting kicked in the butt by a man for the first time. She ended up being ruthlessly rejected by the other party. Why do women have such special requirements? All of this has to start from the previous life. Chen, who had been starved for 3 days, came to the base to steal vegetables. Unexpectedly, he was caught red-handed by the base leader Lily Me. She didn't say a word and kicked him in the butt. He, in order to avenge a kick from a previous life. So the reborn Chen found Lily Me and proposed to have a fair martial arts competition with her. The person who loses must raise their butt and let the other person kick it. Chen only took 2.5 seconds. He easily defeated the former female war god Blood Rose Fire Princess. To save the other party's face, Chen called Lily Me into the room alone. Lily Me didn't hesitate either. She immediately raised her big butt voluntarily. This really excited Chen a lot. He secretly thought that he could finally make up for his past mistakes. At this moment, Lily Me could be seen impatiently urging, What are you dilly-dallying for? Are you going to kick or not? I am counting a dozen right now. If you don't kick me, I'll consider it as you giving up. Lily Me finished speaking and started the countdown. But at this moment, Chen fell into contemplation. Could it be that he found Lily Me just to kick her? It seems like this grudge is not necessarily one that must be settled. Although it would be satisfying to kick her, I have a feeling that if I really did it, I might end up feeling like a bachelor for the rest of my life. Thinking of this, Chen slapped her big butt with a big slap. This made Lily Me very upset. She quickly shouted, How can you use your hand without permission? Upon hearing this, Chen chuckled. How about I switch feet and do it again? He said. Lily Me immediately said angrily, Believe it or not, I will ruin you right now. If you dare to mention what just happened, I will cut ties with you immediately. Seeing this, Chen immediately said, I understand the rules. I promise not to mention this matter in the future. To celebrate your joining our team, I'll go out first and ask Sister Jade to make a Sichuan cuisine meal for you, your favorite, for lunch. Upon hearing this, Lily Me was immediately stunned in place. She wondered how this kid knew that Sichuan cuisine was her favorite. Could it be that Purple Me told him even this? Soon, Jade Ma had prepared a table full of delicious dishes. When Lily Me saw the Sichuan dishes in front of her with all the colors, flavors, and aroma, tears of excitement welled up in her eyes. Immediately, she picked up her chopsticks and started eating in a work mode. While eating, she also pursed her lips in contentment. I never expected to eat such delicious food in my lifetime. Sister Jade, your cooking skills are simply fantastic. After being filled with food and drink, Chen announced an important decision to everyone. Because the neighborhood we currently live in is in the city center, not only is the terrain not good, but the view is also not broad. There are high-rise buildings all around. It is not conducive to retreat in case of emergencies. It is not suitable for long-term living. For the safety consideration of everyone, let's pack up in a while. Tomorrow, we will move together to my villa in the suburbs. The next day, early in the morning, Chen and others left the community in a heavy truck. But on the way to the villa, Chen encountered a survivor asking for his help. The man was seen holding an iron rod tightly in front of his teammate. No matter how his teammate urged him to leave quickly, or else it would be too late, the man still had no intention of abandoning his teammate, insisting on sharing the same fate, saying he would rather die together. I will never leave my brothers behind to save myself. Upon seeing this scene, Chen was immediately reminded of the scene in his past life, where the pillars sacrificed themselves to save him. He thought to himself, this person can be trusted. Even at the most critical moment of life and death, they did not abandon their companions to escape alone. Isn't this exactly the kind of team member we urgently need to recruit? Thinking of this, Chen immediately ordered Thunder King to get off the car and rescue this person. As soon as he finished speaking, Thunder King rushed towards Zombie like a thunderbolt. Don't be fooled by the small size of this dog. It is the renowned Thunder and Lightning King in Apocalypse. Not only zombies, but also other creatures will steer clear when they see it. The ability users who try to attack it can't survive for more than 3 seconds. It's all because it possesses the strongest combat talent, Thunder ability. Just one set of Lightning 5 whip lashes instantly wiped out 8 zombies. This stunned the survivor on the side. They never expected that our group was almost wiped out by the zombies, but they were effortlessly dealt with by this little dog. When the dog owner walked over, several people quickly expressed their gratitude to Chen. Hello, my name is Feather Fawn. I am an ability user from the strength class. The people behind me are all brothers from my security company. They have also awakened their abilities. Thanks to Big Brother's rescue just now, we were able to escape a disaster by a hair's breadth. I, Feather Fawn, will remember this kindness. Upon hearing this, Chen immediately said, No need to be polite. It was just a small effort. I wonder if you brothers are interested in joining my team. Feather Fawn quickly bowed and clasped his fists in respect upon hearing this. Since you do not look down on our humble strength, brothers have no reason to refuse. Then from now on, we will all follow Brother Chen. Me also expressed strong approval of the addition of these few individuals. Although their abilities are indeed a bit lacking, their character is good. They are willing to never abandon their comrades in times of crisis. Later, Chen had Pillars take a few people to the rear compartment. They arrived at the villa in the suburbs. Chen then arranged for a few people to stay next door to his own. You guys go in first and freshen up. I will come find you later. After all, Chen is not very familiar with them at the moment. Naturally, he wouldn't have them stay with him. After returning home, Chen took out everyone's luggage from ability space. He also brought out some rice and potatoes. Then he took Pillars to the next door to deliver food. However, just as they reached the doorstep, Chen heard a commotion coming from inside the house. He couldn't believe it. Brother Chen's dog is unexpectedly strong. Together, the 4 of us are no match for the dog. Would you mind removing the word estimated? Then Chen cleared his throat. Next he said, I have brought some food for everyone. You all know how to cook, right? Feather Fawn immediately said, You have saved our lives. How can we accept such precious food from you? These things are for you to keep. I will take my brothers out to find food now. Upon hearing this, Chen smiled faintly. Since you've decided to follow me, Chen, then we are brothers from now on. No need to be polite with brothers. I am giving you a task now. After eating, you guys tidy up the supplies in the villa area. Then hand them over to me for unified management. Then Pillars handed 4 walkie-talkies to Feather Fawn so that they could contact Chen in case of any situation. After returning home, Chen gathered everyone in the living room. At this moment, only to see Chen solemnly say, Although we have new team members now, only the core members can enjoy the same treatment as us. Therefore, the secret of ability space cannot be told to them for the time being. If they perform well in the future, I can consider them as core members. Also, in the future, we will settle here for the long term. So, for everyone's safety considerations, we must now investigate the entire villa area. Later, we will split into 2 groups to investigate here. Pillars and Purple Me Rice will be one group, and I will be with Lily Me and Thunder King in the other group. Later, Chen led everyone out of the villa. But just then, suddenly, a roar of a car engine came from behind him. Upon seeing this, Chen immediately pulled Lily Me into the nearby bushes to hide. Shortly after, a large bus stopped at the entrance of the residential area. Right after that, a very attractive girl with a stunning figure got off the bus. But when Luke Chen saw the new arrival's face clearly, he immediately broke out in a cold sweat, wondering how it could be this annoying person. She was originally the youngest female billionaire in the world, but after the doomsday broke out, she fell into a lowly bootlicker. However, the object she groveled to was none other than Lily Mi, who had just been taken in by Luke Chen. The woman's name is Skysong Mu. In her previous life, she was a dominant ruler of the apocalypse. After the apocalypse, she formed a team consisting only of women. However, she has a severe misophobia and believes that all men are extremely dirty. She would use torture without hesitation if she found any of her team members having any contact with men. In the previous life, Lily Mi joined her camp. It is said that this Skysong Mu ultimately died because of saving Lily Mi. It can be said that he's even willing to sacrifice his life for her. He can definitely be considered Lily Mi's #1 bootlicker. Later, Lily Mi took over her position and became the second leader of the base. But Luke Chen remembers clearly. In the previous life, Lily Mi only met Skysong Mu in the middle of the apocalypse. Could it be that my rebirth triggered the butterfly effect, causing them to meet earlier? But fortunately, I had already taken Lily Mi under my wing beforehand. I treated her to luxurious feasts of fish and meat. Only a fool would associate with that dead pervert Skysong Mu. Just when Luke Chen was lost in thought, a scolding voice suddenly came from not far away. Who was sneaking around hiding in the bushes? It was the girl with a ponytail behind Skysong Mu who spoke up. Luke Chen recognized her at a glance as Cloud Shu, a powerful frozen element ability user whose strength is second only to Lily Mi. At this moment, Skysong Mu walked up to Lily Mi with a smile on her face. "Girl, why are you hiding here? I am Skysong Mu, nice to meet you," she said happily. But unexpectedly, Lily Mi coldly replied with 5 words. "None of your business," even though Lily Mi's tone seemed very impatient. But Skysong Mu still persistently tried to get close to her. "Girl, we are a team with only girls. Would you consider joining us?" This made Luke Chen nearby quite angry. He muttered, "Skysong Mu, you are quite skilled at using a hoe. How dare you try to win her over in front of me?" Luke Chen was about to retort, but Lily Mi preempted him, saying, "Sorry, I already have my own team." Upon hearing this, Skysong Mu immediately gave Luke Chen a fierce glare. "Could it be that you are on the same team as this pretty boy?" Luke Chen immediately declared that he had nothing to do with you. After saying that, he grabbed Lily Mi and turned to leave. Little did he know that Skysong Mu had already developed animosity towards him. She secretly thought to herself that this young man was nothing more than a money-grubbing playboy. I must make the girl see his true vile nature. Then I will take her under my wing. Skysong Mu then turned around and gestured to his subordinates to find a place nearby to settle down. "We're not leaving today." She set up Luke Chen in order to trap him. So, after nightfall, Skysong Mu asked Luke Chen to meet up, claiming to have a big business deal to discuss with him. "I found a large shopping mall not far away. I have already sent people to investigate. There are countless goods inside. But at the same time, there are also a large number of zombies there. How about we cooperate to take down that shopping mall? How about we split the supplies inside in half once we succeed?" Luke Chen knew from the moment he heard those words that the other party had no good intentions, as he had already been to that mall with Purple Mi not long ago. The supplies in there had long been plundered by himself. Now, there's not even a hair left in the mall, only zombies. She actually wanted to trick me into cooperating with her to get supplies. It seems his intentions are very clear. He wants to take the opportunity to get rid of me and monopolize Lily Mi. Don't be fooled by this young old lady's gentle appearance. She is a complete pervert. Not only does she believe that all men in the world are greedy and lustful, she also prohibits the female legion under her from dating men. Once discovered, they will definitely receive a beating from her. However, when she first saw Lily Mi, she was completely enchanted and unable to resist. She also secretly vowed to snatch Lily Mi away from Luke Chen. To this end, she also carefully planned a conspiracy. She intended to deceive Luke Chen into going with her to the nearby large shopping mall to collect supplies. Then she took the opportunity to get rid of Luke Chen inside. Unexpectedly, Luke Chen, this camper, did not play by the rules at all. Even though she promised to give him 70% of the goods after it was done, Luke Chen refused her goodwill on the spot. "I'm sorry, but I'm a bit of a coward. Even without thinking, I know there must be a lot of zombies there, so survival is crucial." Little did they know that the supplies in the mall had long been looted by Luke Chen. Upon hearing this, Sky Song-moo was speechless. He secretly thought, how could Lily Me team up with such a good-for-nothing? Just as I thought, he is nothing but a hypocritical and cowardly coward. In order to lure Luke Chen in, Sky Song-moo continued persuading. "Little brother, if you don't go with me now, it will be too late when you are hungry in the future." Upon hearing this, Luke Chen became more certain of his suspicion. Offering help without reason is either deceitful or thieving. So Luke Chen once again ruthlessly rejected her invitation. Imagining the repeated rejections, this malicious woman conceived even more evil thoughts. Seeing her leaving figure, Luke Chen also felt her deep malice. He did not want to quibble with a woman. But since she had made a move against him first, the situation was different now. Knowing Luke Chen's character, he would never go easy on someone threatening him. He then smirked and looked at the sleeping Thunder King. At the same time, on the other side, Sky Song-moo was anxiously knocking on someone else's door. She was shouting, "Brother Wind, are you home?" A man, who was like the wind, then opened the door and said, "Ah, it's Boss Moo. What wind brought you here?" "I wouldn't dare call myself Brother Wind in front of you. Just call me Wind Jiang." Sky Song-moo saw the situation and didn't waste time with him. She directly stated the purpose of this trip. "There is something I'd like to ask for your help with. Could you please use your wind element ability to lure some zombies to the mansion area tomorrow? Around 40 to 50 zombies should be enough. Once it's done, I'll let you join our team." The reason for not luring too many zombies is because she's afraid she won't be able to handle a large number of them herself. If there are too many, she won't be able to perform the heroic act of saving Lily Me. Upon hearing this, Brother Wind didn't ask much either. He immediately agreed to help out. Because joining Sky Song-moo's team was his lifelong dream. It turned out that this kid had long been in love with a girl in the female army called Little Lin. And his good buddy Pillars, Sue, happened to be working as a security guard over there. I wonder if he survived after the Doomsday outbreak. I can go look for him tomorrow. The next day, early in the morning, Wind Jiang arrived with a massive army of zombies at the villa area. He then directly charged toward the villa where Luke Chen lived. Unexpectedly, he collided head-on with Luke Chen and others who were out walking the dogs. This really scared Pillars. He hurriedly shouted, "Brother Wind, what are you doing?" Upon seeing this scene, Wind Jiang was stunned on the spot. Then he turned around and saw the approaching zombies behind him. He couldn't bother to explain to Pillars. Wind Jiang quickly used a flash step to run away. Thunder King was about to go up and deal with this desperate fugitive. But he was intercepted in time by Luke Chen. Because he also recognized this person. In their previous life, they were comrades in the same team. This kid has a good character and is very loyal. Due to Wind Jiang delivering takeout all year round, he has developed a pair of fast legs. He has also awakened the ability of Wind Element, allowing him to accelerate, so he is responsible for diverting the zombies every time. Luke Chen and Pillars take the opportunity to collect supplies. But how is it possible to walk by the river all the time without wetting shoes? In the end, he still tragically died surrounded by the zombies. Quickly diverted the zombies, and found the Pillars with Wind Jiang. He then immediately asked if the Pillars had recently offended anyone. "I was also asked by someone else to do this stupid thing. You should know that you live here. Even if you beat me to death, I won't take on this job." As soon as the words fell, Luke Chen said with a dark face, "The person who entrusted you is called Sky Song-moo, right?" Wind Jiang was immediately shocked when he heard it. Then he shouted, "How did you know? Do you two have a grudge? At the words, Chen snorted coldly. It turns out it was Sky Song-mu causing trouble behind the scenes. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless. Who would have thought that the beautiful and elegant lady in front of us is actually a crazy and perverted lunatic? She is willing to go to any lengths to recruit all the girls in Apocalypse under her command. Just because the girl she set her sights on refused to join her team, this vicious woman harbored murderous intentions towards the men around her. So she brought in an assassin to kill Chen. Sky Song-mu planned to wait until the job was done. Then she could take out the assassin to rescue Lily Mi, not only silencing the killer, but also smoothly capturing Lily Mi's heart. But who would have known that the assassin she hired turned out to be an acquaintance of Chen? As a result, not only did the plan fail, she ended up thoroughly angering Chen instead. At this moment, Sky Song-mu and others have already arrived at the villa area by car. They are ready to stage a hero-saving-the-beauty scene to capture Lily Mi at any time. Seeing the zombies crowded at Chen's door, she thought Wen Jiang had succeeded. So she immediately ordered to use the bus to crash through those zombies at the door and rescue Lily Mi. But little did she know that one of the zombies not only cleverly avoided the impact, it also conjured a fireball with its hands. The zombie then threw the fireball towards the bus. At this moment, Chen also realized that something was wrong. He muttered to himself that it was a big trouble. This is the aura of a level 5 mutant. Zombies at this level not only have developed intelligence, but also use abilities to fight against humans. Following a deafening roar, all the girls panicked and hurriedly got out of the car. At this moment, Sky Song-mu shouted loudly, "Sisters, do not panic. Now everyone listen to my command. Concentrate firepower and take long-range attacks." After saying that, she used her psychic ability to control multiple knives and shot them towards the zombie. Unexpectedly, the mutant not only evaded all the attacks but also caught a swiftly flying knife with bare hands. The next second, the enraged zombie shot towards the Sky Song-mu who was attacking it. Sky Song-mu was quite frightened by this. She thought to herself, why out of so many people attacking it, did it come straight for me? Could this creature actually know the principle of capturing the mastermind first? She didn't have time to think too much about it. Sky Song-mu reached out and grabbed her former comrade in arms without hesitation. Then she pushed him in front of her without hesitation to shield herself from the knife. The girl didn't even have time to figure out what had happened. So he unknowingly drank his sorrows away in the northwest. And this scene happened to be witnessed by Chen, who happened to arrive just in time. He shouted, "I can't believe you're this kind of person!" At this moment, all the girls couldn't believe that they turned their gaze to Sky Song-mu. They all expressed, "Boss Mu, how could you do this? You actually used your sisters as shields." Faced with the accusations of everyone, Sky Song-mu ignored them and went straight to Chen on the side. She secretly thought to herself, since that useless Wen Jiang didn't get rid of you, then I'll personally take action today and feed you to the zombies. But before she could finish her sentence, Chen slapped her in the face with a loud smack and shouted, "You are not at all worthy of being a captain. You don't value your teammates' lives at all." At this moment, Sky Song-mu, who was already confused, became even more bewildered. She did not expect the terrifying power of this white-faced person. The strong force instantly sent her flying more than 20 meters away. Before she could figure out the situation, she landed perfectly in front of the mutant zombie. Seeing this, the zombie did not hold back against Chen either. It directly pierced through Sky Song-mu's chest with one claw. But just then, Cloud Shu suddenly rushed towards the zombie with a gas canister in her arms, shouting to her sisters to disperse. "I will perish with it." Chen, who saw the scene, was suddenly shocked and turned pale. He secretly thought that this girl is truly a heroine among women. At a critical moment of life and death, she was willing to sacrifice her own life to protect her teammates. I cannot bear to let such a righteous and compassionate person die like this. What happens when a zombie's IQ reaches 250? It will dodge cars coming straight at it. It can also control its desire to bite people. It will also use its ability to launch long-range attacks against humans. Ordinary zombies will act like crazy dogs when they see living people, biting whoever they catch. And yet it understands the principle of catching the ringleader first. It directly rushed over and took out the leader of the opposing girl group first. Cloud Shu, who saw the scene, didn't say a word and rushed towards Zombie with a gas tank, wanting to sacrifice herself to save the other sisters. And her fearless spirit deeply touched Luke Chen, who is so affectionate and righteous. Luke Chen was not willing to let her die like this. Then he conjured a 40-meter void sword with a backhand swing, which frightened the mutant zombie greatly. It quickly conjured 2 fireballs, prepared to rush over and take out Luke Chen in a second. But the next second, Luke Chen vanished into thin air right before its eyes. Before Zombie could figure out the situation, Luke Chen mysteriously appeared behind it. With a quick swish, the mutant zombie's head fell off its body, and this smooth operation instantly shocked everyone present. They all exclaimed that this man is too powerful. At this time, Luke Chen shouted sternly, "Girl, what are you standing there for? Why haven't you thrown away the gas can in your hand and waiting for it to explode?" At this moment, Cloud Shu, who had regained his senses, hurriedly threw the time bomb into the air. Thanks to Luke Chen's timely reminder, Cloud Shu narrowly saved his life. Right after that, the girl's legs went weak, and she fell to her knees, starting to cry uncontrollably. And Luke Chen quickly retrieved a chicken egg-sized level 5 crystal from the mutant. Next, Luke Chen helped Cloud Shu up from the ground and asked her about her plans. At this, Cloud Shu looked at her sisters beside her, because at this moment, she also felt very confused. Now that their leader, Sky Song Mu, had died, nobody could decide on what to do next. At this moment, Luke Chen solemnly spoke. "I wonder if my sisters have any thoughts about joining my team. I can assure everyone, following me, at the very least, you won't have to endure hunger and hardship in the future. I know that you are all feeling very complicated right now. You don't need to rush to respond to me. Whenever you have made up your mind, you can come to my villa to find me at any time." After saying this, Luke Chen turned around and left gracefully. However, he had just arrived home for a short while when a knocking sound came from the door. He pushed the door open and saw that indeed Cloud Shu had arrived with more than 20 sisters seeking refuge with him. Cloud Shu spoke resolutely. "Luke Chen, you just saved all of us. That's why all the sisters are willing to join your team." Upon hearing this, Luke Chen immediately expressed his gratitude for everyone's trust. "However, joining my team means you must abide by my rules. Let's first establish some rules. If you can accept them, then I agree to your joining. The first rule is to unconditionally obey my orders. Of course, I will never force you to do anything obscene. Everyone can rest assured on this point. The second rule is that there is no distinction between men and women in my team. Everyone must fight when the time comes. Don't tell me later that you are a girl and you are scared. The third rule is the most important. If everyone wants to find a partner, we should prioritize our own team members. It is also possible to look for someone from outside. However, the prerequisite is to make sure that they join our team to prevent others from exploiting us and extracting our internal secrets. This is also for everyone's safety." As soon as this was mentioned, everyone expressed their acceptance. "We are all willing to follow you." Upon hearing this, Luke Chen immediately expressed his welcome to your joining. "I now appoint Cloud Shu as the squad leader of the Women's Legion. In the future, you can find Cloud Shu to contact me for anything. Everyone come in. In a moment, I will give everyone a surprise." In Apocalypse, a bag of gold can only be exchanged for a hot dog, while vinegar-stirred shredded potatoes for 5 yuan can capture the hearts of 20 girls. To celebrate the addition of the girl group, Luke Chen has carefully prepared a surprise for everyone. Later, Feather Fong and others brought several boxes of Lao Gan Ma chili sauce. They gave 2 bottles to each girl. Seeing that the food here at Luke Chen's place was so good, the girls they liked also joined Luke Chen's team. Wen Jiang quickly said, "Brother Chen, can you please let me join your team as a favor to Pillars?" Luke Chen didn't even think twice and agreed to Wen Jiang's request. After all, this young man had done him a favor in the past, and his character and abilities were both excellent. So Luke Chen couldn't think of any reason to refuse him. Among these newly recruited team members, Cloud Shu has the best qualifications. She awakened her ability on the first day of the apocalypse. Anyone who can awaken on the first day possesses the potential to become a king-level ability user. Therefore, he can consider nurturing her as a core member, in order to test Cloud Shu's current level of strength. So Luke Chen decided to take them to the nearby clothing wholesale market for some experience later. On one hand, he can train everyone's ability to collaborate in combat. On the other hand, he can also collect some supplies. After all, everyone also needs some clean clothes to change into. Soon, Luke Chen led the team to the clothing market, although there were many zombies here. But Luke Chen had no intention of taking action. Instead, he entrusted the team leadership to Pillars and Lily Me, because he also wants to see for himself the overall strength of this female legion, in order to avoid any unexpected occurrences. Luke Chen also arranged for Wen Jiang to be responsible for controlling the number of zombies on site. Once the number of zombies surrounding the female legion exceeds 20, Wen Jiang will lead away some of them. Zombies that quickly sense the smell of living humans gathered around everyone. Seeing this, the girls immediately opened fire and engaged in combat with the zombies. But their attacks are not hitting the mark. It's just that multiple abilities that overlap hit a single zombie. Luke Chen, who saw this scene, couldn't help but gasp. Clearly, this kind of low-level zombie can be instantly killed by one ability. As a result, they wasted multiple ability damage points on the same target, causing severe overflow of damage. It can be said that this group of girls had no cooperation at all. If it wasn't for me arranging Lily Me to manage the scene with Pillars, and Wen Jiang controlling the number of zombies, these girls would have died 1,000 times over. It seems that he needs some more time to let them form combat effectiveness. However, what reassures Luke Chen is that none of these girls have deserted in the face of the enemy. To reward everyone, Luke Chen announced that everyone can choose some clothes they like. When this was said, the girls who had just collapsed suddenly perked up. They all joyfully started zero-cost shopping, and Luke Chen also sneakily picked out some women's clothing. This scene happened to be seen by Lily Me behind them. She wondered if this guy had some special preferences. Or maybe he wants to bring it back as a gift for Purple Me. But just as Lily Me was imagining it in her mind, a girl suddenly shouted, "Sisters, I found a small supermarket. There are a lot of water and food inside. Come and take a look." Shortly after, Cloud Shu and the others arrived at the supermarket. Even though they haven't had water for a day and a night, Cloud Shu still instructed the sisters not to drink yet. Then she found Luke Chen and explained the situation to him. She asked if they could distribute a bottle of water to each sister first. Everyone was really thirsty. Luke Chen was very pleased with Cloud Shu's organized and disciplined behavior. He immediately said, "How can one bottle be enough? Give each person 2 bottles. Purple Me, who saw this scene, couldn't help but exclaim, "I'm really lucky. Since meeting brother Luke Chen, he has never let me go thirsty or hungry again. So, I have to have a showdown with him today." After returning home, Purple Me found Luke Chen alone and then had a psychological building session with him. Purple Me finally mustered up the courage to reveal her feelings to Luke Chen. "Luke Chen, actually, I was smitten with you the first time I saw you. Can I be your girlfriend?" In Apocalypse, $1 million gold brick can only be used as a table prop, while a watermelon priced at 80 cents per pound can make a beautiful woman fall into your arms. To be able to have a satisfying meal, the woman even took the initiative to propose to him. Luke Chen also didn't beat around the bush. He directly responded with practical actions. But at this moment, Luke Chen discovered that Rice was sitting beside him eating melon with a focused expression, which made him feel extremely uncomfortable. curiosity killed the cat. At this moment, it was fully demonstrated in Rice. Before it could figure out the situation, it was thrown out of the room by Chen mercilessly, just like a rag. This made Rice very angry. He quickly criticized Chen for being inclined towards love affairs and neglecting friendships. "Don't think I don't know that you bullied Purple Me in the room." And this sentence happened to be overheard by Lily Me, who just passed by. Lily Me was about to break in to see what was going on, but then suddenly stopped in her tracks. She thought to herself, after all, it was that girl's own choice. Besides, her liking for Chen has not been a casual thing for a day or two. Let her have her wish fulfilled. As the upcoming plot is not very interesting, why don't everyone share their phone battery levels in the comments section? See if there is anyone with the same battery level as you. You can start a conversation and get to know each other better. The next early morning, Chen emerged from his room with a radiant expression. He looked at Rice, who was lying on the sofa looking sulky. Chen quickly picked it up and asked with concern, "Rice, would you like a delicious little fish treat?" Upon hearing this, Rice immediately snorted coldly. "Chen, you've changed. How can you treat me like that just now? Do you think I will forgive you just because you give me a little fish treat?" Chen, upon hearing this, smiled slightly. "What about those 10 fish treats?" Upon hearing this, Rice immediately said, "I am a cat with principles. It's not impossible for me to forgive you, but you must give me 20 fish treats." Upon hearing this, Chen didn't even think twice and agreed to Rice's request. He also said that there would be plenty of fish treats in the future. "But Rice, you have grown up now. You must learn to sleep like a cat in the future, you know?" After settling Rice's matter, Chen gathered all the new members together. The terrible battle yesterday also showed him a lot of problems. So he tailored a training plan for each person based on their situation. Element Class Ability User Chen, who possesses long-range attack capabilities, arranged for them to undergo target shooting training. He wanted to ensure that they could all hit the bullseye without fail. And for a close combat ability user like Wen Jiang, Chen had Lily Me use her ability to attack him. Close combat ability users usually charge at the front line of the team, so they must learn to dodge ability attacks. In the previous life, Wen Jiang was the one who struggled in the gutter with a level 1 zombie. Because as long as the zombie reaches level 1, it will awaken the ability to attack from a distance. Chen estimates that before long, a large number of level 1 zombies will appear on this land. So before that happens, he must ensure that every member of his team is equipped with the ability to deal with this type of zombie. Subsequently, Chen found Jade Ma and asked her to improve the meals for everyone at noon today. Not only to celebrate his relationship with Purple Me, but also to reward the hard-working team members who have been training diligently. Chen also realized this. It seems a bit overwhelming for Jade Ma to cook for so many people alone. So he brought in little Lin to help her out. This person is the girl that Wen Jiang is interested in. She is an ability user of the light class. Soon, they prepared a large table full of delicious dishes. Because the living room couldn't accommodate so many people, Chen moved the dining table to the yard. When everyone saw such a lavish feast, they couldn't help but shed tears of excitement from the corners of their eyes. Keep in mind that besides Chen and a few core team members, where else have people seen so much fish and meat after the apocalypse? At this moment, the girls from the Women's Legion can't help but exclaim. Fortunately, we chose to join Brother Chen's team at the beginning. Otherwise, how could we have the opportunity to enjoy such delicious food? But what Chen never expected is that it was precisely because of the fragrant and delicious food on the table that attracted an old, dilapidated car. Only to see a man and a woman got out of the car smelling the delicious aroma. Seeing this, everyone suddenly became extremely vigilant. Because in this food-scarce apocalypse, disasters triggered by the pursuit of a mouthful of food are everywhere. In the apocalypse, just a bunch of grapes can make a top female star kneel down and lick. Half a steamed bun can make any excessive request to a girl. What is more precious than food is the most common drinking water on weekdays. Only because the water sources were contaminated after the Doomsday outbreak. People want to get access to drinkable water. They can only wait for the rain. And the brother and sister who haven't eaten for 3 days in front of him. In order to be able to drink a mouthful of clean water, they are willing to give up all their food in exchange. Chen relaxed his guard upon realizing that they meant no harm. He then asked Cloud Shu to bring 2 bottles of mineral water to exchange with them. But when the girl saw Chen and they were having a feast, she immediately said, "Big brother, do you still need more people here? My brother and I would also like to join." Upon hearing this, Chen smiled faintly. "I don't recruit useless people here. If you want to join us, you are to go hunt and kill 10 zombies now, and then extract the crystals from their heads to come find me." Once this was said, the girl's brother instead let down his guard. If Chen agrees to let them join directly, he will feel that something is amiss. Then the 2 turned their heads and quickly walked back. They shouted loudly, "Let's go back right now!" In no time at all, the 2 siblings exceeded the task. Carrying the 20 crystals they took from the zombie, they found Chen. Seeing the performance of the 2, Chen was very satisfied. So he quickly asked them when they awakened. Upon hearing this, the man said, "I'm Ming Li. I awakened the ability of the strength class on the 3rd day. My sister, Hui Li, awakened hers on the 2nd day. But I'm not sure which faction her ability belongs to. You seem experienced. Maybe you can take a look." After speaking, the younger sister condensed a purple ability in her palm. Chen, who saw this scene, was suddenly shocked and turned pale. He secretly thought that he had hit the jackpot this time. He never expected that this younger sister would awaken a dark class ability. She is a great player in team battles. Not only can she use spells to weaken enemies, but she can also summon undead creatures to fight. Chen then congratulated you for passing my test. But the rule here is, after joining, you must unconditionally obey orders. If you can accept that, then you will follow me in the future. As soon as the words fell, the 2 siblings shouted in unison, "I accept." Seeing this, Chen didn't hesitate either. He quickly asked Jade Ma to add a few more dishes to welcome him. Taking this opportunity, Chen also announced his good news with purple meat to everyone. Upon hearing this, everyone raised their glasses to express their blessings to the young couple. After the dinner party ended, this young couple was escorted to the bridal chamber. As the following plot is not very pleasant to watch, I won't explain it in detail for everyone. Feel free to imagine it on your own. The next morning, early in the day, Chen led the team once again to a high-end residential area to collect supplies. Although Chen was very satisfied with everyone's training results yesterday, he believed that practical combat was the only true test of the theory. Upon reaching the destination, with a command from Chen, all ability users of the element system on the car immediately began to methodically clean up the zombies around the vehicle. The pillars took the opportunity to swiftly disembark with strength class ability users and began to transport supplies. Seeing everyone cooperate so seamlessly, Chen felt doubly gratified. Under the collective efforts of all team members, the rear compartment of the heavy truck was soon filled with supplies. Just at this moment, a young woman suddenly shouted, "Report to the captain! I found another large supermarket over there. There are still a lot of supplies inside." Lily Me immediately couldn't wait and rushed in. She thought to herself that a supermarket of this size should have that thing. Then she came to the shelf next to the cashier and began to search. This unusual scene happened to be seen by Cloud Shu, who arrived shortly after. Driven by curiosity, Cloud Shu slowly approached behind Lily Me. But when she saw what Lily Me was looking for, she was instantly shocked and blushed. The first thing a woman did after the apocalypse broke out. She actually rushed into the supermarket in a panic to find condoms. The onlookers thought this girl had gone crazy. Nowadays, things are like this. She actually didn't bring food but brought this thing. Is she so thirsty and impatient? Lily Me just wanted to explain, but the other party didn't give her the chance at all. They immediately found an excuse and left in a hurry. At this moment, Lily Me feels so embarrassed that she feels like she can pick out a 3-bedroom apartment with her toes. She thought to herself, if it weren't for her younger sister, would she do such a humiliating thing? Meanwhile, on the other side, due to Chen and their team making too much noise while collecting supplies, instantly caught the attention of the survivors upstairs. At this moment, a middle-aged woman on the 3rd floor shouted loudly, "Young man, Andy can tell at a glance that you are a helpful, handsome guy. Could you help me bring a durian up? Andy really likes it." When this was said, everyone started asking Chen to bring them supplies. Some asked him to bring 2 bottles of huazhou, some asked for a few bottles of Maotai, and even more outrageously, some suggested he bring a girl. It's really shameless, each one more shameless than the last. Seeing this, Chen didn't give them a good face either. He directly replied, "Don't you have long legs? Can't you come down and get it yourself if you want to eat?" Chen then gestured for everyone to continue moving. Don't mind them. The group of survivors upstairs was quite enraged by this. So everyone picked up pots and pans and rushed downstairs. Normally, when it's all zombies below, this group of people is more cowardly than the next. They would rather starve than go downstairs. Now that they've seen Chen, they've taken care of all the zombies downstairs. This group of people is each braver than the next. They shouted angrily at Chen and the others, demanding them to put down the things quickly. "Didn't your mother teach you that taking things without permission is stealing?" Upon hearing this, Chen snorted coldly and commented, "Is this supermarket owned by your family?" At this time, a middle-aged man spoke solemnly, "Don't say another word. This supermarket is indeed owned by my family. My younger brother was the boss here. He passed away recently." Seeing this, everyone expressed their opinions one after another. "Quickly stop his heavy-duty truck filled with goods. Don't let him steal our supplies." As they spoke, someone prepared to climb onto the heavy-duty truck and drive it away. Seeing the situation, Chen did not indulge them either. He shouted directly, "I want to see who dares to touch my car today." At this time, an old man walked over arrogantly and said, "So you're saying you want to use force, huh? Give me a punch and let me see. I've been in the pottery industry for decades. If you dare touch me, I'll pretend to fall down and won't get up. Without paying me 1 to 2 million, you won't be able to leave this residential area today." Saying that, the old man moved his face close to Chen. Seeing this, Chen didn't hold back either. After all, such a reasonable request. It's indeed a bit unreasonable not to comply with it. He then slapped the old man on the face with the back of his hand. His strong force instantly sent him flying more than 10 meters away. The old man was lying on the ground motionless. A woman hurried forward to check the situation. "Old Wang, it's almost acting. You really played the part quite well. Quickly get up and demand compensation from him." At this time, Chen coldly said, "What are you all standing there for? Can't you see someone trying to rob us? Attack them all." A man who claimed to be Teacher Ma immediately stood up. With a loud shout, he said, "I have been roaming the martial arts world for decades. I detest young people like you who have no martial ethics. Taste my lightning 5-whip combo." But before he had a chance to display his extraordinary martial arts skills, Lily Me's flame class ability knocked Teacher Ma down, leaving him defenseless. However, just as the elderly men and women had left, a few young people immediately walked over to Chen and the others. How evil is human nature in apocalypse exactly? Just for a bucket of instant noodles, the old man brought dozens of people to gang up on the man. And the old man also threatened him that if he didn't hand over the instant noodles, he wouldn't be able to leave the neighborhood alive today. But before he could finish his sentence, the old man was slapped by Chen and was sent flying backwards. At this moment, he realized that he might have offended the wrong person today. Seeing this, everyone was scared and fled in a panic, looking embarrassed. However, the group of elderly men and women had just left. A few young people came over aggressively towards Luke Chen just after the elderly group left. At a glance, Luke Chen recognized that the man leading the group was Guang Chen. In a past life, Luke Chen briefly interacted with him when he just awakened his ability. This person dares to fight and is a tough character. It's a pity that Luke Chen joined him for a few days, and then he died at the hands of the zombies. He saw a few people walking towards him. Luke Chen immediately snorted and said, "What? Do you also want to come and snatch supplies?" The man quickly explained, "Brother, you misunderstood. We are here to make friends. My name is Guang Chen. To be frank, I have a favor to ask. I would like to ask all the heroes to help me. After the matter is settled, I will give you 500 caddies of rice and 10 barrels of water." Upon hearing this, Luke Chen smiled slightly and said, "I am Luke Chen. How do you want us to help you?" At this moment, Guang Chen spoke solemnly. "Recently, a highly powerful zombie dog has appeared in our neighborhood. It not only awakens the thunder ability, but also possesses some intelligence. It will suddenly appear and launch a surprise attack whenever it sees me going out alone to search for supplies. Several of our brothers have died at the hands of this monster. I see that you, Brother Luke Chen, have many people at your disposal, so I wanted to ask for your help in solving this problem together." As soon as Luke Chen heard this, he immediately agreed to help. It's not because of any reward that Luke Chen is willing to lend a hand. It's because his team members are also collecting supplies in this community. If he doesn't deal with this zombie dog, his subordinates might also be attacked by that creature. Luke Chen estimates that the level of that zombie dog is definitely not higher than level 3, otherwise Guang Chen and the others would have died a long time ago. Although the level 2 crystal is no longer useful to him at the moment, it would be a good choice to use it to upgrade Purple Me. Thinking about this, Luke Chen immediately ordered everyone to continue transporting supplies. "I will go with this brother Guang Chen to take a look. Thunder King, let's go." With those words spoken, Guang Chen was suddenly shocked and turned pale. He quickly shouted, "Brother Luke Chen, you're not joking, are you? How can you go alone?" At the words, Luke Chen chuckled. "How come it's just me alone? Haven't you seen my brother Thunder King also came along? You can set your heart at ease. Just focus on leading the way for us." When Luke Chen was so insistent, Guang Chen didn't have much to say. Then he took Luke Chen to a garden in the residential area. "The zombie dog usually appears in this area. We have encountered it many times before. However, due to limited manpower, it always manages to escape. We haven't found a way to deal with it yet." Luke Chen immediately stated that the dog will definitely not escape today. "As long as it dares to show up, I will make sure it won't leave." Upon hearing this, Guang Chen immediately asked Luke Chen what his plan was, as he was truly very curious. He himself, along with so many others, were powerless against that beast. Where did Luke Chen's confidence come from to say that he would ensure it won't leave once it appears? Luke Chen did not respond to his question. Instead, he signaled for Thunder King to go nearby and actively search for prey. Guang Chen, who saw this scene, immediately froze in place. Then he yelled, "Brother, do you have a grudge against this dog? A group of ability users like us couldn't handle the zombie dog. How could you just send such a small local dog there?" But before he could finish his sentence, a series of woof 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 screams came from not far away. How terrifying it would be when a Tibetan Mastiff mutates into a zombie dog. Not only can it kill a top-tier ability user with just one bite, but this dog has also awakened the strongest offensive talent, Thunder ability, making it such a formidable presence. Without even taking a turn in front of this little dog, the zombie dog immediately launched multiple Thunder ability attacks at Thunder King. Unexpectedly, Thunder King smoothly dodged all the attacks with his fancy footwork. Then Thunder King found the right moment. He directly pounced forward and executed a move called Thunder Tail Sweep. The lightning fiercely struck the zombie dog's face. The strong force instantly sent this dog flying out. The electrocuted zombie dog was immediately defeated. Chen, who saw the scene, was shocked and lost color. He thought to himself, "Does a dog really have this kind of strength? Why do I feel like it's over before it even started?" Chen, upon seeing this situation, smiled slightly. "Then let's end our cooperation here," he said. "Don't forget to send over the supplies you promised me." After saying that, Chen stepped forward and took out the crystal of the zombie dog. Chen on the side was quite frightened by this. He quickly shouted, "Chen, brother, what are you doing?" He realized that Chen didn't know the function of crystal. Chen didn't hide anything and straightforwardly told him the secret of crystal. After learning that crystal can actually enhance the level of ability users, Chen immediately expressed his gratitude to Chen. Such an important secret. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say it's worth 10 billion. Brother Chen, you actually told us without even thinking about it. We are truly grateful for your great kindness. I will go back with my brothers right away to collect resources for you. Later, Chen took Thunder King back to the community. At this moment, the heavy truck is almost filled with supplies. Not long after, Chen and others brought the rewards to find Chen and Ding Qing. There are at least 2.5 tons of rice. There are also more than 10 buckets of clean water. At this time, Chen smiled and said, "Brother Chen, don't think it's too little. I know that these things are nothing compared to Crystal's secrets. Consider the extra as our little token of goodwill. Also, I wonder if Brother Chen has any thoughts on forming an alliance. I'm not bragging, but all my brothers here are courageous and fearless. There's absolutely no weak link. Would you consider joining forces with us?" Upon hearing this, Chen immediately became uneasy. He promptly stated that there is no talk of forming an alliance on his end. He is open to your joining, but rejects the idea of an alliance. Here is something you may not want to hear. Even if everyone teams up against me, they still wouldn't be a match for me. Moreover, from ancient times to the present, there has been no precedent of a strong joining forces with the weak, only the principle of the weak depending on the strong. But just at this moment, Chen's companion suddenly ran over and shouted that a major incident had occurred. "Our people were just attacked by zombies. A zombie with the ability has severely injured one of our brothers. Hurry over to take a look." Upon seeing this, Chen also followed over with Purple Me. When they arrived, they found that the person's wound was still bleeding profusely. They were almost out of their last breath. Chen did not hesitate either. He quickly signaled for Purple Me to help them out. After Purple Me performed healing magic on the wounded person, the person's wound healed at a visible speed in an instant. Immediately after seeing the man miraculously stand up, Chen and others promptly thanked Purple Me. Seeing that the man was unharmed, Chen then turned and left with Purple Me. Before leaving, Chen also mentioned for them to consider his earlier proposal. "We won't stay here for too long. If you change your mind, you can come find me anytime." Later, Chen gathered all the brothers. After a discussion, Chen then took his men to find Chen, indicating that everyone was willing to follow you in the future. But what Chen never expected was, at this moment, a group of uninvited guests broke into their headquarters. They actually wanted to forcibly seize territory while Chen was away. How awesome is this man? The cat he raises has the ability to foresee the future. The guard dog at home has awakened the strongest talent of Lightning 5-Whip combo. He himself has awakened an extremely rare spatial ability. Not only that, he also recruited a group of strong individuals to form his own power. But these short-sighted fools took advantage of the man leading the team to collect supplies outside, and brazenly came to seize his territory. But at this moment, there are only 2 remaining members in the base, watching as the group of people gradually approach the area where supplies are stored. One member quickly asked what to do now. There are at least a dozen people on the other side. We definitely can't beat them. Upon hearing this, Feather Fong immediately stated that no matter what, we must intercept them. These are the supplies that everyone exchanged their lives for. Calculating the time, Brother Chen, they should be coming back soon. Let's go down first to delay some time. After saying that, the two of them rushed down and stood in front of the group of people. Then they shouted, "What are you trying to do? This is private property." At the same time, Chen had also led the majority of the troops back to the outside of the base. But soon, he discovered that something was wrong. At this moment, not only were several foreign vehicles parked at the entrance of the community, but there were also many people gathered in front of his residence. Upon seeing the situation, Chen immediately ordered everyone to quickly go back to support Feather Fang. However, just as he got off the car, he encountered an old acquaintance from a past life. This person named Wei Lu is an ability user of poison class. The toxic gas he releases can be as powerful as a biochemical weapon. In the previous life, after Silly Chen caused trouble for him and the pillars, he found this guy to rely on. It really is a narrow path for enemies to meet. At this moment, a boastful little Gargas walked up to Heavy Card. Then shouted, "If I'm not mistaken, there should be supplies inside. It's the rules of the Jianghu. We split it halfway when we meet." But before he could finish his sentence, Wei Lu slapped him right across the face with a crisp smack. "Do you understand the rules, you brat? This is supplies collected at the risk of one's life. Why should I split it half with you when we meet?" Then he nodded and bowed to Chen. "Sorry, my brother's mind is not working too well. Sorry for the trouble. We didn't realize this area belongs to you. We'll leave now." After saying that, he left in a hurry with his subordinates. Even so, Rice still sensed that this person was full of malice towards Chen. In order to figure out what this guy is up to, Chen ordered everyone to secretly follow them. At this moment, the little Gargas who was just hit curiously asked, "Boss, why did you hit me just now? With so many of us, are we afraid of that kid?" Upon hearing this, Wei Lu immediately knocked his head angrily and said, "You idiot! Use your brain more in everything. You can't gain any advantage by fighting. Isn't sneaking up on someone a better option?" Upon hearing this, Chen was instantly enraged. He muttered to himself, "In that case, none of you will leave today." The next moment, a spatial spell orb accurately landed on Wei Lu's head, instantly sending him to the underworld. At this moment, Chen coldly commanded, "Brothers, get them. Leave no one behind." After dealing with this group of unruly people, Chen returned home to prepare for a good night's sleep. However, as soon as he lay down, a sudden urgent knocking came from outside the door. He was overjoyed because he knew that his wife Purple Me was the one coming to find him so late at night. But to his surprise, when he opened the door and took a look, it turned out to be his older sister-in-law Lily Me. He hadn't even figured out the situation yet. Lily Me blushed and promptly handed him a black bag. There are 99 girls in the whole village. 100 of them want to have a baby monkey with this man. Even his older sister-in-law comes to knock on his door in the middle of the night. She even brought him a sack of condoms. Is it the distortion of human nature or the loss of morals that led the proud and cold-blooded Rose Fire Princess to commit such vulgar acts? It turns out it's because his elder sister is worried about him. He is not ready to be a father yet. So she took the opportunity to collect supplies while he was out. She specifically packed some for him. He wanted to not disappoint his elder sister's kind gesture. Chen turned his head and rushed into Purple Me's room. Since the following plot is not very pleasant, I'll skip this part directly. The next morning, Rice anxiously found Chen early in the morning. It expressed a hunch that a major event would occur in 2 days. The world is about to face a terrifying upheaval. Chen immediately knew that this was a sign that the zombies were about to evolve. By then, most of the zombies will have evolved to level 1. Upon thinking about this, Chen immediately took out the level 5 flame class crystal he obtained from the mutant. Although this thing is very useful for himself, he cannot directly level up to level 5. He might as well take it out first, and let a few trusted subordinates enhance their strength. The energy of this crystal is enough for everyone to upgrade to level 3. Later, Chen found Lily Me and said, "I really liked the gift you gave me yesterday." Courtesy calls for reciprocity. I must also express my gratitude. Upon hearing these words, Lily Me's face turned red instantly. A wave of inexplicable shame surged through her heart. I thought this guy came over to make fun of me on purpose. Unexpectedly, Chen handed her a flame-class crystal. He said, "You use this first to level up to level 3. After you're done, then I will give it to someone else." Seeing this, Lily Me didn't stand on ceremony with him. After all, this is also a gesture from her brother-in-law. Then Chen followed suit. Using this piece of crystal, he also helped several other original members elevate to level 3. But the strange thing is, after the other members leveled up, their abilities all showed significant improvement. Only Rice, however, has not changed in the slightest. Could it be that its precognitive abilities have been enhanced? The next morning, Chen gathered all the members of the base early. He shared the news that the zombies were about to evolve to level 1 with everyone. However, everyone doesn't need to panic too much. Let me now teach you how to deal with this kind of zombie. The biggest difference between level 1 zombie and low-level zombie is that they will use ability to attack us. Therefore, we must master some evasion techniques. I will demonstrate it for everyone now. Chen then asked Lily Me and Cloud Shu to use ability to attack him. Upon hearing this, the two of them did not hesitate. They immediately used the soul fusion technique, ice and fire dual heaven, towards Chen. But who knew that this explosively powerful attack was easily dodged by Chen with a simple jump? Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked and started shouting, "Captain is awesome! How did he manage to do that after all?" At this point, Chen said solemnly, "Actually, it's quite simple. I was just following their spellcasting gestures, predicting the trajectory of their attacks, and then jumping ahead of time to avoid them." As long as everyone masters this technique, dealing with level 1 zombies will be quite simple in the future. Although they have gained some intelligence, they are definitely not smart enough to predict this situation. If you encounter a predicting zombie, remember, do not hesitate. Just run directly, because that kind of zombie is not something you can deal with. Next, everyone should find opponents to train with individually. After lunch, groups of 4 will go out to hunt and kill zombies. Before dinner, everyone must return to the base. Each person must obtain 20 level 1 crystals. If one person in your team fails to complete the task, the whole group will be punished collectively. Later, Chen also left the base with Purple Me and others. On the way, they encountered a group of survivors bullying a girl. Seeing this, Purple Me quickly shouted, "That person is my best friend! Brother Chen, can I go down to help her?" Upon hearing this, Chen smiled slightly. "How can I let you go? Just leave it to Thunder King." Thunder King also has great insight. Without saying a word, he jumped out of the car. But when the crowd saw a wild dog rushing over, they burst into laughter. They all shouted to catch it and said, "We'll have meat to eat tonight." Don't be fooled by the harmless appearance of this wild dog. It can kill a zombie with just one fart as an ability user. But several ignorant beings want to catch it to replenish themselves. As a result, as soon as a few people approached, Thunder King burst out a terrifying electrical surge all over his body. It instantly electrocuted the group of little Gargas, leaving them crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. It happened just now. Chen and the others encountered a group of survivors bullying a girl. Purple Me immediately recognized that the girl was her childhood friend. So she begged Chen to come over and help her. Chen did not dawdle either. Thunder King was immediately dispatched to rescue. After dealing with the group of little Gargas, Purple Me immediately rushed over and shouted, "Don't be afraid, Jing Jing. Thunder King is the elder brother Chen sent to rescue you all." Upon seeing the situation, the two immediately expressed their gratitude to Chen for saving them. "I'm Zhang Jing Jing, and Purple Me is my childhood friend whom I've known since we were young. This is my father Fei Zhang." I just thank Brother Luke Chen for his righteous act of saving us. I wonder if your team is still recruiting members. We really have nowhere else to go now." Out of respect for Purple Me, Luke Chen didn't have the heart to refuse. So he directly took them back to the base. But who knew, as soon as they got off the car, Zhang Jingjing said she wanted to sleep in the same room as Purple Me. Seeing this, Luke Chen didn't indulge her either. He immediately stated that only core members were allowed to stay in this villa. Cloud Shu is also very insightful. She immediately took Zhang Jingjing to their side. Seeing that she was so familiar with the captain's wife, Cloud Shu arranged for Zhang Jingjing to have dinner with herself. You should know that for new members who have just entered the base, having a bowl of rice to eat is already very good. Even when Lily Me first joined, she only had white rice to eat. While today they are eating braised pork with potatoes. But Zhang Jingjing is eating meat voraciously, while asking Purple Me what they had for lunch. Why isn't everyone eating together? Cloud Shu immediately knew that her words were meant to show off. So she promptly stated that there are hundreds of people at our base now. How can there be such a big place for everyone to eat together? Isn't braised pork with potatoes satisfying enough for you? Although she claimed she didn't mean it that way, deep down she was definitely thinking that Purple Me must be eating better than them. Not thoughtful at all. Having delicious food and not inviting me, how impolite. At the same time, Luke Chen is instructing Purple Me not to tell our secret to Zhang Jingjing first. Although that person is your close girlfriend, I also want to observe her for a while first. If her abilities and character are both good, I will naturally treat her well. Upon hearing this, Purple Me quickly nodded to indicate that she understood. But just then, suddenly, a voice came through the intercom. It was Feather Fong's voice. "Brother Chen, something big has happened. There are suddenly more than a dozen cars at the entrance of our base, requesting backup." Upon seeing the situation, Luke Chen immediately ordered Cloud Shu to rush to the entrance to support Feather Fong, and to bring Zhang Jingjing along as well. No need to treat her differently. Shortly after, Cloud Shu immediately notified everyone to set aside their utensils and prepare for battle, before Zhang Jingjing could even figure out the situation. Cloud Shu then asked her what type of ability user she was. After learning that she was in the strength class, Cloud Shu arranged for her to stand at the front of the team later. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jingjing immediately grabbed Hui Li beside her and shouted, "Why should I stand in the front as cannon fodder? How come she gets to stand at the back?" Hui Li quickly explained, "I belong to the dark class and am a long-range attack ability user, so Sister Cloud arranged for me to stand at the back." Seeing the situation, Cloud Shu did not indulge her. He directly pulled her to the entrance of the base. Purple Me, who witnessed the scene, quickly stepped forward to comfort Jingjing. "Don't be afraid. I will always buff you and provide healing support," she said. But at that moment, she noticed the cream at the corner of Purple Me's mouth. She whispered to herself, "As I suspected, she didn't even bother to bring me along when there's good food. Won't even say a word to help me in a life or death situation. You're just getting close to the leader of a small gang. So what's the big deal? You act like a middle school student, then don't blame me for acting like a high school student. Who would have thought that this charming and lovely girl in front of us is actually a beast worse than a beast?" The man kindly rescued her from the tyrant's hands. The man also brought her back to the base and provided her with food and drink. But she not only did not show gratitude, but also took advantage of him when the base was in danger. Just now, a group of unexpected guests suddenly broke into the base. Seeing the situation, Feather Fong and others immediately blocked them and stated that this is a private property and they are not allowed to enter. But this group of people arrogantly shouted, "Kid, don't be arrogant. My big brother is a level 2 ability user. Be smart and get out of here." "Look," Luke Chen brought his men over. Guang Chen quickly said, "Brother Chen, we have already warned them." But they didn't listen. At this moment, a burly man with a scruffy beard walked over and said, "Young man, you must be the boss here. To be honest, we are also at the end of our rope, which is why we resorted to forcefully intruding on your territory. My brothers and I haven't eaten anything for a day and a night. Could you please provide us with some food to help us in our time of need?" Upon hearing this, Chen smirked. "So, are you saying that you had food yesterday? It is absolutely impossible to give it away. But you can use crystal to exchange with me. I don't have any extra food here either. But since we are both survivors, I can reluctantly exchange a little with you." But at this moment, the burly man found that on Chen's side, there were only some girls, including Chen himself. In his eyes, there was not a single person who could fight. I sneered, as a level 2 ability user, facing just a pretty boy with a group of girls. Who gave him the courage? Evil thoughts instantly surged in his mind. Then he arrogantly said, "We don't ask for much. Just give us a dozen tons of rice and a few hundred barrels of water. Kid, let me tell you, if you push my brothers too far, I can't guarantee you they won't do anything extreme." This statement thoroughly infuriated Chen, and he was about to go up and get rid of this ignorant fool. Suddenly, Zhang Jingjing's voice came from behind him. "Just give them some food, Chen. Why do you have to resort to armed conflict? The food they want is indeed not much for you." Purple Me, who heard these words, hurriedly told her to shut up and not speak out of turn. However, Zhang Jingjing continued to speak incessantly, as if she hadn't been interrupted. "Which character did I pronounce incorrectly? You've stockpiled so much food. Why not use the food to drive them away? If a fight breaks out later, I'll be the one standing in the front. Those of you standing in the back naturally have the luxury of being bystanders." As soon as these words were spoken, the people on the opposite side burst into laughter like pigs. They all expressed that this young girl is the most reasonable one. At this moment, Chen slowly walked up to Zhang Jingjing. Then he slapped Zhang Jingjing hard in the face with the back of his hand. "Who do you think you are? When is it your turn to speak here?" Fei Zhang, who witnessed the scene, quickly stepped forward and accused Chen of being brainless. "Which sentence did my daughter say wrong? Are you blind? Can't you see so many people across the street? Do you have to die if you give them some supplies with dozens of villas here filled with goods?" Although this amount of supplies may not mean much to Chen. But if he sets this precedent, he will surely become a target of public criticism. At this moment, Chen coldly remarked, "It seems that you two father and daughter are truly like wild wolves, who cannot be tamed. Is this the way you repay my life-saving grace? I will deal with you later." Chen then walked up to a young man and said, "You don't seem to be with him. Are you here to steal supplies too?" The young man quickly waved his hand and said, "Brother, please don't get me wrong. We just came here to see if there are any empty villas we can stay in. Since this is your territory, we will take our leave." And at this moment, the burly man was still arrogantly threatening Chen, demanding that he hand over the supplies quickly. But who knew that the next second, Chen actually condensed a spatial magic sphere. Then he turned around and instantly defeated this reckless thing. At this moment, Chen said coldly, "All team members, listen to my command. Wipe them all out for me." In Apocalypse, you only need a packet of peanuts to exchange for 50 kilograms of gold. A bucket of instant noodles can trigger a horrific and unprecedented murder case. And this man asked Chen to give him 10 tons of rice as soon as he opened his mouth. He also threatened that if he wasn't given, he couldn't guarantee what his brothers behind him would do. Seeing this, Chen did not indulge him either. He retaliated with a spatial magic orb and sent him to the netherworld. He then said coldly, "All team members follow my orders. Annihilate the enemy within 5 minutes." Zhang Jingjing and her father were shocked to hear this. They knew that the enemy outnumbered them at least 3 times. How dare this kid talk so arrogantly? Under Lily Me's leadership, the battle only lasted for 2.5 minutes. The opposing group of miscellaneous soldiers then collectively took away their box meals. At this moment, Zhang Jingjing and her father suddenly realized. No wonder he was so tough just now. So that's where his confidence comes from. Then Zhang Jingjing crawled up to Luke Chen like a dog, begging for mercy. She expressed that she was just too scared a moment ago. That's why she said those nonsensical things. Please don't kill me. Out of respect for Purple Me, Luke Chen didn't take extreme actions. He just said that my place is small and cannot accommodate you two big figures. Disappear from my sight quickly before I change my mind. Upon seeing this, Zhang Jingjing quickly shouted, Purple Me, please help me talk. I don't want to leave. When Purple Me refused to speak up, Zhang Jingjing threatened sternly. Purple Me, you just wait and see. Aren't you just relying on someone powerful? One day when I do the same, you will regret it. As soon as these words came out, Luke Chen immediately kicked Thunder King. Luke signaled it not to leave any future trouble for everyone. The next second, Thunder King immediately caught up with the father and daughter pair, as if he understood their intentions perfectly. At the same time, on the other side, the young man who had just shown good judgment returned and found Luke Chen again. Hello, my name is Donlight Lung. I wonder if Brother Chen is still recruiting people on your end. We all want to join your force. He then handed a crystal the size of a chicken egg to Luke Chen. Seeing this, Luke Chen immediately took the crystal and carefully observed it. He was pleasantly surprised to discover that it was actually a level 6 crystal. So he quickly asked where this thing came from. Upon hearing this, Donlight Lung smiled faintly. Crystal is something I found on a giant monster's body named S. Consider this as a gift I'm giving to you. I hope you can accommodate us. This made Luke Chen burst into laughter. He secretly thought that with this crystal, he was not far from reaching level 5 himself. Originally, he estimated that it would take at least a month to advance. It seems that now it will be more like 3 to 5 days. So Luke Chen immediately said, Seeing your sincerity, I agree to let you join. But you must abide by the rules here. Guang Chen, can you explain to him? Upon hearing this, Guang Chen immediately started explaining to him. In fact, the rules here are very simple. First, absolute obedience to Brother Chen's orders. Second, no mercy for those who retreat during battle. Donlight Ling hurriedly reassured him that there is not a single person here who is afraid of death. Luke Chen then took crystal and prepared to go home to absorb it. But he found that Thunder King suddenly ran towards him, wagging its tail. Then it indicated that I had permanently cut off future troubles. Do you think I should add a chicken leg for myself later? The most frightening thing in the apocalypse isn't zombies. It's the human heart where good and evil are hard to distinguish. Just because this woman is unwilling to give up the supplies she worked hard to find. These animals are no better than pigs and dogs. They actually beat the girl to death in public. It just happened recently. Luke Chen wanted to train the newly joined members. So he told Cloud Shu to take them out for some training. Later, everyone, led by Cloud Shu, arrived at a residential area. Before entering the residential area, Cloud Shu ordered the team to split into groups of 4 to search the area. In case of emergencies, they should use walkie-talkies to stay in contact. But who knew that everyone had just started to move? A fleet of vehicles drove into the residential area in a grand manner. Upon seeing the situation, Cloud Shu immediately notified everyone to stop the search. All members, please gather over by the heavy truck area immediately. However, as soon as the words fell, a group of members were unfortunately surrounded by the convoy that had just arrived. This group of people noticed the girl's beauty and evil thoughts arose. They even threatened to not only rob money, but also assault the girl, just as the two men were about to approach and commit misconduct. The girl directly used a move to break the leg of one of the men, instantly disabling him. At this moment, the leader Little Gargass on the opposite side shouted angrily, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and disable them!" Immediately, dozens of fierce-looking individuals surrounded everyone menacingly. When Cloud Shu arrived, the girl was already lying in a pool of blood. Cloud Shu saw a few people still preparing to attack the other teammates. An ice arrow brushed through one person's head all at once. At this moment, Cloud Shu coldly said, "Quickly release them, otherwise, don't blame me for going on a killing spree." But unexpectedly, a man in glasses suddenly walked out from the opposite side. He then shouted in a bold manner, "I want to see how capable you really are." He then used earth shields to protect his henchmen behind him as he spoke. But the next second, an ice arrow pierced through his shield. The man was suddenly shocked and lost his color. He didn't expect this woman to be so strong. Seeing that the other party's people and horses had already gathered, the man in glasses immediately ordered his subordinates to release the person quickly. But unexpectedly, Li Yin had already stopped breathing. Although Cloud Shu's heart was filled with the desire to destroy them at this moment, she knew it was not the time to act impulsively. The enemy's numbers were at least twice as many as ours. Engaging in a fight would only lead to unnecessary casualties. Thinking about this, Cloud Shu, tears in her eyes, ordered all team members to retreat. She muttered, "You guys wait for me. I'll go back and bring reinforcements." And at this moment, the man who killed Li Yin was still shouting that people could leave. But this heavy truck must stay. Cloud Shu and the others left without looking back. The man quickly asked the boss why they were allowed to leave. But the boss did not respond until he finished speaking. The man with glasses slapped him across the face. "You King have no brains. Didn't you see her ice arrow piercing through my earth escape just now? If we really fight, no one will gain any advantage." And at this moment, Cloud Shu has also returned to the base. Then she told Luke Chen the whole story. Upon hearing this, Luke Chen did not blame her. Instead, he said, "You did well. You weren't blinded by hatred and came back to tell me about it as soon as possible. Since you chose to be with me, I will absolutely not tolerate anyone bullying you." He immediately informed all members of the base to assemble. "I want to see who's the brave one. Anyone who dares to touch Luke Chen today, blood debts must be repaid with blood." The man is the dominant master of the apocalypse in this area. He not only hoarded billions of supplies, but also built up his own power. He also recruited a group of strong individuals as his followers. But this group of reckless individuals actually stole a truckload of supplies from him. They even publicly killed one of his subordinates. After learning of the situation, Luke Chen immediately summoned all his men. He vowed to seek justice for his fallen brother. As Luke Chen raised his arm, the crowd roared in unison, "Blood debts must be repaid with blood." Shortly after that, Luke Chen arrived aggressively with his men at the scene of the incident. Guided by Cloud Shu, they quickly found those reckless fellows. The man in glasses who witnessed the scene was suddenly shocked and lost color. He didn't expect the other party to show up at the door so quickly. At this moment, Luke Chen coldly said, "I heard you guys are quite arrogant. Not only did you steal my goods, but you also killed one of my men. Who gave you the courage? Was it Jingru Liang who sang the song, Courage?" As soon as the man with glasses heard this, he quickly said, "Brother, calm down first. It's all our fault. I will have my younger brother bring your heavy cart over. How about compensating you with 1,000 kilograms of rice?" Luke Chen did not respond to this. Instead, he indifferently said, "So you're saying a human life is only worth 1,000 kilograms of rice, right? I will give you 100 tons of rice now. How about buying all your lives?" Although these words are very arrogant, when the man in glasses saw the woman whose strength surpassed his own, he behaved respectfully towards this man. He became more certain that this person must have the capital to back up his arrogance. So he immediately turned to the henchman who caused the accident and said, "Little Black, this whole thing is because of you. Can't let your brothers take the blame for you." He then had his henchman take him to Luke Chen. But who knew this Little Black was quite loyal. He immediately told Luke Chen that San Zhang and Si Li were also involved. And those two guys fought even more fiercely than me. "Big brother, please spare my life for being so honest." Upon hearing this, Luke Chen immediately glared fiercely at the man with glasses. Then he shouted, "Where are San Zhang and Si Li?" This scared him quite a bit. He immediately ordered his subordinates to bring the person over to him. Seeing the situation, Chen didn't treat him politely. He quickly shouted for a few brothers, who hadn't washed their feet in 2.5 years, to come over. Use your shoes to whip them hard for me. Whip them to death. As soon as the words fell, several brothers, who never washed their feet, rushed up. After a clang of slap sounds, those individuals were instantly slapped into pig heads. In order to help everyone vent their frustrations, Chen called Ling Wang to heal them. The brothers behind are still not feeling relieved. We can't let them die like this. But just at this moment, Cloud Shu suddenly walked over with a wooden board spiked with nails, indicating that I should take revenge on those bastards for Li Yin. Immediately, a horrific howl that chilled the soul resounded through the sky. To their surprise, they only drew 2.5 minutes. Several of them immediately felt bitter disappointment. The man with glasses who witnessed this scene was instantly covered in cold sweat. He never expected that this woman would be so merciless. He immediately stated, "Since the perpetrator has already received the appropriate punishment, shouldn't we consider our grievances settled?" But Chen coldly replied, "Do you think you can just get rid of me with these few tricks? There is no such good thing in the world. Today, all of you must pay the price for Li Yan's death." The man in glasses quickly shouted, "Are you still unreasonable?" But Chen said coldly, "Now you know you need to be reasonable, right? When you stole my supplies and killed my men, did you act reasonably at that time? If it weren't for me bringing so many people for revenge today, would you still reason with me? Therefore you must die today." Men are invincible creatures in the apocalypse. He not only awakened an extremely rare spatial ability, he also recruited a group of powerful individuals to form his own force. But these arrogant fools actually publicly killed one of his subordinates and looted a truckload of supplies from them. Although Chen immediately sent the perpetrator to the underworld, but he did not plan to let go of these scum. At this time, the leader with glasses loudly scolded, "Do you still have no sense of reason? I have already handed over the troublemakers to you for disposal. What else do you want now? You really think we're afraid of you? My brothers here are all experienced level 1 ability users, and there are more of us than you. Be smart and get lost. Don't force us to take action."
My brothers here have all been through numerous battles as level 1 ability users, and there are more of them than you. Be smart and get lost promptly, don't push us to take action. Upon hearing these words, Chen's face immediately changed, thinking that it was time for the new member to witness his own strength. You should know that in Apocalypse, to control the members under your hands, it's not about winning them over with virtue or giving them a good meal, but having the kind of power that commands submission. Upon thinking of this, Chen immediately waved his hand to signal everyone to step back. Dealing with these small fries is a piece of cake for me alone. The bespectacled man who saw this scene was suddenly stunned in place. He secretly thought that showing off has its limits. I'd like to see how you can defeat a group of us alone. Purple Me also has a keen eye and quickly cast 2 buffs on her husband. He then conjured a 20-meter-long void sword in his hand. The man with glasses was quite frightened and quickly cast Earth Shield for defense. But the next second, Chen mysteriously appeared in front of him with a void step. Before he could figure out what was happening, Glasses Guy was directly cut in half by Chen with a sword. He then turned his head and rushed into the enemy's position. At this moment, Chen was like a hungry tiger breaking into a flock of sheep. He swung his sword recklessly, engaging in a wanton slaughter. He skillfully used his techniques recklessly. A flash of blades and swords wherever he passed, a large amount of blood mist was splattered all around him. All the surrounding little Gargas died at a touch and hung at a touch. In the blink of an eye, more than 100 people on the other side were collectively game over. Dawnlight Lung, who witnessed this scene, was immediately stunned by the terrifying power of the leader, never expecting that their strength would be so frightening. Fortunately, I didn't try to harm him back then but chose to join his team instead. Then everyone started shouting Brother Chen is awesome, and vowed to follow Brother Chen to the end. Guang Chen even ran over to publicly flatter Chen, saying, "Following Brother Chen is definitely the best decision I've ever made in my life, without a doubt." At this moment, Chen spoke solemnly, saying, "Since everyone has chosen to follow me, Chen, whoever bullies me, I will make them pay a heavy price. But to forge iron, one must be strong oneself, Because I can't always be by everyone's side. The reason for sending you all out for training is not just to collect supplies and crystals. I am more focused on training everyone's team combat awareness and individual abilities. Only in this way can everyone better survive in the apocalypse. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd immediately shouted in agreement, vowing to strictly follow Brother Chen's teachings. At the same time on the other side, 2 survivors took advantage of the lack of people around to sneak into the base. But when they saw the Thunder King guarding the place, they instantly shed tears of excitement from the corners of their eyes. Red Hair was about to rush over to capture the Thunder King, but was promptly stopped by his companions who said, "Can you outrun something with 4 legs? But I do have a clever plan that will make it easy to capture. Keep an eye on that dog here. Don't let it run away. I'll be right back." And what happened next would become a nightmare that Thunder King couldn't shake off for the rest of his life. Don't be fooled by this mongrel's not-so-smart appearance. It has an IQ of 180, and is an ability user. Not only has it awakened the ultimate talent Thunder ability, it has also mastered Teacher Ma's signature move Lightning 5-strike whip. Not only that, it is also an extremely powerful dog killer. As long as the owner is unable to solve the problem personally, they all died miserably under its thunderous ability. But these 2 ignorant beings want to catch it and cook it in a hot pot. They also threaten that once the dog is bitten by him, there is absolutely no possibility of escape, because there is a saying that a dog cannot change its habit of eating feces. As long as they bring in 2 fresh bait, are they afraid that the stupid dog won't take the bait? Little do they know that it is this foolish decision that will make them regret for a lifetime. Soon the 2 of them threw the just unloaded goods in front of Thunder King and shouted, "Go ahead and eat quickly, stupid dog." Thunder King was quite angry. It muttered to itself, "Originally, I was going to turn a blind eye and let you off the hook. I didn't expect these 2 bastards to use this crap to insult me. I can tolerate you plotting against me, but I cannot tolerate you using this thing to insult me." After speaking, Thunder King burst out with a terrifying electric current all over his body. Upon seeing this scene, little Gargas was suddenly shocked and exclaimed, "Could this dog be transformed into Pikachu? Why is it also electric?" Seeing that the situation was not right, the 2 immediately chose to retreat, but it was too late. The next second, the 2 were immediately zapped by a 100,000-volt shock from the Thunder King, leaving them charred inside out. And this scene happened to be witnessed by Chen just as he returned. When he looked at the 2 piles on the ground, he instantly understood everything. After the incident involving Li Yan, Chen also understood a principle. There is strength in numbers. If we had more people at that time, even if I wasn't there, the other party wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Thinking of this, Chen decided to create a recruitment advertisement to post at the entrance. Then he asked Chen to be in charge of the interviews. As long as they could follow commands and were willing to fight zombies, level 2 ability users could apply to join the base. The base not only provides 3 meals a day for ability users, but also allows Holy Class and other special class ability users to join regardless of their level. Soon, a team of ability users arrived at the entrance of the residential area. When they saw the generous treatment here, several of them immediately decided to join this base together. A man with long flowing hair then came over and said, "Hello, my name is Lu Qi. I am a level 2 light class ability user. However, my team has 2 brothers who are only level 1. I see that it says special ability users can bring their family members on your base. Can we join your base together?" Upon hearing this, Guangchan immediately said, "It seems like you are not related by blood. I need to consult with our chief about this situation." So Guangchan told Chen about the situation. Knowing that the other party had a level 2 milk dad, Chen immediately agreed to their joining. Because currently there are only Purple Me and Ling Wang as healers in the base, Lu Qi's joining can help them alleviate a significant burden. Subsequently, Chen returned to the room and took out the level 6 crystal. Then he immediately began to crazily absorb the energy of the crystal. At this moment, he was just 1 step away from advancing to level 5. Once he breaks through to level 5, he will not only be able to summon the Void Sword for extended periods of time in battle, but also can continuously use the Void Step. As the energy inside the crystal was completely absorbed by him, Chen also broke through to level 5 as he wished. He then immediately found Cloud Shu and asked her to lead the team to Happiness Road now. "We are preparing to go to the local market for a group activity tomorrow. You go clean up the zombies on the way first." A man recruited a group of strong followers just with a hearty meal. Even without a salary, this group of people is willing to follow the man to the death. This is because it is an apocalypse with a shortage of food, and countless people die of hunger every day. In order to get more supplies, Chen gathered all the members in the base and prepared to make a big move at the nearby farmer's market. After the lesson of the base being attacked last time, Chen decided to leave Thunder King, Guangchan, and others behind to guard the base this time. Chen then led a grand convoy to the market. Due to the excessive number of zombies inside, in order to avoid unnecessary casualties, Chen ordered the use of the decoy strategy. Jiang Feng is responsible for luring the zombies from the market periphery and eliminating them one by one. Element ability users should swiftly kill the zombies from a distance to avoid attracting too many at once. After receiving the order, Purple Me immediately cast 2 buff skills on Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng wasted no time and immediately used the skill Flowing Water Step to charge into the group of zombies. In no time, he returned with dozens of zombies near the convoy. Upon seeing the situation, the ability user of the element system immediately started remote killing the zombies. The cooperation among everyone is also very tacit, and they quickly resolved this wave of zombies together. Soon everyone used this tactic to annihilate all the zombies outside the farmer's market. Although there are not many zombies left inside the farmer's market at the moment. But Chen still ordered Jiang Feng to come back quickly. I will personally lead the zombies inside. Because he clearly remembered that in his past life, he encountered a level 5 mutant here. Zombies of this level not only have strength on par with level 5 ability users, but their intelligence has also reached the level of a 10-year-old child. With everyone's current level of strength, it's likely that we would be instantly defeated if we encountered them. Later, Chen ventured into the market alone to start searching. He soon spotted a zombie wearing a straw hat in the crowd of corpses, before Chen could even make eye contact. The other party was sure they had encountered the right person. Without saying a word, Zombie immediately used the Earth Release Earthquake Slam technique against him, sealing off all of Chen's movements with several spikes of earth. But Chen was not surprised but delighted, secretly thinking that he had not expected to find this level 5 crystal so quickly. However, just at the moment when a spike penetrated Chen's body, he suddenly disappeared without a trace as if evaporating from the earth. In the next second, Chen eerily appeared in front of it with a void step before mutant zombie could figure out the situation. Chen instantly condensed a void sword in his hand and slashed towards mutant. With a swift motion, Chen cleanly beheaded the zombie with a single sword strike. This way, Chen obtained another level 5 crystal. He then immediately shouted at his followers behind him, "All team members, listen up. Eliminate all zombies and any cowardly combatants in the market without mercy. In the apocalypse, a gold brick worth 700,000 can only be used as a table support, while 2 sausages costing 5 renminbi each can capture a girl's heart. Even more amazingly, just to have a bite of watermelon, she was willing to have a child with this man." So this is actually a post-apocalyptic world with food scarcity. To get something to eat, the surviving humans are willing to do whatever it takes. And this filial son, in order to let his mother have a sip of chicken soup before she passed away, willingly traded his life for it. Turns out that just after Chen dealt with the mutant, he then ordered the clearing of all zombies in the farmer's market. Although the new members are all very scared, but not a single person dares to desert because Chen shows no mercy to those who disobey orders. Once caught, they are executed on the spot. Under Chen's leadership, everyone quickly annihilated the zombie army. Upon seeing the situation, Chen immediately ordered his subordinates to start transporting the supplies, and to take everything that can be taken without leaving anything behind. What caught him off guard, however, was that there were indeed quite a lot of supplies at this farmer's market. Not only does it have a variety of seasonings, but the cold storage also contains tens of tons of various meats, seafood, and produce. There are countless fruits and vegetables as well. Although these cannot compare to the quality of those hoarded in Chen Spatial, being able to find so much meat at this time is already very lucky. In the future, when rewarding members, he doesn't need to sneakily take it from Spatial anymore. If it weren't for the level 5 mutant in this farmer's market, I'm afraid these foods would have been looted long ago. Soon everyone will have loaded all the supplies onto the car. However, just as everyone was preparing to leave, a man suddenly stopped Chen's convoy, and Chen did not yield to him. He immediately shouted, "A good dog does not block the road. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." The man knew at a glance that this person was definitely not a good guy. He thought to himself, "It looks like I won't be able to rob this car today." But just at that moment, something unexpected happened. A young man riding a motorcycle suddenly came towards this direction. Chen recognized him at a glance. This person is named Xia Haoran, with the nickname Invincible Iron Fist from his past life. He is a top-tier strength class ability user. His strength is on par with the pillars, and he definitely has the potential to become a king-level ability user. At this moment, Xia Haoran walked up to the man and said, "Brother Tiger, I heard that you have a live chicken. Can you give me that chicken? My mother doesn't have much time left, but she wants to have a bowl of chicken soup before she passes away. As long as Brother Tiger is willing to help me with this favor, my life will be yours in the future." Brother Tiger quickly shouted, "You have a lot of nerve. I was just looking at that chicken to lay eggs for me. Can your worthless life compare to my chicken?" Seeing this, the younger brothers all quickly agreed. "Big brother is right, Brother Tiger. What use is your worthless life? The chicken can lay eggs, but when you come, you just consume our food. This is a losing proposition." Upon hearing this, Luke Chen's heart suddenly blossomed with joy. He silently thought to himself, "What a bunch of fools. They actually called exchanging a chicken for a top expert a losing deal. Why would I not take advantage of a good deal? Besides, I have plenty of chickens here." He then immediately said to Xia Haoran, "Brother, can you sell me your life? I not only have chickens here, but also Michelin 3-star chefs. I guarantee that I can let your mother-in-law taste delicious chicken soup." Upon hearing this, Xia Haoran agreed to the deal without hesitation. Upon seeing this, Luke Chen immediately called for Purple Me to go with Lily Me to take a car. "We will go check out the situation with this brother in a while. You are called Xia Haoran, right? Let's go to your house now and bring your mother to stay with me." The man only had a bowl of cheap chicken soup. He made a billionaire boxer his bodyguard. In this food-scarce apocalypse, dollars can only be used to wipe your butt. Food is the only hard currency. Some people would even exchange their own bodies just to eat a bag of peanuts. On the contrary, Luke Chen hoarded billions worth of supplies not only before the apocalypse arrived. He also formed his own power after the outbreak of the doomsday. But when he heard Xia Haoran, the invincible Iron Fist, exchanged his life for a bowl of chicken soup, Luke Chen agreed to this deal without even thinking about it. You should know that he was a top master who never tasted defeat in his past life. Don't say it's just a bowl of chicken soup. Even 100 bowls, Luke Chen still wouldn't bat an eye. Later, Luke Chen brought Xia Haoran and her child back to the base. He then immediately instructed Cloud Shu to arrange a room for Xia's mother. Then he found Jade Ma and asked her to showcase her culinary skills by making a bowl of chicken soup. It is important, so she must do it seriously. Jade Ma was immediately displeased upon hearing this, and she quickly responded, "Are you saying that it seems like I don't usually take things seriously?" Upon seeing this, Luke Chen hurriedly explained, "Sister Jade, I definitely didn't mean that. What I meant was to take this opportunity to be a bit more serious this time, and maybe casually prepare a few of my specialty dishes. Thank you, Sister Jade, for your hard work." Luke Chen thought to himself, "To win people's hearts, I must make a big move. This way, others can wholeheartedly follow me." Unfortunately, Purple Me's medical skills have not yet reached the point of curing terminal illnesses. Otherwise, Xia's mother might truly have a chance at survival. Jade Ma quickly prepared a large table of delicious dishes. Xia Haoran and his son were stunned on the spot when they saw this scene, thinking that they were seeing things. At this moment, Xia's mother said in a deep voice, "Haoran, he is willing to offer so many precious foods to honor me. It shows how much he values you. We should know how to be grateful and reciprocate kindness." Xia Haoran immediately said, "Mom, I know what to do." Seeing this scene of filial piety, Luke Chen also didn't want to disturb. He then walked out of the room alone. Not long after, Xia Haoran found Luke Chen and said, "My mother has passed away without regrets. Thank you, Brother Chen, for everything you have done for me. I, Xia Haoran, am a person who knows how to be grateful. In the future, I will prove it to you with practical actions." Luke Chen patted Xia Haoran on the shoulder and said, "Brother, please don't be polite. If you need any help, just let me know. From now on, we are like brothers." As his team continues to grow, Luke Chen is also preparing to establish his own hierarchical system and a reward and punishment mechanism to motivate everyone. The base positions are Chief, Deputy Chief, Elder, Elite Member, Member, and New Member in descending order, as well as the special position Resident Master, who only takes orders from themselves. All ability users at level 3 or above within the base are considered Elite Members. Those below Elite Member level 3 are all members. Newly recruited members must wait for at least half a month before being promoted to member status. In the future, everyone will receive point rewards for going out on missions or hunting zombies. Those who show outstanding performance will receive extra points as well. If you find advanced crystal, give it to Luke Chen. Or find high-quality talent for the base, etc. Points can be exchanged for any supplies within the base. In the future, rankings between positions will be based on points, not grades. Soon Luke Chen will establish a new order in this wasteland. His era is about to begin. The billionaire boxer Juquejiu sold himself. He sold himself to this poor young man to be a bodyguard, but little did he know that this would change his destiny. Just because this is a food-scarce apocalypse. Here money is worth less than scrap paper. Only food is real currency. Although at the moment Luke Chen is a penniless poor boy. But he has stocked up billions of goods before the doomsday broke out. After the outbreak of doomsday, he recruited a group of strong individuals to form his own power. Any ability user in the base who reaches level 3 or above can become an elite member. Each elite member leads 20 members, acting as a small team leader. Cloud Shu is the overall team leader of the female team. Guangchan and Featherfong are the overall team leaders of the male team. While Lily Me Purple Me Pillar Su Jade Ma Luke Chan appointed them as resident master under one person. Luke Chan then announced a points exchange mechanism. As long as tasks issued by Luke Chan are completed or materials are collected by killing zombies, corresponding points rewards can be obtained. Points can not only be exchanged for food within the base, but they also symbolize status. The higher the points of a member of the same position, the higher the status. As soon as this was said, all members of the base suddenly cheered and morale soared. They all shouted out to follow Chief to have meat to eat and kill zombies to earn points. At the same time, on the other side, a large convoy was slowly approaching Luke Chen's base. The leader of the convoy, named Zhao Hai, is Luke Chen's creditor. Before the apocalypse broke out, Luke Chen mortgaged his villa to him and borrowed 3 billion to stockpile supplies. And their purpose of this trip is to come and collect the debt from Luke Chen because he heard about the mortgaged villa area. Here has now become the largest survivor base in the area. And it is said that the people inside eat big fish and meat every day. Soon Zhao Hai's convoy arrived at the entrance of the base. Upon seeing the situation, Don Lightling immediately sent a signal to Luke Chen for help. Brother Chen, there is a large convoy attempting to forcefully enter the base, requesting support. Upon learning of the situation, Luke Chen immediately arrived at the entrance. However, when he saw the group of people getting off the vehicles, he stood still on the spot instantly. He wondered, isn't that the easy Mark who lent me 3 million? Could it be that he's here to collect the debt in person? Seeing the situation, Zhao Hai quickly walked over and said, Brother Chen, what a coincidence for us to meet again. I heard that you have become the chief of the largest base in this area now. I hope my buddy won't renege on the 3 small goals he owes me. You told me you would repay me in 2 days, but now it's been over a month overdue. I don't want any interest. Please return the principal to me immediately. If you don't have cash, you can also settle the debt with goods instead of cheese. Luke Chen, who heard this, almost couldn't help laughing. He thought to himself, does this guy really think I would settle the debt with goods? At this moment, Luke Chen pounded his chest and said, Bro, do you think I am the kind of person who won't pay debts? Just minutes before the doomsday outbreak, I transferred those 3 billion to you. Didn't you receive it? It's a pity that even the bank can't trace it now. Otherwise, I really have to take you to the bank to check on this remittance. Zhao Hai was shocked when he heard it. He didn't expect Luke Chen, this camper, to be so shameless that he could even say such things. How arrogant is this man? He is not worried about owing 3 billion huge debts. He even has the mood to eat a big meal in a luxury villa. He is not afraid at all when facing creditors coming to collect debts. He even blatantly lies and says, Cheese, I have already repaid you a long time ago. If you don't believe me, you can go check at the bank. The reason he dares to be so arrogant is that it's all because the apocalypse has already broken out. The so-called banks no longer exist. Zhao Hai, who has been paying off loans for 30 years, has never seen such a shameless person. He immediately shouted, You haven't paid back the money yet, how could I not know? Are you trying to deceive me? Upon hearing this, Luke Chen chuckled and said, Then show me the evidence that I haven't transferred the money. Don't speak nonsense without evidence. I, Luke Chen, am grateful. Since you have helped me before, I can't let you make a wasted trip today. I will give you 2 tons of rice to show my gratitude. Once I've spoken these words, Zhao Hai immediately replied, Brother, this is a bit unfair of you. You want to dismiss me with 2 tons of rice for 3 billion. This is a bit unreasonable, isn't it? I won't make it difficult for you either. Give me 50 tons of supplies, and our accounts will be settled. How about that? Upon seeing this, Jean Tao on the side quickly and shamelessly said, It's not fair to let this kid off so easily. I want 50 tons of supplies too. Isn't it reasonable? If not, then use the red-haired girl behind you as payment for me. Upon hearing that someone dared to have designs on his elder sister, Luke Chen immediately changed his expression. Then he coldly said, "Are you deliberately trying to make me unhappy? You know cheese is now as worthless as scrap paper, yet you still dare to ask for a lion's share from me. Don't mention that I've already transferred 3 billion to you. Even if I didn't transfer it, what can you do to me? I borrowed the money based on my abilities, why should I return it to you?" Zhao Hai is best known for his ability to read people's expressions and body language. He noticed that Luke Chen was staring at him with a look of disdain. Moreover, even when our side outnumbers him 3-1, this guy is not afraid to confront me head-on. His willingness to do so only indicates that he is confident of winning. He hurriedly smiled and said, "I'm really sorry, Brother Chen. Look at my terrible memory. The 3 billion that you have indeed transferred to me. It's my mistake. I hope you won't mind, brother." Luke Chen immediately said, "Bro, you are indeed someone. Now take your people and stand aside. I may not hold you accountable for trespassing into my base." At these words, Zhao Hai did not dare to hesitate at all, and immediately ordered everyone to retreat 10 meters. Seeing the situation, Jin Tao hurriedly shouted, "You coward! There are only a few of them over there, and they've scared you like this. Don't regret it when I get the supplies." At this point, Luke Chen said coldly, "I'll give you 2.5 seconds. Those who don't want to die stand on Zhao Hai's side." Jin Tao thought that none of his men were cowardly, but when he turned around and looked behind him, he found that at this moment, all his men had consciously retreated 10 meters, but even so, Jin Tao is also completely calm, as 2 black flames burst out in the palms of his hands. The next second he actually summoned an undead army. Then he arrogantly said, "You can still beg for mercy now. Those killed by my undead army will never be able to reincarnate for eternity." Luke Chen paid no attention to this. Instead he shouted at the teammates behind him, "Leave these trash to you to deal with. Killing a skeleton soldier earns 10 points, capturing Jin Tao alive earns 100 points. Who dares to step up?" As soon as the sound of Thunder King fell, the first one to rush out was barking non-stop. Upon seeing the situation, Rice immediately translated, "Thunder King says that the position of the base elder belongs to it. This credit points book will not be polite and will take it without hesitation. Do not underestimate animals. You need to treat everyone equally." Seeing that this dog has already said so much, Luke Chen had no choice but to pass this task to Thunder King. Upon hearing this, Jin Tao suddenly burst into laughter and immediately shouted, "I was just thinking about having meat, and now you have brought me a dog. Then I won't be polite. How terrifying can it be when a native dog is determined to make progress? It will wash dishes, mop the floor, and win the owner's favor. It will also consider its life plan and future development direction as a dog. It is brave to fight, dare to take risks and dare to be a pioneer in order to become the elder of the base one day. When the base encounters trouble, it is always the first dog to stand up, only to quickly accumulate 1,500 points and sit on the throne of the elder. Because there are quite a few people eyeing this position." Witnessing the leader of the other side summoning an undead legion called Little Gargas, Thunder King immediately cast a group thunder spell, wiping out the undead legion. Next, a set of lightning 5-strike whip brought down 5 opponents. Luke Chen originally intended to use this opportunity to train the new members of the base, but did not expect to have his plans disrupted by that dog Thunder King. What Jin Tao never expected was that this local dog not only has fancy footwork, but also executes tactical maneuvers like a pro. In an instant, those little Gargas who didn't have time to retreat were all electrocuted inside out by Thunder King. Upon seeing this, Lily Me immediately shouted, "Chief has ordered to capture Jin Tao. The one who captures him will be rewarded with 100 points." As soon as these words were spoken, Thunder King immediately took a confident step towards Jin Tao. Jin Tao was terrified by this and quickly yelled, "Lord Dog, spare me. I was wrong, please forgive me." He thought he would surely not survive or be disabled this time, but who would have known that the moment he opened his eyes, he found that Thunder King did not attack him, but instead lifted its leg and peed on his foot. At this moment, confused Jin Tao became even more confused. Before he could figure out the situation, Thunder King turned around and gave his teammates a fierce glare, meaning it was clear that he had already reserved these 100 points. Who dares to try and compete with me for this kill? Upon seeing this scene, Luke Chen's face immediately turned red. He secretly thought, "My face has been completely disgraced by the likes of you. Is it proper to urinate in public like this?" Thunder King made a mistake and wet himself, but at the same time Jin Tao also urinated. He was scared into wetting himself by Thunder King. Then Jin Tao, like a bereaved dog, crawled up to Luke Chen, clutching his thigh, crying, Dad, please save me. I beg you to spare me from Thunder King. I don't want the resources. Zhao Hai, who saw this scene, was suddenly shocked and turned pale, secretly thinking, indeed as I expected. Fortunately, I didn't confront him just now. A dog caused such a mess, looks like this idiot is doomed today. But who knew this time Luke Chen not only didn't scold him, but instead took him in as his underling. It's not because he was feeling generous, but because Luke Chen wanted to train him as his valuable apprentice. The undead creatures he summoned could also obtain crystal, but undead creatures below level 3 cannot. As long as Jin Tao is promoted to level 3, he should be able to barely summon level 4 undead creatures. This way Luke Chen can easily obtain level 4 crystal. However, killing undead creatures that possess crystals will cause a backlash to the summoner. Once it reaches a certain quantity, the summoner will die on the spot. And at this moment Jin Tao, who is still unaware, is gratefully thanking Luke Chen for sparing his life. At this moment Luke Chen said coldly, I won't pursue your wrongdoing today. Just keep a low profile in the future. If you dare to play tricks behind my back, don't blame me for taking severe actions. Seeing this, Zhao Hai hurriedly walked over with a smiling face and said, Brother Chen, you are truly exceptional among men. I was offensive just now, please don't take it to heart, my friend. This is just a little token of my appreciation. I hope Brother Chen accepts it with a smile. What Zhao Hai did not expect was that Luke Chen took the gun. He immediately fired a shot towards his own chest. The man shot himself in the heart. Not only did he not die, but he also made 3 billion because of it. Originally, the man is an ability user of the spatial class. At the moment he pulled the trigger, he used his spatial ability to block the bullet. The onlookers were shocked and dismayed to see this scene, expressing that he is still a human being. It's unbelievable that not even a bullet can harm him. The creditor was also scared on the spot and sat down on the ground. As a result, this time when he went to collect the debt, not only did he not get the money back, but he also got involved with some powerful henchmen. At this time Luke Chen shouted at Zhao Hai's people, asking if there are any support, nature or earth ability users who want to join us. Those who meet the above conditions can join the base directly. We have very good benefits here, you know. Dawnlight Lung is also very insightful, knowing that there are some things that Chief Luke Chen said which are not quite appropriate. So he immediately stepped forward and shouted, not only are 3 meals guaranteed in our base, but we also often have meat to eat. As long as you complete the base's missions or hunt zombies, you can earn points. These points can be exchanged for any supplies. I believe the strength of our base speaks for itself. You all saw it just now, so why hesitate any longer? As soon as these words were spoken, several people who met the requirements shouted loudly, we are willing to join. Some other ability users from different departments also expressed their desire to join Chief Chen's base, although they do not possess the same abilities. Can we also have an opportunity to join? Upon hearing this, Luke Chen smiled slightly and said, we don't keep idle people here. If you want to join us, go hunt down 10 zombies now and bring me 10 crystals. As soon as the words fell, those people headed straight towards the gathering place of the zombies without hesitation. They murmured to themselves, with such a strong team we must seize this opportunity. Opportunity knocks but once. At this moment Luke Chen smiled and said, Brother Zhao, you won't mind if I do this, will you? Zhao Hai quickly waved his hand and said, no, it's fine. It's their choice to join whoever's team. Although he said this outwardly, he was actually thinking no wonder he was showing off his invincibility just now. It turns out he was waiting here for me. Seeing that many elites had already joined his team, Zhao Hai didn't dare to stay any longer. He immediately said, it's going to rain soon. I need to go home and collect the clothes. If my younger brother needs help in the future, he can come to the Golden Dragon community to find me. After saying that, Zhao Hai left the base with his subordinates. But that night, Purple Me asked Luke Chen a profound question. Now that our base's strength is so strong, why don't you have everyone clear out all the nearby zombies? Wouldn't that make everyone safer? Luke Chen did not give a direct answer to this question, but instead casually made up an excuse to evade it. Because he is well aware of the terrifying nature of the post-apocalypse, doing so now can indeed bring temporary comfort. However, it is impossible for everyone to hunt down all the zombies worldwide. By that time, more advanced zombies will emerge. To survive better in this cruel post-apocalyptic world, it is necessary to let the zombies continue to evolve. Only in this way can everyone obtain higher-level crystals to enhance their strength. Luke Chen estimates that the day when zombies evolve to level 2 is approaching. Therefore, everyone must adapt as soon as possible before that happens. The next day, early in the morning, Chen gathered all the members in the base and informed everyone about the news that the zombies had evolved to level 2 today. He appointed Lily as the overall commander to lead everyone out for some actual combat training. However, just at the moment when the convoy left the base, Rice suddenly sensed that Lily's trip would be a disaster. It's already 2028. Speaking cats shouldn't be that surprising anymore, right? What's even more amazing is that this cat has the ability to foresee the future. At the moment when Lily led the team out of the base, Rice suddenly had a premonition that Lily would encounter a disaster, but fortunately there was no danger to life. Chen, who heard this, fell into contemplation. Logically speaking, Pillars, Lily and Purple acting together is a golden combination. There should be no possibility of Lily getting injured, especially with Thunder King following along. What kind of terrifying existence could have caused Lily to suffer such a tragedy? Thinking about this, Chen once again confirmed with Rice that there really won't be any life-threatening danger. After receiving Rice's affirmative answer, Chen then gave up the idea of following along because there are some paths that they have to walk on their own. How can one see the rainbow without experiencing some storm? Moreover, can a fire princess raised in a greenhouse compare with one grown wild? Then he directed the sunlight towards Rice and sighed. This little cat is truly amazing. It can actually predict things that will happen so far in the future. You must know that a spiritual ability user will only be able to foresee impending danger and sense crisis in advance after reaching level 10, and it only works for themselves. And now, Rice is only at level 3, yet she can already predict danger for others and can predict it so far in advance. Chen probably thinks it's time to elevate Rice to level 4. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lily, Purple, and Pillars have already engaged in battle with Zombie. But soon they found something wrong. Usually, they can defeat a level 1 zombie with just one ability. But now it takes 2 abilities to kill a level 2 zombie. Although Chen sent out Thunder King as a bodyguard to protect Purple. But he forgot that a dog aspiring to be an elder is not a good bodyguard because in its eyes there are only points. However, just as the Thunder King charged into the group of corpses and began to slaughter, a zombie has already targeted Lily and the others, but they are still unaware that danger is quietly approaching. The zombie quickly gathered a large group of minions and with authoritative gestures, commanded them to encircle the humans over there. Seeing the dark mass of the zombie army approaching step by step towards everyone, Purple immediately used buff skills on Lily and Pillars. Due to the overwhelming number of enemies, Lily decided to use the tactic of pulling and wearing them down slowly. But just as they had pulled away from the zombies, the other side, a zombie unexpectedly used wind-based group acceleration skills. With the Warm Eyes Kung Fu, that group of zombies quickly caught up in a thunderstorm-like speed. Seeing the situation, Pillars immediately turned around and stood in front of everyone, engaging in combat with the zombies that caught up, while Lily used the Flame class ability to attack the zombies behind. Just then, the zombie that had previously used the wind ability mysteriously appeared behind Purple. Without saying a word, it cast a wind ability towards Purple. Lily, who witnessed this scene, instinctively placed her body in front of her younger sister without hesitation. Lily, hit by the wind blade. Her arm was immediately torn open by a more than 10 centimeter long wound. Although Lily's face showed a hint of pain, but she still endured the pain and unleashed a Flame class ability against the unfair zombie, which caught her by surprise. This zombie actually dodged the attack with a light leap. Lily was suddenly horrified at the sight. You see, not only did she miss her attack, but it was also the first time she had seen a zombie dodge a magical attack. She remembered that Chen had once said that only zombies above level 4 would have the ability to predict magical attacks. It seems like we hit the jackpot today. What will happen when a zombie's IQ reaches 106? It will find some brainless zombies to serve as cannon fodder, and then it will hide behind and secretly launch a surprise attack. When it encounters human using ability to attack it, it can also make preemptive dodges based on the spellcasting gestures. Lily, who saw this scene, was instantly shocked and horrified. She never expected that this was actually a level 4 mutant that had awakened intelligence. Seeing this, Pillars made a decisive shout. Lily, you go deal with those low-level zombies first. I'll hold back the mutant. After clearing the little zombies, we'll work together to take it down. After saying that, Pillars clenched his fists and charged towards the mutant. Purple wasted no time and immediately cast 2 buff skills and a healing spell on Pillars. Then she pulled out the laser gun Chen gave her and started shooting. However, unexpectedly, this guy reacted very quickly and could easily dodge even the laser beams. At this moment, Thunder King, who heard the sound of gunfire, finally came to his senses. If something happens to Purple, Not to mention not being able to become an elder of dogs, the owner will have to stew himself. So it immediately rushed back to the side of several people at lightning speed. It came up with a set of lightning 5-strike whip and hit the mutant's back. This made the pillars very happy. You should know that Thunder King is also level 4. With its addition, they are definitely more stable this time. Then Thunder King started to move stylishly around the mutant, as he was afraid that Thunder King would sneak up on him from behind. Mutant could only keep a close eye on Thunder King without looking away. Seeing this, Pillars immediately picked up an iron rod and smashed it fiercely towards Mutant. But unexpectedly, his attack was still blocked by Mutant's hand, this fatal blow. Thunder King the camper took the opportunity to circle behind it again, and struck with another lightning 5-strike whip. Unexpectedly, it was narrowly dodged by the mutant. Seeing the situation worsening, the mutant immediately felt the urge to retreat and ran away. How could a dog that is obsessed with getting points let go of this moving jackpot of points? The next moment, Mutant was kicked stumbling by Thunder King's thunderous flying kick. Seeing this, Pillars quickly stepped forward and firmly pressed it to the ground. As for this kind of dishonorable and sneaky zombie who likes to play dirty, it naturally deserves a good beating. They kept beating until they were exhausted and finally collapsed on the ground. And Thunder King, the camper, took the opportunity to claim this level for Crystal, secretly thinking that he hit the jackpot this time. After returning to the base, Thunder King dumped a big bag of crystals in front of Luke Chen. Then it happily barked non-stop. Rice also had sharp eyes and immediately acted as a translator for Thunder King, saying, "Quickly check how many points these crystals can be exchanged for." Luke Chen quickly noticed the largest level 4 crystal in the bag and said, "I'll give you 100 points for this one. For the other lower level crystals, I'll give you 5 points each." Upon hearing this, Thunder King was overjoyed, thinking that he was one step closer to the position of Elder. Little did it know that Luke Chen took the level 4 crystal without a second thought and gave it to Rice to absorb. Can you believe it? A dog actually can feel jealousy. It saw its owner give the crystal it worked so hard to get to the cat. Thunder King immediately refused to work and kept barking, scolding, "Owner, you are too biased. Why should you give the crystal to it and not to me, when I was the one who found it?" Rice immediately translated Thunder King's original words word for word without missing a beat. Upon hearing this, Luke Chen immediately returned the crystal to Thunder King, and expressed that the crystal you found naturally gives you the priority to use it. But you can't have the best of both worlds. There's no reason for you to both absorb the crystal and earn points. Thunder King also thought Luke Chen made a lot of sense, so he didn't hesitate to return the crystal to its owner. It secretly thought that compared to Elder, the crystal was nothing, and earning points was more reliable. Later, Luke Chen said, "Don't say I'm biased," and then rewarded the remaining low-level crystals to you. Then Luke Chen inquired about the details of their operation this time, and the few people did not conceal anything, recounting the whole situation to Luke Chen in detail. In addition to Lily Me being slightly injured when killing the level 4 mutant, another member unfortunately died during the battle. Upon hearing this, Luke Chen fell into deep thought. Although Rice accurately predicted Lily Me's fate this time, but it did not anticipate that someone would die in this operation. This incident is undoubtedly more serious than Lily Me getting injured. Why didn't Rice perceive it? Could it be that at Rice's current level, they can only sense the safety of close ones? But just then Thunder King suddenly ran over barking loudly, shouting, "Quick, look at me." The next second, Thunder King's body size nearly doubled. Luke Chen immediately realized that this guy had evolved after advancing to level 4, which caused his body to enlarge. The crowd was shocked at the scene. Only Lily had a speechless expression. She secretly thought it seems that when Luke Chen said I couldn't defeat the Thunder King, he wasn't just talking nonsense. At this moment, Rice once again acted as the translator for Thunder King. Thunder King said that it had a great dream. Becoming an elder is just its first step. Its ultimate goal is to become the deputy chief of the base. By then, everyone who sees it must respectfully address it as chief. Luke Chen, upon hearing this, immediately kicked the Thunder King in the butt. He then shouted, "Who are you implying with your vulgar language?" At that moment, the walkie-talkie on Luke Chen's body suddenly sounded, reporting that Chief Zhao Hai's people had arrived again, saying that there was an urgent matter to discuss with you. Should I let them into the base? Upon hearing this, Luke Chen immediately said to let them in. Then a person named Songling handed over a camel and said, "Chief Chen, Brother Hai has a favor to ask for your help. He sent me to bring 200 camels to show his respect to you. He also said that regardless of whether you are willing to help or not, these camels are just a small token of his appreciation." Luke Chen also did not beat around the bush, and directly asked him why he was looking for me. Upon hearing this, Song Ling quickly stated the purpose of this visit. Recently, in our community, there's an ability user named Zhang Wu, who not only snatched a lot of our supplies and territory, but also boasted that there can't be two tigers on one mountain. If we don't acknowledge him as the leader, he will destroy us. However, that person is indeed not arrogant without reason. With just his own abilities, he single-handedly defeated over 20 of us, most of whom are level 2 ability users. Brother Hai, there was nothing we could do. That's why they sent me to seek help from Chief Chen. Upon hearing this, Luke Chen immediately realized that the opponent's level had reached at least level 4. As a level 3 ability user would definitely not be able to single-handedly defeat so many level 2 ability users. It seems that this person, like Donlight Lung, happened to obtain a high-level crystal by chance, which is why they had such a stroke of luck to reach level 4. Maybe that high-level crystal has not been fully absorbed by him yet. If I help Zhao Hai now, not only can I do him a favor, but I can also get 2 high-level crystals. This deal is worth it. Upon thinking of this, Luke Chen immediately inquired with Song Ling about what type of ability user the other party is and if they have any special abilities. Upon hearing this, Song Ling immediately stated that Zhang Wu is a strength class ability user, and probably doesn't have any special abilities. It's mostly relying on brute force when fighting against us. As soon as those words were spoken, Luke Chen immediately said, "Lead the way, I'll go and meet this Zhang Wu. The man is a top-tier defaulter owing 3 billion in debt. But the creditors don't want him to repay a single penny. He even sent someone to deliver 200 cartons of Camel cigarettes to him. It turns out that the creditor's base was attacked by a level 4 ability user. Not only did that person rob them of their supplies, but they also wanted to take over their base. Because Zhao Hai really couldn't defeat him, he sent his trusted aide to seek help from Luke Chen. Knowing that the other party was just a level 4 small Kalami, Luke Chen, as a level 5 ability user, promptly agreed to lend a helping hand. Shortly after, Luke Chen picked up Rice and asked, "Quick, tell me, will I encounter any danger on this trip?" But to everyone's surprise, Rice casually replied, "It seems like I won't encounter any. I don't have any special feelings either." Upon hearing this, Luke Chen immediately said, "What do you mean by seems like? Your words sound somewhat irresponsible. Hurry up and carefully help me sense it." What surprised him beyond his wildest expectations was that Rice, with a determined look on his face, said, "There really is no danger. Just relax and follow that person on the road." Upon hearing this, Luke Chen was instantly furious. "Relax and follow the road, huh? If we're going together to confront the Thunder King. You stay here and guard the house. We'll be back soon." After saying that, Luke Chen and Rice got into Song Ling's car. Soon they arrived at the Golden Sail District where Zhao Hai was located. At this moment, Zhao Hai had already been waiting at the entrance for a long time, and saw that Luke Chen had arrived at the district. Zhao Hai immediately walked over with a grateful look on his face and said, "Brother Chen, I've finally been looking forward to your arrival. I won't use courtesy words. I, Zhao Hai, will remember this favor in my heart. Feel free to give any orders if you need my help in the future." Luke Chen didn't beat around the bush. He directly said to hurry up and take me to meet someone named Zhang Wu. I'm a bit pressed for time. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhang Wu is still indulging in the land of tenderness, unable to extricate himself. You should know that he used to be a true otaku. If it weren't for the outbreak of the apocalypse, how could such a beauty be within the reach of someone like him? Just at this moment, a follower suddenly rushed in to report, "Boss, something bad is happening. Zhao Hai is leading his men to attack." Zhang Wu was infuriated by this news. He immediately shouted, "How dare he cause trouble at this time? If my uncle can endure it, my aunt cannot. Quickly order everyone to mobilize. Today, I will eradicate that old man Zhao Hai." Zhang Wu then led his henchmen downstairs in a menacing manner. The fat guy who came up started shouting, "There's a road to heaven you don't take, and you barge into hell where there's no door. I wanted to take you as my henchman, but you clearly don't know how to show respect." Obviously, this fat guy doesn't know that villains die from talking too much. He just kept on talking non-stop. Little did he know, at this moment Luke Chen was staring at him with a look that could kill. Zhao Hai didn't bother to argue with him and immediately shouted, "Brothers, get him." The group of younger brothers immediately waved their clubs and rushed towards Zhang Wu. Unexpectedly, he was fierce and skillful like a tiger, but upon closer inspection, he was rooted to the spot. A group of people banged and knocked for a long time but still didn't hurt the fat guy at all. Luke Chen, who saw this scene, knew that his moment to show off had come. Anticipate what will happen next and stay tuned for the next breakdown. As is well known, villains often meet their end due to their excessive talking. But this fatty is stubborn and refuses to believe in superstitions. Not only does he need to say a bunch of nonsense before starting a fight. He even threatened, "I'll just stand here and let you hit me. If I get a scratch, I'll consider it a loss." Upon hearing this, Chen also remained polite towards him. He immediately swung 2 spatial blades at him in return. Before the fat man could finish speaking, his body was split in half by Chen. The fat man died without ever understanding why his golden bell shield had become so vulnerable. Chen quickly searched for the crystal on his body. Upon seeing this, Songling quickly said, "Brother Chen, are you looking for something? I have experience with this." Upon saying that, he reached into the fat man's crotch area and murmured, "If it's not in the pocket, it's probably here and nowhere else." Upon hearing this, Chen was suddenly horrified and thought, "If crystal is hidden there, won't it be absorbed by the big brother? What if some abnormality occurs? What should I do?" Unexpectedly, Songling really hit the nail on the head. There was indeed a small crystal hidden in Chen's pants. Crystal looked at Chen as he slowly reached out his hand. Songling immediately respectfully handed crystal over to him. After receiving crystal, Chen frowned. Although this is a level 6 crystal, the energy inside is only 1/3 left. However, fortunately this is a spiritual type crystal which is just right for Rice to absorb. Then Chen took out a level 4 crystal from Jiangwu's body. Although Zhao Hai was drooling at the sight of these 2 crystals. But he could only look on with envy. After all, no one here dared to compete with him. At this time Chen spoke in a deep voice. "Since things have been taken care of, I should also leave. You can handle Jiangwu's people on your own. I won't delay you from handling the aftermath work." Chen finished speaking and returned to his own car, only to find Rice fully engrossed in watching a drama series. It didn't even notice when he got into the car. Chen curiously glanced at the screen and found that Rice was watching a historical drama. Rice, who saw this scene, was watching a Taoist priest telling fortunes for someone, saying, "I see signs of great misfortune looming for you in the near future." It unexpectedly started imitating the Taoist's finger calculation skillfully, but who knew that in the next second? However, Rice suddenly blurted out a sentence, "I foresee that Lily Me will encounter a great disaster today." Chen was immediately shocked and turned pale upon hearing this, and quickly asked Rice if he was joking. Such words should not be spoken lightly. To his surprise, Rice solemnly said, "Lily indeed shows ominous signs. I am not making it up." As soon as these words were spoken, Chen didn't say a word and stepped on the gas pedal directly. Soon they raced back to the base with sparks flying along the way. But when Chen got off the car and saw the scene in front of him, he was suddenly shocked, only to see that all the members in the base were bruised and swollen. At this moment, a bad omen instantly surged up in Chen's mind. So he immediately rushed back to the villa and found Purple Me. When he saw that his wife was all right, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then Purple Me told Chen about what had just happened. It turned out that everyone was bruised and swollen because they encountered a swarm of mutant bees during outdoor training. Due to the overwhelming number of hornets, everyone was stung and ended up looking like pigs. However, the location where Sister was stung seemed to be a bit different from everyone else. Chen, upon hearing this, immediately got confused. What's different? Earlier, Rice told me that Lily Me has an ominous sign of great danger. Will there be a life-threatening situation? Upon hearing this, Purple Me blushed and pointed to her own chest, saying, "Sister, the location that was cushioned is here. There is no life-threatening danger, just that my chest is swollen very large." With these words, Chen suddenly realized, so this is what ominous omen means. It seems I misunderstood Rice's meaning. At the same time, on the other side of the base, a young man was crying uncontrollably while holding his deceased brother. And he silently vowed never to kill or harm another person in this lifetime. How awesome is this man? The guard dog at his house is the renowned Thunder and Lightning King from Apocalypse. His cat not only has superb skills but can also predict the life and death of people. He has awakened his strongest talent, spatial ability, and even more than that. He also recruited many strong individuals to establish his own base. But this arrogant brat who doesn't know his place actually wants to join the base, and sees the opportunity to assassinate Chen. Unexpectedly, he was seen through by Rice at a glance. Chen cannot be accepted. He wants to kill you. Chen, who heard this, is also full of question marks because he has never met him. To figure out what this guy is up to. So Chen smiled and said, "Welcome to join us. Let me show you around our base now." But just as they had walked a short distance, Luke Chen turned around and gave him a big slap across his face. Then he immediately grabbed his collar and asked, "Why do you want to kill me, or who ordered you to assassinate me?" The man, upon hearing this, was suddenly filled with shock, wondering how did he know. He thought to himself, "I never told anyone about this." But seeing this young man acting tough, he refused to confess. Luke Chen struck him with a loud slap, sending him flying out. At this moment the man said angrily, "You want to know why, right? Well, I'll tell you now. If you hadn't set such strict joining conditions, my brother wouldn't have died. We joined your base to gather crystals and ended up hunting zombies everywhere. In the end, my brother tragically died at the hands of the zombies. Before he passed away, my brother asked me to take out his crystal and offer it to you in exchange for the opportunity to join your base. You are the one who is leisurely stroking a cat in the base. Shouldn't someone like you die?" He said as two different abilities erupted from his hands, one overflowing with thunder and the other with raging flames. Luke Chen, who witnessed this scene, suddenly had his pupils constrict. He did not expect this kid to have dual abilities. This is in existence even rarer than a spatial ability user. However, no matter how rare it is, if it poses a threat to me, it must die. I am the kind of person who never leaves potential threats alive. If I can kill them on the spot, I will never wait until tomorrow. Then Luke Chen continued coldly, "You made it sound like Apocalypse was created by me. I didn't force you to join my base. You can't blame me for being inferior and getting killed by zombies. Since you want to die, I'll grant your wish today." Before Luke Chen could finish speaking, the man attacked him first, shouting arrogantly, "I'll make you pay with your life, you arrogant brat. I'll make you accompany my brother in death." At this moment, Luke Chen also had the intention to kill him. Just as he raised his hand gently, a burst of spatial ability instantly shredded the man's body into pieces. After he took out the man's crystal, Luke Chen then handed the level 6 crystal to Rice to absorb. Soon, Rice's level successfully increased to level 4. The next morning, early in the morning, Luke Chen arranged for 2 members to be on duty for patrol. Rice suddenly said, "I have a feeling that the man with purple hair will burp and fart." Upon hearing this, Luke Chen was suddenly stunned in place, secretly thinking that it seems like Rice's perceptual ability has strengthened after advancing. For the safety of the members, Luke Chen then followed behind the man with purple hair, and was indeed seen through by Rice. Just as the man with purple hair was about to go into the woods for convenience, Luke Chen, however, discovered a suspiciously behaving zombie cat in the tree. The zombie cat then suddenly pounced on the defenseless purple-haired. Fortunately, Luke Chen timely intervened and sent it flying with a palm strike. Purple-haired narrowly escaped a disaster. But just then, on the other side, Rice suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Immediately after, it fell to the ground with a thud and lay still. Nearly 1 billion people were deceived by the phrase, "Heaven's secret must not be revealed." In fact, heaven's secret is not something that cannot be revealed, but something that cannot be reversed. As long as there is no forced intervention, one will not incur the wrath of heaven. Just now, Rice predicted that a member in the Foundation will die an untimely death. Luke Chen, worried about the safety of his subordinates, secretly followed along. As expected, it was just as Rice had predicted. The member was soon attacked by a zombie cat. Fortunately, Luke Chen intervened in time to save him, which allowed him to narrowly escape death. But just as Luke Chen was secretly praising Rice for being outstanding, Thunder King suddenly burst into tears and found him, barking non-stop with tears streaming down his face. Although Luke Chen did not understand what Thunder King was saying, judging from his anxious expression and tears in the corners of his eyes, it was not difficult to guess that something major had happened at home. So he immediately ran back frantically with Thunder King. Thunder King quickly brought Luke Chen to Rice's side. Seeing Rice lying on the sofa with blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, Luke Chen was completely panicked this time. He immediately picked up Rice and started examining him. Fortunately, Rice's heart was still beating at this moment, but he had suffered serious internal injuries. But Luke Chen became more and more suspicious. There were no injured members at the door, so why did Rice suffer such serious injuries? Is it because of leaking the secrets of the celestial exams as claimed, leading to divine punishment? Upon thinking of this, Luke Chen immediately had Thunder King bring Purple Me. Seeing this, Purple Me didn't procrastinate either. Before Luke Chen could even speak, she immediately cast several healing spells towards Rice. After some rescue efforts, Rice eventually groggily opened its eyes and then weakly said, "Don't worry everyone, I'm fine now." Upon seeing this, Luke Chen hurriedly inquired who hurt you. But to everyone's surprise, Rice said that no one had hurt him. He had just sensed that a prophecy had been tampered with by someone, which led to a backlash causing him to vomit blood and pass out. Upon hearing this, Chen felt extremely guilty and said, "This time it was my carelessness. But why is it that when I tampered with your prophecy before, predicting that someone would kill me, you did not suffer any backlash?" Upon hearing this, Rice said, "I feel like there is a track in my heart. Lily me, purple me, and you are all revolving around me on this track. The three of you have deviated. I can pull you back, but if it's someone else I will be hurt instead. Although I can feel Thunder King trying hard to run into the track, it is actually the farthest away from me. If the tomb changes its prophecy, I will undoubtedly die." Chen understood everything in an instant. In other words, only when reaching a certain level of intimacy with Rice can one alter the prophecy without facing backlash. Currently, only Lily me, purple me, and I meet this condition. Therefore, in the future, apart from the prophecies of the three of us, others absolutely cannot be altered. Thinking of this, Chen patted Thunder King's head and said, "It's fine to butter up Rice. You will naturally benefit from it. In the future, you can be Rice's bodyguard and mount." Thunder King obviously has a different opinion on these words. "Why should I butter it up? I won't be a follower. I want to be chief, not a lapdog." But who knows, when this dog hears that buttering up Rice can save its life, it might change its mind. Its attitude instantly made a 180-degree turn. Immediately, it began barking to show its willingness to do anything to help. The next morning, early in the morning, Chen summoned all the members inside the base and announced that the third evolution of the zombie was about to come. But everyone doesn't need to panic too much. The evolution of the zombie is not the same concept as our promotion. Only by continuously improving our own strength can we survive in this cruel apocalypse. Therefore, starting from tomorrow, each person must hunt and kill 3 level 3 zombies. Extra kills will earn you 5 points. But just at that moment, a team member suddenly came to report that Zhao Hai's people have come again. He said there is an urgent matter and requests to see you. In the apocalypse, a gold brick worth 500,000 can only be used as a table coaster. And a 9 renminbi and 90 cents pack of peanuts can make a beautiful female celebrity kneel down and lick. Even more remarkably, in order to take a bite of watermelon, she actually married the man directly. Just because this is a food-scarce apocalypse, countless people starve to death every day. But now someone is holding an extremely extravagant trade fair. Just now, Zhao Hai's subordinate suddenly found Chen and told him an important message. He said that a big shot organized a trade fair on National Highway 318. "Brother Hai asked me to come over and ask if you want to go and take a look together." Upon hearing this, Chen immediately accepted Zhao Hai's invitation because he was somewhat impressed with this trade fair. Although he did not attend it in his past life, he heard that many strong individuals gathered at this trade fair. "Isn't this a great opportunity for me to wield my hoe? As long as I wield the hoe well, there is no corner of the wall that cannot be dug down. Perhaps I can even find some good things at the trade fair." Later, Chen came to the trade fair with Zhao Hai. As soon as he arrived, Chen took out the prepared advertising board. It says on the board that high-price purchase of various premium crystal cheese is not an issue, but the concern is about whether you have the goods. Additionally, they are recruiting ability users of level 3 and above with special abilities, with relaxed requirements. After he arranges for his subordinates to set up a stall here, Chen then took pillars and others to tour the trade fair. They unexpectedly ran into Brother Tiger here. Is the chicken under his feet not the one Xia Haoran was willing to give his life for back then? Why is this guy willing to sell it now? At this moment, a man offered 600 caddies of rice to exchange with him for it. But Brother Tiger insisted that this was a non-mutated live chicken, and he would not negotiate for less than 1,000 caddies of rice. As soon as the words fell, Chen walked out of the crowd and said, "Oh, isn't this Brother Tiger? I'll take this chicken. I'll trade with you for 20 level 2 crystals." The man who heard this immediately yelled at Chen, "Who do you think you are? How dare you snatch my chicken? I'll kill you right now, believe it or not." Just as the man was about to teach Chen a lesson and reached out his hand, something unexpected happened. With a loud bang, that man was punched by Xia Haoran and flew more than 10 meters away. At this moment, the man arrogantly said, "I see you all are impatient to live, dare to fight with me. Brothers, get them." Seeing this, Xia Haoran did not hesitate and immediately declared, "Brother Chen, leave this group of riffraff to me to handle." He finished speaking and then suddenly rushed into the crowd before the other party could figure out the situation. Xia Haoran swiftly punched and sent a person flying like lightning. The other 2 people hadn't even seen the newcomer clearly before they were knocked unconscious by the fist swinging towards them. At this moment, the people in the distance have already tried to avoid it but ended up running into it, only to find that it was too late. The next moment, those people were all knocked down one by Xia Haoran's iron fist. Brother Tiger, who witnessed this scene, was shocked. Even though he knew that Xia Haoran used to be a boxing king, he didn't expect his strength to reach such a level after awakening his ability. At this moment, Brother Tiger is regretful. Initially, he cried and begged to become Xia Haoran's follower, but Xia Haoran decisively refused without any hesitation. This is definitely the most expensive free-range chicken you have ever seen. Not even billionaires may necessarily be able to afford it, as its value cannot be measured in money. In this food scarcity apocalypse, a non-mutant live chicken can be considered a fighting chicken in the realm of luxury goods. Some people are willing to risk their lives to obtain it. Some people even bid 5 tons of rice on the spot. But they were all rejected by the owner of the chicken. At this moment, Chen slowly raised 2 fingers and said, "I'll take this chicken. I'll exchange it with you for 20 level 2 crystals." Upon hearing this, Brother Tiger suddenly froze in place. You should know that 1 level 2 crystal can be exchanged for a ton of rice. Brother Tiger sold it to Chen without even thinking. But who knew that as soon as the chicken landed on Chen's hands, it pecked him hard. Upon seeing this, Chen did not tolerate it. He immediately plucked a feather from its back. Then he coldly said, "Peck me again and see what happens. I'll pluck all your feathers off and have you on my dinner table tonight." After the apocalypse, most animals have awakened a bit of intelligence and can generally understand some human speech. The local chicken that heard this instantly became timid because it deeply understands the principle of, those who try will perish. Just then, the radio in the RV suddenly started playing. "Please ask all the chiefs participating in this event to gather at the sports field. I have 2 pieces of good news to share with everyone." Upon hearing this, Chen immediately followed the instructions and arrived at the sports field, only to find that Zhao Hai had already saved him a seat. Shortly after, a man wearing a white polo shirt slowly made his way to the venue. Zhao Hai told Chen that this man's name was Yi Gaofei. He is the heir of the Yi group. This trade fair was organized by him. Chen, who could hear this, did not focus on Yi Gaofei, but stared straight at the young man beside him. This person named Long Yu is an ability user from the metal element. He can transform into any form of weapon to assist others. Long Yu is also one of the few ability users in his past life to advance to the king level. At this moment, Chen even thought about what weapon Long Yu could transform into to assist himself after digging him out. At this moment, Yi Gaofei with great enthusiasm said, "Welcome everyone to participate in the trade fair I am hosting. My name is Yi Gaofei. The survivor base I founded currently has over 1,000 members, including over 1,000 level 2 ability users, over 40 level 3 ability users, and 3 level 4 ability users." Chen was shocked when he heard this. It's worth noting that currently on his side, only 4 people and 2 pets have reached level 4. It seems that this kid has probably obtained an advanced crystal. Yi Gaofei went on to say, "So, let's get back to the main topic. Now I will share these 2 good news with everyone. The first one is the secret of crystal. The reason why there are 3 level 4 ability users in our base. All because we absorbed this advanced crystal together. So, ability users grow faster the higher the level of crystal they absorb. The second issue is water pollution. After reaching level 4, I was pleasantly surprised to find that the viruses in the water no longer harm my body. Water is the source of life. Therefore, if everyone wants to survive in this brutal apocalypse, they must strive to level up to level 4 as soon as possible." Zhao Hai, who heard this, was suddenly shocked and turned pale. He did not expect such an important secret to be shared with us without a second thought. However, Chen didn't think so. As a reborn individual, how could he not know this secret? Although it's true that drinking contaminated water won't harm ability users above level 4, but it will permanently lower the potential of the person who drinks it, and this is also a rare and important reason for king-level ability users. What is his purpose in telling everyone about this? In the apocalypse, gold costing $500 per gram is only used to pad tables. But a bun costing 50 cents each can capture a girl's heart. Even more so, in order to eat a grape, one would willingly exchange with their own body. Because these are humans who have survived in an apocalypse where food is scarce, they can be said to go to any lengths for a mouthful of food. But now someone is hosting an extremely extravagant trade fair. At the trade fair, the organizer Yi Gaofei threw out an ace card as soon as he came up. Not only did he reveal the secrets of advanced crystals, but he also told everyone the solution to the water shortage. The crowd exploded upon hearing these 2 secrets, and they all praised Yi Gaofei as a selfless person. Chen, however, did not think so, because he deeply understood the principle that abnormal situations must have a hidden cause. Sure enough, Yi Gaofei's following words confirmed Luke Chen's suspicions. The reason I am confiding in everyone and sharing these secrets is that I cannot bear to see everyone killing each other for resources. There are not many survivors left now. We should unite. Humbly, I have formed a force with over 1,000 members. If any chiefs here are willing to join, they can become elders of our base. All internal affairs of the base are decided by the elders through voting. As soon as Yi Gaofei arranged for the adoption, the rhythm picked up. I am willing to join. Just based on Brother Ye's open sharing of secrets with us, you can tell he has a good character. Following him is definitely a good choice. Luke Chen, on the other hand, had an expression of speechlessness, muttering to himself that this guy really has nothing good to hold back. Singing such a show is just to swallow everyone up, isn't it? At this moment, the woman next to Yi Gaofei shouted, "Joining is entirely up to you all. Those who do not wish to join, if you happen to encounter us collecting resources in the future, don't blame us for taking advantage of the weak." Upon hearing this, Zhao Hai also realized that there is no such thing as a free lunch. This little girl may say it's voluntary, but there are veiled threats in her words. Just then, someone in the crowd suddenly shouted, "Something big is not right. Look at this." It turns out that Yi Gaofei was distributing flyers behind Chief's back to everyone's subordinates, each with a recruitment message. Upon seeing the flyer, Luke Chen couldn't help but exclaim, "This person is indeed quite shrewd." On one side, they use coercion and temptation to get Chief to join, while on the other side, they use these enticing flyers to seduce people's hearts. Even if Chief is unwilling to join, there will be many subordinates who will voluntarily defect in private. This is pushing people into a corner. Although I didn't attend this trade fair in my past life, I have never heard of anyone named Yi Gaofei afterwards. Therefore, it is not difficult to guess this guy's outcome. If nothing unexpected happens, this guy should be in an accident soon. Once he sabotages himself, I will recruit Long Yu. Doesn't that sound great? At this moment, Zhao Hai's friend Qi Lin came over and said, "Old Zhao, this Yi surname kid is simply too much, completely disregarding us. Shouldn't we join forces to take him down?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Hai immediately found Luke Chen and asked him if he wanted to join in. But Luke Chen was not interested in it. He said, "I won't join in just to watch a group of kids fight." Then he left the trade fair with his men. Unexpectedly, he found a sneaky girl on the road. But when he saw the girl's appearance clearly, he almost couldn't help laughing out loud. This person is named Meng Yin, a natural ability user with powerful abilities to improve seed genes. As long as she is recruited into the manhua, fresh vegetables can be eaten every day. Thinking of this, Luke Chen immediately ran excitedly towards her. After being reborn into the apocalypse, the man encountered the strongest natural ability user from his previous life in the wild. This person is named Meng Yin, a talented individual who can grow food on the wasteland. As long as she is recruited into the manhua, they can eat fresh vegetables every day. Without saying a word, Luke Chen led his people towards her. Meng Yin, seeing this grand display, shivered with fear, almost wetting herself. She was instantly frightened by this group of men and shouted, "I want to go home and find my mother." No matter how Luke Chen explains that he had no ill intentions, she just wouldn't listen. She even turned into a little white rabbit, frantically running away, trying to escape from Luke Chen's clutches. But who knew that the next second Luke Chen, this camper, would unleash Void Step and appear behind her. He directly grabbed her rabbit ear, and then immediately started drawing a crescent moon on her. "Don't be afraid. I won't harm you. I just want to invite you to join our base. It's dangerous for a girl like you to be out here in the wilderness. In the future you can follow me and I promise you will eat and drink well every day. If you don't say anything, I'll take it as your agreement, okay?" Like this, Luke Chen held a chicken in his left hand and a hare in his right hand as he returned to the base. He proudly told Purple Me, "Look what I found by the roadside." After Luke Chen threw the rabbit on the ground, the next second, the rabbit turned into a lovely young lady. Purple Me, who saw this scene, was suddenly shocked and exclaimed, "Are you doing magic?" Before Purple Me could finish speaking, Meng Yin said aggressively, "Are you calling that picking up? It's clearly robbery, not okay at all." Luke Chen ignored this and instead ordered Jade Ma to quickly prepare something delicious for the little white rabbit. Upon hearing this, Meng Yin immediately declared, "Even if I starve to death and die, I will never eat anything from you guys." In no time, Meng Yin started enjoying the meal heartily, repeatedly exclaiming, "It's delicious," with food in their mouth. Seeing this, Luke Chen immediately teased, "What did you just say? Didn't you swear you would never eat any of my food even if you were starving to death?" Meng Yin, chewing on food, said while speaking, "Even the god of thunder won't strike people while they are eating. Are you annoying or not?" After eating his fill, Luke Chan sincerely apologized to Meng Yin for his behavior. He formally invited her to join his base. Our base currently does not have any natural ability users. As long as you can help me grow vegetables, I guarantee you a worry-free life for the rest of your days. These words completely moved Meng Yin. She thought that at least she wouldn't have to endure hunger by following him. If this base is really good, I will bring my best friend Xiao Yu over in the future. Later, Luke Chan handed a bag of seeds to Meng Yin and asked her to be responsible for researching how to grow non-toxic plants in the wasteland. But at that moment, Pillars suddenly found Luke Chan and said that the people we brought back at the trade fair were all confirmed to be spies by Rice. Now all three have confessed, one of whom was sent by Qi Lin to investigate the truth of our base, while the other two were sent by Yi Gaofei to subvert the strong people on our side. Upon hearing this, Luke Chan immediately ordered that they be executed regardless of their rank. He secretly thought to himself that he had never planned to get involved in this mess, but it seems he was being forced to take action. Men are the overlords with power that dominates a region. He not only hoarded billions of resources, he also recruited a group of strong individuals to establish his own base. But now there is an ignorant fool who wants to take advantage of the large number of people to swallow up all the surrounding bases. This immediately caused dissatisfaction among everyone. So a person named Qi Lin took the lead in organizing an alliance. He summoned Chief Luke Chan from other bases and stated that he was fully confident in being able to kill Yi Gaofei, but needed everyone's cooperation. After the mission is successful, I will take 50% of the supplies from Yi Gaofei's base, and the rest will be distributed evenly among everyone. Those willing to work with me, please make a statement. As soon as the music stopped playing, Luke Chan said, "My base here is the smallest, so I'll skip this event." Upon hearing this, Qi Lin's expression changed immediately. "Young man, let me give you a piece of advice. Don't underestimate others. If you are trying to emulate the praying mantis catching cicadas while unaware of the oriole behind, I advise you to dispel this idea as soon as possible. Otherwise, I will be the first to make you regret it." Upon hearing these words, Zhao Hai was immediately drenched in a cold sweat. He secretly thought, "Didn't I warn this old guy not to provoke Luke Chan? Why is he still threatening him? Is he asking for death?" Then he immediately remarked, "I guarantee that Luke Chan is definitely not that kind of person. My friend just doesn't like to fight for power and profit." But Qi Lin disagreed and arrogantly stated that whether he agrees today or not, he must agree. "If it weren't for your sake, he wouldn't even have the qualification to sit and talk to me." Upon hearing this, Luke Chan smiled faintly and commented on the bold statement, saying he would like to see what the other person can do if he disagrees today. Seeing that things have escalated to this point, Zhao Hai also had a speechless expression on his face, and could only let Qi Lin, this old guy, continue to act recklessly. At this moment, Qi Lin just smiled and said, "I know you have some skills. Old Zhao mentioned a few things about you to me. Even if you are strong, can you beat hundreds of people?" Several henchmen surrounded Luke Chan as they spoke. Luke Chan didn't want to act against Qi Lin because according to the plot of his previous life, he would take down Yi Gaofei. If I kill him now, maybe Yi Gaofei won't die, and the development of the situation will change. Then I won't be able to recruit Long Yu under my command. But this old guy really doesn't take Luke Chan seriously. Just as a few little Gargas were about to make a move on Luke Chan directly used a void step and appeared behind Qi Lin. Seeing this scene, Qi Lin's bladder trembled, almost scared to pee. Before he could figure out what was going on, a loud slap fiercely came towards him. Then Luke Chan said coldly, "Am I qualified to sit down and talk to you now?" In order not to change the outcome of the previous life, Luke Chan immediately asked what the way to kill Yi Gaofei was. But to everyone's surprise, Qi Lin remained stubborn and shouted, "There are over 600 people in my base. Do you think you can still leave here alive today? I won't tell you what to do. If you have the guts, just kill me." Little did he know that it was his foolish behavior that would make him regret for the rest of his life. Men are invincible beings in apocalypse. He can scare the opponent to death just by standing in front of a zombie. But now some people treat him as a useless person who can be bullied at will. Not only did he threaten to kill him if he didn't obey, he also said he didn't even have the right to kneel and talk to him. Unexpectedly, the next moment he was slapped in the face by Luke Chan. Even so, he still dared to say, "If you have the ability, just kill me." Seeing this, Luke Chan did not show any mercy either. He then turned around and gave him 2 hard slaps in the face. Then he interrogated him. "Will you tell me the way to deal with Yi Gaofei or not?" But who knows, this Qi Lin is also a tough guy. Even though he was beaten into a pig head by Luke Chan, he was still arrogant, saying, "Haven't you eaten yet? Keep hitting me." Can you do it, you little dog? I know you don't have the guts to kill me. But as soon as the words fell, Chen reached out and grabbed his neck. Then he said coldly, "What I hate the most is when others call me little dog." After saying that, he snapped his fingers and sent him to the underworld. Seeing this, a few henchmen quickly shouted to avenge their leader. "Brothers, let's go together." But who knew that the next second, those people cleanly walked away with their lunchboxes. Zhao Hai, who witnessed this scene, was also speechless. He had warned him not to provoke Chen, but he wouldn't listen. It's all his own fault. At the same time, Long Yu's younger brother was holding a corpse and crying, saying, "Yesterday, when I went out with you to hunt zombies and came back, I found that my wife was missing. Today someone told me that Lingjia, that beast, not only violated my wife while we were away but also killed her. Brother Long, please help me seek justice." When Long Yu heard this, he was instantly furious and said, "I will go find him right now and get to the bottom of this." But before Long Yu could reach the door, he heard Lingjia's voice from inside. "It's such a pity about that girl yesterday. If she hadn't been so arrogant, she wouldn't have lost her life." This greatly angered Long Yu. He immediately yelled at Lingjia, "You beast! I can't believe you really did this." Seeing that Long Yu was about to take action, Yi Gaofei quickly grabbed him. He also said, "Let's talk things out. We are all brothers from the same base." Upon seeing this, Long Yu immediately revealed Lingjia's wrongdoing. "Brother Yi, what do you think? Should this kind of beastly scum be put to death or not?" These words really frightened Lingjia, who quickly shouted, "Brother Yi, you have to save me. I'm taking the blame for you." "Brother Long, you should also understand Brother Yi. It's not easy for him to manage such a big base on his own. It's only natural for him to relax and unwind in the evening, right?" Long Yu immediately shouted in a stern voice, "Yi Gaofei, I never expected you to be this kind of person. I asked you to lead the team to gather supplies, you refused. I asked you to lead the team to hunt zombies, you also refused. All you do is daydream about taking over others. And now, you have committed such a despicable act. In the beginning, I was also deceived by your sweet talk and agreed to merge with you. Our paths diverge and we should not conspire together. From now on, you walk your path of sunshine, and I will walk my path alone." He is a vassal who even makes Cao Cao feel inferior when seeing him. He not only fantasizes about one day ruling the world. He also particularly enjoys dominating the women under him. If anyone does not obey, he kills them to keep them quiet. This also completely disappointed Long Yu, who followed him, leaving only the words "different paths lead to different futures" as they parted ways. Upon seeing this, Lingjia immediately stated that this person cannot be allowed to leave and must not walk out of the base alive. Otherwise, if he spreads rumors about you taking advantage of men and women, it will be over. But Yi Gaofei pointed out that aside from Long Yu's high status within the base, most ability users of level 3 and above have a close relationship with him. Furthermore, there is no one in the base who can match his abilities. How about this? Let's pin the blame of bullying on him and say that, out of consideration for our past brotherly relationship, we'll give him a light punishment of expelling him from the base. Meanwhile, on the other side, Xia Haoran excitedly found Chen and told him that he had been promoted to level 4. "Last time, didn't you say you'd share a secret with me once I reached level 4? Chen patted Xia Haoran on the shoulder and said, "You've done well, kid. You've reached level 4 so quickly." After the ability user of the strength class reaches level 4, the crystals in their body will continuously refine their body. The secret I want to tell you is that you can control which part of your body is being refined independently. My advice to you is to use all the remaining strength to train your fists, except for important areas like the heart and head. Xia Haoran, who heard these words, suddenly felt enlightened. He then immediately expressed his gratitude and said, "Thank you, Brother Chen. I will go and try the method you taught me right away." Just at that moment, a team member suddenly came to report that Zhao Hai was outside seeking an audience. He said that Yi Gaofei attacked his base and he ran to us seeking refuge. Shortly after, Zhao Hai hurriedly found Chen and indicated that this time Yi Gaofei's target was you. After you took out Qi Lin last time, most of his subordinates turned to Yi Gaofei. It was those people who instigated Yi Gaofei to come after you. Upon hearing this, Chen was instantly furious, thinking to himself that indeed, one should not leave any potential trouble behind when taking action. Anyway, he was just worrying about how to get rid of him, and unexpectedly, he took the initiative to deliver himself to the door. "Pass on my order. Everyone is to immediately enter combat readiness state." And at this moment, Yi Gaofei's 2,000 troops have all arrived outside Chen's base. Then he immediately took out a megaphone and shouted, You have been surrounded by me. I advise you not to resist. Drop your weapons immediately. Surrenderers will be rewarded with a bucket of instant noodles and a braised egg each. I'm giving you 10 minutes now. When the time is up, don't blame me for unleashing a bloodbath. Chen, who heard this, was also speechless. What is Yi Gaofei thinking? Just trying to win people over with a bucket of instant noodles? I provide meals every day, meat included. Even if one surrenders, I'll consider it a loss. 10 minutes later, Yi Gaofei, in a fit of anger, said, Are these people not afraid of death? Sanjiang, you lead your troops in first. I'll give you credit for this battle. Sanjiang unexpectedly replied directly to him, Why should my people go to their deaths first? Haven't you seen that none of them have surrendered? You don't need to think to know what their strength is like. This greatly angered Yi Gaofei, who immediately shouted, Look at you, you bear-like appearance. Whoever is willing to go will be rewarded with a pound of sausage. Yi Gaofei thought that with such a heavy reward, there would surely be a brave man willing to step forward. But who would have thought that when he turned around, he found that his men immediately retreated 10 meters in unison. And what happened next shattered Yi Gaofei's values directly. The man is the renowned Void King in the apocalypse. He not only accumulated billions of resources before the outbreak of the apocalypse, he also recruited a group of experts and established his own power during the apocalypse. But now someone has gathered 2,000 troops with the intention of wiping him out. Although Chen's base has only a little over 100 people, he is not the least bit worried. He was still leisurely sitting on the city wall eating an apple. However, it was precisely this action of his that scared the other party out of their wits, and no one dared to rush into the base. Everyone was arguing fiercely about who should take on this vanguard role, and the situation thus remained in a strange stalemate. Upon seeing this, Chen immediately threw the leftover apple over and said, Are you here to joke around or not? In the end, are you going to fight or not? Such a disorganized group. Although this statement is not very hurtful, its insulting nature has deeply angered Yi Gaofei, making him grit his teeth in frustration. He immediately grabbed Hanya's hand and said, It's just the two of us at level 4 now. Darling, you're the only one who can help me here. Will you assist me in this battle? If this continues, where can I hide my face? Don't worry, I'll have the priest constantly give you buffs and healing. I love you. Upon hearing this, Hanya immediately stood up as if injected with chicken blood, shouting, Brothers, follow me. Let's destroy this small base together. Those who dare not join us will be shown no mercy. She then forcefully kicked open the door of the base, only to discover a thick stone wall behind it. Just as she was wondering how to break through the wall and get in, the wall of earth release in front of her suddenly disappeared. The next second, Lily Me and Cloud Shu appeared before her, and then the two of them released their combined ability technique, Ice and Fire combination, in no time. Hanya, who saw this scene, did not hesitate at all and immediately grabbed a henchman to use as a shield. With a loud bang, the first few people who rushed into the base were instantly killed by the devastating blow. Hanya did not die with his eyes closed. He did not expect that as a level 4 ability user, he would also be killed instantly. But just then Thunder King suddenly rushed out from the base. Chen, who saw this scene, was suddenly drenched in cold sweat, thinking to himself, How did I forget about this guy? It's so hard to come by such a good opportunity for everyone to practice and coordinate in actual combat. Seems like this guy is going to ruin it again. Thunder King is also very insightful. He rushed towards Chief Yi Gaofei as soon as he arrived. Then it suddenly condensed a thunder bullet from its mouth. It swung directly towards Yi Gaofei's sidekick and took away the boxed meal inexplicably. Watching Thunder King Yi Gaofei approaching step by step, Yi Gaofei's bladder trembled and he almost peed himself. He had never encountered a dog with awakened ability before, and its power was so terrifying. Before he could figure out the situation, Thunder King landed and formed a Chidori Rasengan. It turned around and greeted him with a hit. Yi Gaofei, who was hit, immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Then Thunder King followed up with a thunderous sweep, throwing him high into the air. This time Yi Gaofei truly soared high. But it's not over yet. Just as Yi Gaofei was falling, Thunder King kicked back with a thunderous whirlwind kick, ruthlessly striking his face. After landing, Yi Gaofei lay on the ground and tasted defeat in the northwest. Upon seeing this scene, the crowd began to kneel down and beg for mercy, shouting, Lord Dog, spare us. Among them, a man's voice was the loudest, repeatedly shouting, I'm a new dad, don't kill me. Seeing this, Xia Haoran immediately dragged this guy to Chen and said, Brother Chen, I can see that elder dog is already bloodthirsty, so I saved this new dad. Upon hearing this, the kid immediately said, Chief Chen, spare me. My name is Luwan, a light class ability user. I am willing to serve you as an ox in the future. Upon hearing this, Chen chuckled and said, Answer me a question, and I'll spare your life as a dog. Can you believe it? A legion formed by 2,000 ability users. Actually wiped out by an ordinary and unremarkable local dog. Just now, Yi Gaofei was planning to lead a sneak attack on Chen's base. They ended up being killed by a local dog, without leaving a single piece of armor behind. Fortunately, Xia Haoran acted quickly, and managed to rescue a light-class ability user from Thunder King's grasp. Upon seeing the situation, Chen immediately asked why he didn't notice that Long Yu was being arranged to stay in the base. Upon hearing this, Luwan trembled and nervously revealed the incident of Long Yu bullying others and being expelled from the base by Yi Gaofei. Upon hearing this, Chen was suddenly stunned in place, muttering that he never expected Long Yu to be this kind of person. Luwan immediately expressed that Brother Long is definitely not that kind of person. He was framed by Yi Gaofei. Who doesn't know that the bully who picks on men and women is him? Yi Gaofei is just someone whom everyone dares to be angry at, but doesn't dare to speak out against. After learning about the situation, Chen's face was full of worry. He thought to himself, where in the vast sea of people should he look for Long Yu? Forget it, he decided to just let nature take its course. After that, Chen asked Zhao Hai to help clean up the battlefield. I'll go destroy Yi Gaofei's base first. When I come back, I'll treat you to a good meal. At this time, Song Ling said in a deep voice, Brother Hai, do you think we should also join Chen's base? I saw the scene just now, and I estimate that even a base with over 10,000 people may not be his match. If it wasn't for holding on to Chen's thigh this time, we would have been swallowed up by Yi Gaofei long ago. Just as the words fell, the core members on Zhao Hai's side expressed their opposition one after another, because they knew deeply that they could only receive preferential treatment under Zhao Hai. In terms of their strength, when they go to Chen's side, at most they are just members. Seeing that all the brothers held opposing views, Zhao Hai had no choice but to give up. He also mentioned that we are not completely without a chance to grow stronger. As long as we can obtain a high-level crystal, we can turn the tables. At the same time, on the other side, Thunder King saw Chen about to leave. Immediately, he carried Yi Gaofei's level 4 crystal over, and gestured for the master to quickly calculate the points gained from this battle. Upon seeing this, Chen smiled faintly and said, I'll keep this crystal for now. You stay here to take care of things. I'll calculate the points for you when I finish my business and come back. After saying that, Chen immediately ordered to go to Yi Gaofei's base. I heard that there are a lot of supplies there. Let's take several more trucks with us. Under the leadership of Luwan, they quickly arrived at the warehouse where Yi Gaofei stored supplies. At this moment, the guards in the base had already vanished without a trace. Only a golden retriever was left behind to guard the base. Chen is overjoyed. Although this dog has not awakened an ability, she is a female dog that has not been infected with the virus. Bringing it back to Thunder King as a wife couldn't be more fitting. Upon thinking about this, he immediately took out a rope from the ability space. Upon returning to the base, Chen immediately found Thunder King with it. He then shouted, Quick, look at what prize I brought back for you. Let's forget about the points and all that. Okay? But before Chen could finish his sentence, tears instantly wet Thunder King's eyes. Then it began to bark wildly at Chen. Chen, who saw this scene, suddenly froze in place, thinking to himself, do all single dogs react like this when they see a female dog? This reaction is way too intense. But little did Chen know, he completely misunderstood Thunder King's intention. Thunder King sadly whimpered, I can't believe you as a camper have adopted another pet. Aren't you satisfied with me and Rice? Tell me, what makes this dog better than me besides being prettier? Does it have my ambition? Is it as loyal to you as I am? You heartless man. Scumbag. Are you still unsatisfied even when you have me and Rice? Tell me, besides being more attractive than me, what does this dog have that is better than me? Does it have my ambition? Is it as loyal to you as I am? You ungrateful man. I've been faithfully following you, only to find out that you are a fickle owner. Are you going to abandon me once you have it? Seeing Thunder King keep barking endlessly, Chen immediately said, It seems like you don't like the bride I found for you. Then tell me, what breed of female dog do you actually like? At this moment, Thunder King suddenly realized that the owner wasn't changing preferences, but had actually found a female dog bride for him. Can you believe it? Even a local breed dog can have ambition. It is working hard to earn 1,500 points to become an elder in the shelter as soon as possible. It single-handedly wiped out an army of 2,000 superpowered individuals with just the power of a dog. Luke Chen decided to reward Thunder King, so he found a female dog to be Thunder King's wife. But who would have thought this guy turned out to be a steel straight dog, preferring to be single for life rather than have the owner match a female dog as its wife. Because a female dog will only affect its discharge speed, not to mention, a wife doesn't bring any benefits. Once this dog becomes the elder of the base, won't everyone have to address me respectfully as dog elder? Later, Thunder King immediately brought Rice to serve as a translator, allowing it to convey its true thoughts to the owner. Upon learning the situation, Luke Chen immediately expressed, "Since you don't like this golden retriever, I will give it to the girls as a pet. Now I will calculate your points, Rice. You are responsible for translating it for Thunder King. You have killed the enemy chief and also obtained his crystal. I reward you with 200 points. In this battle, you were extremely brave and completely annihilated the enemy. I'll add another 200 points for you. Is that fair? Adding your previous points, you now have a total of 1,500 points, just right." This made Thunder King very happy, and he immediately started barking non-stop. Upon seeing this, Rice immediately translated. Thunder King said that it wants to exchange all its points for the position of elder. It also requested that you must hold a grand appointment ceremony for it, so that all members in the base would respectfully address it as dog elder. Upon hearing this, Luke Chen was instantly stunned in place. "I really didn't expect you, this dog thing, to be so persistent about the position of elder. Then I will grant your wish." At this moment, Luke Chen spoke in a deep voice. "I'll take care of this matter. I will go now and have Jade Ma prepare a barbecue celebration for you." Later, Luke Chen summoned all members in the base and announced that one member had met the requirements to become an elder. "Now I appoint them as the first elder of our base." As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd immediately began discussing. Some speculated that it could be Lily Me, while Cloud Shu insisted that it must be Lily Me given her strength. She should have already accumulated 1,500 points. Others mentioned Xia Haoran, as he is the top hunter in our base, killing the most zombies every day. Before everyone finished speaking, Luke Chen revealed the answer. "Now let's have our first elder say a few words to everyone." As soon as the words fell, Thunder King, holding a cane and wearing a cloak, slowly walked to the center of the stage. The crowd was stunned to see this scene. Although the outcome was unexpected, there was not a single person who was not convinced. It is the strongest combat power apart from Chief Chen. Whether it is judged by the number of zombies killed or the performance in the battle just now, it is undoubtedly the first. At this point, Luke Chen grinned and said, "Why is everyone still standing there? Hurry up and call someone. From now on, everyone must call Thunder King Dog Elder when they see him." Upon hearing this, everyone began to shout Dog Elder enthusiastically. Congratulations to Thunder King for becoming the first elder in the base. This made Thunder King extremely happy, and it immediately barked to declare that all expenses for today will be covered by this elder. Everyone immediately shouted, "Elder is awesome!" in a deafening cheer, which caught the attention of a nearby group of survivors. One of them mentioned hearing that Yi Gaofei had died at their hands. "Should we go take a look?" And the leader of this group is none other than Long Yu, who Luke Chen has been desperately searching for. How awesome is this native dog? It not only awakened the strongest talent Thunder ability, it also became the first elder of the base through its own efforts. At the appointment ceremony, Thunder King even arrogantly stated that tonight all expenses would be covered by me, Dog Elder. Upon hearing this, the crowd all cheered, shouting, "Long live Dog Elder! Dog Elder is awesome!" This cheering instantly caught the attention of a group of survivors. Several people approached to take a closer look, only to find that the people inside were drinking from large bottles and eating meat heartily. But when Long Yu saw the recruitment rules at the door, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. This base not only has strict recruitment rules, but also does not allow members to commit crimes in the base. Each person must hunt and kill 3 level 3 zombies every day. Killing more than 3 will earn bonus points. This is completely different from Yi Gaofei's approach. It can be said that my philosophy aligns with it unintentionally. Just that here I still have a few brothers who have not yet reached level 3. Upon seeing this, Long Yu immediately said, "Brothers who have reached level 3, please go ahead and join. I will accompany the remaining brothers to ascend to level 3, and then we will join you." Upon hearing this, everyone expressed their willingness to talk with them, saying, "Although 3 of us have not met the requirements, we are all fearless elites. I think we can talk to them." Long Yu immediately stepped forward and asked if I could help convey a message. He said, "My name is Long Yu, a level 4 ability user. I have an urgent matter to discuss with your chief." At this moment, Luke Chen is settling scores with Thunder King, and Dog Elder is quite bold. Tonight we drank a total of 1,666 bottles of alcohol and beverages. I won't bother calculating the barbecue costs with you. Let's just say it's my treat to celebrate you becoming the elder of the base. Based on 1 point per bottle of alcohol, currently your score is negative 1666 points. Thunder King froze in place when he heard this, murmuring that this time it seems like he might have gone too far and turned himself into a debtor. Are these guys all pigs? Over 100 people actually drank over 1,000 bottles of alcohol. But at this moment, the on-duty member suddenly reported Long Yu's request to see Luke Chen at the door. Luke Chen was overjoyed by this. Without saying a word, he sprinted towards the door, humming "Today is a good day," and thinking that everything is going well. It seemed that good things were achieved effortlessly. When Luke Chen arrived at the door, Long Yu immediately suggested the idea of joining the base. But I still have 3 people under my command who have not reached level 3. Can we make a compromise and let them join together as well? Luke Chen agreed to Long Yu's request without hesitation and asked, "Can you tell me about the skills you possess?" Upon hearing this, Long Yu immediately replied, "I have awoken the ability of Metal Element. Although my attack power is average, my physical defense is exceptionally strong. I can also transform into any weapon form to assist others." Upon hearing Long Yu's response, Luke Chen chuckled, and it seems this guy still doesn't know the power of a Metal Element ability user. Your defense is strong, right? Let me give it a try. Upon seeing this, Long Yu did not hesitate at all and immediately opened his arms to signal Luke Chen to come over. Luke Chen didn't hold back with him, clenched his fist and shouted at him without any hesitation. "Be careful. This punch is at 50% power." The next second, Long Yu, who was hit, suddenly took a few steps back. This move also stunned Long Yu on the spot. He knew that besides a level 4 strength class ability user, no one else could possibly punch him back. Moreover, Luke Chen only used 50% of his strength. It is said that he is not a strength class ability user, which indicates that his level must be above level 5. At this moment, Luke Chen said solemnly, "Have you ever tried melting metal and then recombining it into any shape to make it tougher and sharper?" Upon hearing this, Long Yu immediately melted the iron rod handed to him and then said, "This is not difficult for me. I will demonstrate it to you now." But Luke Chen said, "That's not what I meant. If it's just turning the iron rod into an iron sword, I can easily find a blacksmith to do that. What I mean is using your ability to turn iron into gold. Can you do that? Men have the ability to turn waste into treasure. With just a light touch they can turn scrap iron into gold. But he himself knows nothing about it. It turns out that just a moment ago, Luke Chen took out a gold ring for him to feel the structure of gold atoms. Then he asked him to use his ability to turn other metals into gold. So he tried the method taught by Luke Chen. Sure enough, he turned the iron bracelet into a golden one. Luke Chen told him that this is your true value. In fact, metal element ability users don't need to transform themselves into weapons to assist others. Instead, they use their ability to alter the structure of metal, thus creating extraordinary weapon and equipment for others to use. Just now I was just giving you an example. You can also use a variety of metals for mixed forging. Hearing this, Long Yu was enlightened as if by a sudden flash of inspiration, and immediately understood Luke Chen's meaning. At this moment, Luke Chen smiled and said, "You can think about this carefully later. I'll take everyone inside to have something to eat first. Today, our base is holding a celebration banquet. Enjoy the food and drinks, no need to be polite." Luke Chen said as he led a few people into the base, unaware that at this moment, a girl had also sneaked in quietly. After silently reciting an invisibility spell, the next second, the girl unexpectedly disappeared from where she was standing with a swish. Immediately, she blended into the crowd and started looking for her target. Soon she found Meng Yin, who had just recently joined the base, enjoying herself. The girl said indignantly, "You heartless person, do you know how worried I was about you? I haven't eaten anything for 3 days and nights just to find you. I never expected to see you here leisurely eating chicken legs." And these words happened to be overheard by Thunder King passing by. So it immediately reported this situation to Luke Chen, which frightened Luke Chen quite a bit. Without saying a word, he ran towards Meng Yin's room in one go. When Luke Chen arrived, Meng Yin was already tightly protecting her younger sister behind herself. Seeing this, Luke Chen immediately asked who this person was and how she managed to sneak in. Upon hearing this, Meng Yin quickly responded that she was my friend Xiaoyu. She used invisibility technique to sneak into the base to find me because she was worried about my safety. Upon hearing that the girl has such a rare ability, Luke Chen thought to himself that he must bring her under his command. Then he continued with a smile and said, A few days ago I saw Meng-Ean the girl alone in the wilderness, which was too dangerous, so I brought her back to the base. I'm sorry for making you worry. Isn't it good for her to be with me? If you don't mind, you can stay here too. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu immediately said, I know there's no free lunch in this world. What do I need to do if I stay? Luke Chan told her, your task is actually very simple, which is to use your stealth skills to help me search for mutants in the wilderness. Xiao Yu immediately said that she had seen a mutant on her way here, but the creature was already dead. Its body was surrounded by a chilling air, so I was too scared to approach and check. But I can confirm that Crystal is still there. How about I take you there now? It's only 2 to 3 kilometers away from here. Just as Luke Chan was about to set off to find Crystal, Zhao Hai suddenly panicked and found Luke Chan, shouting that something big was happening, Brother Chan. Seeing this, Luke Chan immediately asked him what happened and why he was in such a panic. Upon hearing this, Zhao Hai nervously said, we just saw a zombie in the distance, but before we knew it, that zombie teleported in front of us. In an instant, it killed more than a dozen of our brothers. Luckily, we ran fast and narrowly escaped unharmed. Just then, Rai suddenly walked over and said, Luke Chan, you're done for this time. What would happen if a cat's intelligence reached 180? It would be able to talk. It would also be able to sing, rap, and play basketball. Not only that, it also possesses the ability of foresight. With a quick calculation, it can predict the life and death of a person. But right now, just as Luke Chan was about to leave, Rai suddenly predicted that he was going to be in big trouble this time. Luke Chan was really scared by this and thought to himself, how could I, the mighty Void King, just end like this? He immediately picked up Rice and shouted, wait for me. He then took Rice to an empty corner and asked, what did you mean by I'm doomed this time? Please help me sense carefully again. Upon hearing this, Rice immediately said, I have a feeling that you were very close to failing this time, but sometimes a blessing comes in disguise. After this difficulty, you will gain a tremendous benefit. You can rest assured and move on. Don't worry, this time you will not die. Upon hearing this, Luke Chan immediately fell into contemplation, thinking that according to Zhao Hai's description just now, the zombie that can teleport should be a wind-type mutant of level 7 or higher. Could it be that during this trip, Xiao Yu and I would encounter this creature while searching for the crystal? A level 7 crystal might not be a huge surprise for me. What surprise could Rice be referring to then? Never mind, I don't want to think about it. After all, it's life-threatening. Luke Chan continued to prepare to go out and find Crystal according to the original plan, which frightened Zhao Hai quite a bit. He hurriedly shouted, Brother Chan, are you throwing your life away? I just told you so much. Did you hear a single word I said? Upon hearing this, Luke Chan smiled slightly and said, Brother, don't worry. It's just a high-level zombie. I'll go kill it right away. Just at that moment, Lily Me Purple Me Pillar Sue also returned to the base from outside. What they didn't know was that at this moment, a zombie was following them to the base. Seeing the situation, several security members quickly stepped forward and blocked it outside the door. But who knew that the next second, the zombie roared and pounced towards them. In an instant, several guards were instantly killed. Lily Me, who witnessed the scene, quickly shouted to inform Luke Chan that this mutant is not something we can deal with. Shortly after, Luke Chan hurriedly rushed to the door. Seeing this, he did not hesitate at all and immediately summoned the Void Sword. Then he angrily swung his sword towards the mutant's back, but soon he realized something was wrong. This mutant's defense is so high that not even the Void Sword can harm it in the slightest. At this moment, Luke Chan suddenly froze in place, thinking to himself that this time he's really done for, as not even the Void Sword can deal with it. That means this guy's level is at least 2 levels higher than mine, and maybe even 3 levels. How the hell are we supposed to play this? The wives are all here too, we can't just leave them behind and escape on our own. Luke Chan thought of this and once again activated Void Step, arriving behind it. He wanted to chop off this guy's head with one sword. But who knew this mutant reacted very fast and immediately swung a claw towards Luke Chan. It instantly knocked him down on the ground. What Luke Chan never expected was that the mutant did not continue to attack him. Instead, he turned around and walked slowly towards Lily Me Purple Me. After being reborn into the apocalypse, the man encountered a zombie that was immune to weapons. The zombie was unharmed by the man's sword strike. He was actually swatted away by the zombie with a single swipe. Strangely, the zombie did not continue to attack him. Instead, it slowly turned its head and walked towards Lily Me Purple Me, who was behind it. Seeing that he was no match for this guy, Luke Chan, as the king of evading death, immediately had the idea of escaping. Although he was not sure if he could use Void Step to escape with everyone, he could only take a gamble. So he immediately used Void Step to appear in front of them, then shouted, Quick, grab onto me. Then he once again used Void Step. But the next second, Luke Chen alone teleported 100 meters away. Mutant is about to attack his own wife. Luke Chen acted without any hesitation, immediately using a Void Step to shield Purple Me. He secretly thought that he was really going to be in deep trouble this time. Now he could only hope that this mutant would die soon, because mutants generally have very short lifespans. With Luke Chen silently chanting, "Hurry up and die for me." The next second, Luke Chen's emotional fluctuations triggered a reaction in Crystal's mind. Immediately after that, the mutant started convulsing uncontrollably as if fast forward had been pressed. In the end, that zombie fell straight to the ground just like that. At this moment, Luke Chen was completely dumbfounded. What the heck is that skills just now? This is definitely not an ability of the spatial class. Before he could figure out the situation, Luke Chen suddenly went black in front of his eyes and fell directly to the ground. Purple Me, who saw this scene, was suddenly terrified and frantically released healing spells onto Luke Chen, but it was of no use. Upon seeing this, Lily Me immediately ordered the base to be put on high alert. From now on, everyone is forbidden to enter or leave the base. Please ensure that all staff are on guard duty. Shortly after, Pillars took Luke Chen back to his room. Seeing Luke Chen lying motionless on the bed, Thunder King immediately barked and asked Rice owner what had happened. Upon hearing this, Rice calmly replied, "Don't worry, Luke Chen will not only not die this time, but will also receive a huge surprise." However, Purple Me completely couldn't take in these words and continued to silently pray for her brother Luke Chen to wake up soon. Luke Chen slowly opened his eyes until 2.5 days later. Purple Me was overjoyed and quickly shouted, "Luke Chen, you finally woke up. Do you know how worried I was about you?" The just awakened Luke Chen was also a bit confused. He racked his brains for a while before remembering what happened the day before yesterday. When he dealt with the mutant by himself, it seemed that he used some kind of skill to accelerate its death. Could it be that he has awakened a second ability? So Luke Chen immediately sensed the crystal in his mind. He was surprised to discover that he had awakened a unique time-based ability. How awesome is this camper? The base he has established is a dominant presence in the apocalypse. The dog guarding the door at home has also awakened the strongest talent, thunder ability. His pet cat also has the ability of precognition. He himself has awakened an extremely rare spatial ability, possessing top-notch combat and life-saving abilities. But now his talent has been developed for a second time. He has awakened a once-in-a-lifetime time ability. Spatial class ability, while extremely rare, was encountered by Luke Chen in his past life 7 times. While Luke Chen encountered only one time class ability user, it can definitely be described as unparalleled. Back in the day when Luke Chen was stealing vegetables at the Lily Me base, he was able to come and go freely thanks to Bai Ji's Void Step skill. He was caught on the spot by Lily Me, but he remained unfazed. He even taunted her, saying, "How many times has this happened already? Have you ever caught a camper like this before?" But as soon as he finished speaking, Luke Chen immediately noticed that something was wrong. His body was strangely frozen in place and he couldn't move. At that moment, a blonde girl coldly said, "You as a camper dare to act arrogant. I have already stopped your time. Let's see where you can run this time." Lily Me didn't waste any time talking to Luke Chen. She went straight up to him and firmly kicked him on the butt. The grudge between him and Lily Me from a past life started with a kick like this. The girl with the time ability is called Zhang Xiaoxua, but she has only mastered the skill of time stopping and can only use it on one target at a time. On the other hand, she has also mastered the skill of time acceleration. Could it be that my talent in time manipulation is higher than hers? In the previous life, Luke Chen defeated Zhang Xiaoxua, took her body from the hands of the zombie, but did not absorb her crystal. He just stored her body in the ability space. Why did he awaken the time ability himself? Just thinking about this, Luke Chen suddenly had a splitting headache. This time, when fighting against that mutant, his own crystal was completely destroyed. It will probably take at least 2 to 3 months to repair the damaged crystal. But at this moment, Purple Me suddenly walked over with a purple crystal and said, "Luke Chen, this is the crystal of that mutant. Quickly absorb the energy inside to restore your body." Luke Chen took the crystal and saw that it was only a level 8 wind element crystal, which was clearly below his expectations. Moreover, the crystal was damaged, so it was not suitable for absorbing energy within a month. After some thought, Luke Chen then handed the crystal to Thunder King, asking it to use it to level up to level 5 first, and return it to him after you are done using it. Thunder King quickly shook its head, indicating that it didn't want the elder to deduct points later. "I'm not stupid. I already owe more than 1,600 points now." But Luke Chan said that this time not only will your points not be deducted, but there will also be a surprise. The first base member promoted to level 5 will be rewarded with 500 points. As soon as these words were spoken, Thunder King immediately jumped up and snatched the crystal from Luke Chen's hand without saying a word, muttering that there were points to be earned, damn it. At this time Purple Me gently said, "Brother Luke Chan, you have been unconscious for 2.5 days. You must be starving. I'll go get Sister Jade to make you some delicious food to replenish your body." Upon hearing this, Luke Chen immediately said that Thunder King could handle it. "Thunder King, you can go ask Rice to find Lily Me to help me pass on a message. Just tell them that my injuries have fully healed. Starting from today we will have a 3-day feast. Let the brothers eat to their heart's content." Then Luke Chan looked affectionately at Purple Me and said, "Wife, you must be tired these past few days. Thank you for your hard work. I won't give a detailed explanation for everyone because the following plot isn't very good." At the same time on the other side, 2 bases are fiercely fighting to seize supplies. Just seeing a man riding an elephant like a god descending to earth, he struck the opponent so powerfully that they had no ability to fight back. The people who fell to the ground shouted at him, "What's so impressive about you? Yes, your elephant is powerful, but compared to the dog from the neighboring base it's nothing at all. If you are capable, go raid their base for resources. Bullying our small base is no skill at all." The man immediately became furious upon hearing this, then shouted, "My elephant is the true king of all beasts. You guys don't even need to mention a dog. Even a lion or a tiger is just a little brother in front of it. I'm going to go meet this dog you're talking about right away." Who would have thought that the docile elephant in the zoo is actually a fierce beast that kills without hesitation? It single-handedly destroyed a base with hundreds of people. Even so, the other party still doesn't yield and even threatens that you are indeed powerful, the elephant, but compared to the dog next door in the other base, you are just a little brother. The man immediately became angry and shouted, "My elephant is the invincible one. I want to see how powerful that dog you're talking about really is." After saying that, he turned his head and walked slowly towards Luke Chen's base, unaware that he had already been targeted by 2 wolves at this moment. It's because this ferocious elephant massacred their wolf pack, and wolves are animals with a strong sense of revenge. At the same time on the other side, the girls in the base are enjoying themselves combing the golden hair. The next second, a tall and powerful elephant suddenly broke into the base. Luke Chan recognized at a glance that he was in Chen, the elephant rider. In his previous life he was also a somewhat famous figure after all. The strength of the elephant was indeed very strong, but Chen himself was a scumbag. Seeing the situation, Lily Me immediately stopped Chen and shouted, "This is private property. Outsiders are not allowed in." Upon hearing this, Chen smiled slightly and said, "I heard there is a badass dog in your base. I want to see if your dog is tough, or if my elephant is stronger." He then cast his gaze towards the golden retriever on the side, and had to admit that this dog had some merit. It actually had the guts to roar in front of my elephant. Upon hearing this, Lily Me Purple Me was immediately stunned in place, all expressing whether there was a misunderstanding. Did he mean the brave dog referred to the golden retriever? Thunder King was so angry on the spot that he gritted his teeth, cursing that this scoundrel dared to disrespect the elder. He vowed to make him pay later. The golden retriever was suddenly startled by the elephant's sudden stomp, causing it to tremble all over in fear. Upon seeing this scene, Chen burst into laughter resembling a pig's squeal. "Is this your dog's true capability? Daring to challenge the brilliance of the sun and moon like a candle before them. Watch me crush it into minced meat." Seeing this, Lily Me immediately shouted sternly, "Such boldness! Do you even know that you've picked the wrong dog? Just based on you daring to criticize our base's dog elder? The 2 of us combined are still no match for it. If you want to challenge dog elder, you have to get past me first." Seeing this person acting so arrogant, Thunder King immediately prepared to rush out and teach him a lesson. But Luke Chan timely hugged him in his arms and said, "At least let Lily Me and the others exercise. If you dare to act on your own without obeying orders again, believe it or not, I will dismiss you from the position of elder right now." As soon as this was said, Thunder King immediately behaved obediently. At this moment Lily Me's body was instantly engulfed in a blazing fire. Luke Chan immediately recognized that this was Lily Me's signature move, the Crimson Lotus Burst. As the elephant approached her step by step, Lily Me immediately gathered all the flames on her body onto her fingertips. She gently tapped the elephant's trunk that was swinging towards her face, and a burst of scorching flames instantly erupted from her fingertips. With a loud bang, the elephant's trunk was instantly burned to ashes by this dominant flame. Upon seeing this, and Chen immediately jumped down from the elephant. Then in a fit of anger he shouted, "Brothers, attack! Kill them all to accompany my elephant in death." And Lily, who released her ultimate move, also felt weak in the legs and sat down on the ground with a thud. Seeing this situation, Chen did not hesitate and shouted, "What are you all staring at? Don't you see these dishonorable people trying to bully us with numbers?" As soon as the words were spoken, Thunder King didn't hesitate and charged forward without saying a word. It secretly thought, "How dare you look down on this dog? Today I will show you my true strength and how awesome this local dog is." It not only awakened the most powerful thunder ability for attacking, it also became the dog elder above tens of thousands of people in the base. But now some people treat it as a waste that can be bullied. This made Chen quite angry. In any case, even hitting a dog, you should take a look at the owner. With Chen's command, Thunder King immediately rushed out. It secretly thought, "This bastard actually dares to look down on this elder. Today this dog will make you understand why the flowers are so red." However, just as Thunder King was about to catch up to Chen, two wild wolves suddenly blocked his path before he could even figure out the situation. The two wolves howled and pounced towards him. Thunder King noticed that the wolves wanted to compete with it for points. Without saying a word, it directly slapped Chen with one claw and killed him in midair. The two wolves were quite frightened. They never expected the killer who slaughtered their entire pack, ran, to be killed in an instant by a local mongrel. However, Thunder King looked with interest at the white female wolf across from him. Then a hint of spring blossomed on its dog face. Tears overflowed from the corners of its mouth uncontrollably. Before Thunder King could finish appreciating this beautiful female wolf, the two wolves immediately ran away, and Thunder King quickly caught up with them. He called out, "Beauty, don't run away." Thunder King then used a move called Vicious Dog Devours Prey, knocking down the beautiful female wolf. He immediately started asking the female wolf in a barking manner, "How is the elder lady of this dog?" Then it glared fiercely at the male wolf, indicating that it had taken a liking to this female wolf. "If you dare to compete with this elder for a mate, you can go ahead and try if you are not afraid of death." Just then, Chen arrived at the scene with his men. Seeing this scene, the onlookers all cheered for Dog Elder, who not only defeated Chen but also captured two wild wolves. Only Chen could see at a glance that Thunder King's motives were impure. Otherwise, why would this scoundrel do something without any benefit? At this moment, Chen suddenly realized. No wonder Thunder King rejected the golden retriever as his wife when he offered her earlier. It turns out this scoundrel doesn't like gentle dogs, but prefers wild wolves. So Chen immediately picked up one in each hand and brought both wolves back to the base. But Thunder King just kept barking wildly behind Chen, indicating that this white wolf is the future Mrs. Elder. "Can't you be a bit gentler with it, master?" This made Chen quite angry, and immediately he kicked it hard on the butt. Then he shouted, "I get mad just looking at your bootlicker appearance. What's the use of being gentle to wolves? They admire power, only absolute power can make them submit. If they don't obey, then dominate them. Beating is expressing affection, scolding is showing love, punching and kicking is romance." When this was said, Thunder King suddenly saw the light and secretly thought that it's not surprising that he is the master. Purple Me must have been beaten a lot, right? Under Chen's guidance, Thunder King immediately rushed towards the mother wolf's room. And at this moment, the moment Chen was most worried about is about to arrive. In another 2.5 weeks, the zombies will evolve to level 4. This time, the intelligence of the evolved zombies will also be further developed. By then, the zombies will no longer aimlessly roam around. They will gather together and actively seek out survivors. Although it's very safe here right now, it won't be able to withstand a large-scale zombie horde. Once they are targeted by the zombie horde, it's all over. I can use Void Step to escape, but everyone else will be wiped out. Therefore, the top priority is to quickly find a new base. After being reborn into the apocalypse, the man encountered a zombie that could speak human language. Not only did it boast about its rock-hard skull, but also threatened that if ignorant humans had the ability, they should try to crush its iron head. Little did it know that its arrogant actions would lead to a lifetime of regret. It turns out that just now Chen decided to give up the villa area. He plans to move the base to a small village 20 kilometers away. Then he plans to establish a larger and more secure base there. To deal with the impending zombie wave, Chen did some research there in advance. Not only is the environment beautiful, but the water quality is also quite good. The water there can be simply filtered and is completely suitable for members to drink. Although it will still affect the speed of their promotion, the qualifications of the members are limited after all. Elite member Luke Chen naturally wouldn't let them drink this kind of water. Later on, Luke Chen began leading a grand convoy to move the whole family. But who knew that as soon as they arrived at the village entrance, they were attacked by a large-headed zombie. Before everyone could figure out the situation, several members were instantly killed by the zombie. The zombie was muttering in its mouth, "I have a very iron head. If you don't want to die, you better roll away quickly." At this moment, Luke Chen slowly walked up to the zombie and said, "So, you have a very iron head, huh?" He then suddenly kicked it fiercely in the crotch. A heart-wrenching scream echoed through the air instantly. When Zombie saw this, he quickly yelled, "Are you sick in the head? I'm tough. Why did you kick me down there?" Luke Chen, however, was not convinced and continued to fiercely kick at his big brother, saying, "You think you're tough? I'll make you tough." Zombie immediately held his crotch in pain, tears welling up in his eyes. "Bro, do you even know where your head is? It's up top, not down there, okay?" However, he still waited for it to finish speaking. Luke Chen turned around and slapped it across the face, saying, "Since you have such a reasonable request, it's true that we can't just ignore it." At this moment, the confused big head zombie became even more baffled, secretly wondering if this guy is still human. Why is he more ferocious than us zombies? Just as he finished speaking, Luke Chen used the descending dragon 10 palm strikes technique again and fiercely struck towards it with a flurry of slaps. Seeing the situation, Zombie quickly shouted, "Brother, I know I was wrong. Please forgive me and don't hit me anymore. Ironhead will never claim to have an iron head again." Seeing that this guy is a level 5 zombie, Luke Chen did not kill it. Keeping it as a sparring partner for a few core members is also a good choice. Then Luke Chen locked Ironhead in a truck. Meanwhile, on the other side, a mutated emperor crab suddenly emerged from the sea, followed by a large group of crabs crawling onto land and launching ruthless attacks on nearby humans. Some bases rooted by the seaside found themselves in dire straits. Everyone began persuading Chief to move to inland cities. After a discussion, the base's chief Feng Zhongqing immediately ordered to move to Divine Capital early tomorrow morning. It is this decision that will make him regret for a lifetime. The man is the dominant ruler of a region in the apocalypse. He not only awakened the super-strong abilities of Time and Spatial series, but also recruited a group of powerful individuals to build his own power. But now someone is treating him like a monkey, saying they would cooperate to collect supplies together but then stood him up. This really angered Luke Chen. He immediately had Dawnlight Long bring that clueless person over. Seeing the situation, the man quickly explained, "Brother Chen, I'm innocent. I wouldn't dare stand you up. I was also pressured by a man named Feng Zhongqing." Upon hearing this name, Luke Chen immediately fell into contemplation. Feng Zhongqing in his past life was also considered a reputable king-level figure, and he had several subordinates who had also advanced to the king level. It seems that this guy is not deceiving me. Just then, a member suddenly came to report that there is a person named Feng Zhongqing waiting at the door to see you, claiming to have urgent matters to discuss. Later, Feng Zhongqing swaggered in and saw the person kneeling on the ground. Feng Zhongqing quickly apologized. "Brother Chen, I'm sorry. Brother, I was new to this place and unintentionally took your belongings. It was my fault. How about this? The items I acquired this time are worth 21, so let's split it 50-50, okay? If you feel that it's not enough, little brother, it's okay for me to give them all to you. Let's just consider it as making a friend." Luke Chen smiled slightly when he heard this, secretly thinking that Feng Zhongqing is indeed as rumored, generous and fond of making friends. Luke Chen continued with a smile, saying, "Since you are so generous, my brother, I won't stand on ceremony. I won't ask for much, just give me half of the supplies. There must be more to your visit than just bringing me supplies." Luke Chen instructed Dawnlight Long to take that person downstairs first, and he said he wanted to talk to this brother. Then Feng Zhongqing grinned and said, "Brother, I just came from Cloud City by the sea. Due to the mutation of sea creatures, they often attack our base. Currently, coastal cities are no longer suitable for living. That's why we came to Divine Capital. I'm not bragging, but in Cloud City, I'm the king. All the chiefs of the bases there respectfully call me Boss Feng when they see me. Brother, I can see that you are also someone who does big things. Do you have any thoughts about forming an alliance with me, big brother? If we join forces, we can definitely make great achievements in this apocalypse. Besides, your base is so large that accommodating 20 to 30,000 people is no problem at all. To be honest, with the current number of people you have, you may not be able to defend such a large territory. Why don't you allocate a piece of land to me? I can help you defend this base together. How about that? I won't take advantage of you, brother. I have a natural ability user here who can grow vegetables. In the future, I'll split half of the fresh vegetables she grows with you. Consider it as the rent I'm giving to you, how about that? As soon as Luke Chen heard this, he immediately understood this guy's true intentions. He was talking nonsense in front of me, and now he even wants to take over my farm. At this time I saw Luke Chen speak in a deep voice. Sorry, brother. I am naturally suspicious. I feel uneasy having someone who is not my own living on my farm. Alliance is possible, but you must obey my orders. Otherwise there will be no discussion. Upon hearing this, Feng Zhangqing immediately stated that it's only right to listen to whoever is more powerful. I am dissatisfied with what you said. Brother, I already advanced to level 5 3 days ago. With my current strength, who can stop me from rushing into your base? Upon hearing this, Luke Chen was instantly furious, thinking to himself that even Thunder King has already reached the peak of level 5 at this moment. Several core members all broke through to level 5 2.5 months ago. They won't be able to stop you, just a newly promoted level 5 person. At this point, Feng Zhongqing grinned and said, I'm not here to intimidate you. How about this? Each of us selects 3 members to compete. The losing side will directly join the other's base. What do you think? As soon as the words fell, Luke Chen immediately smiled and said, You said it yourself. Don't go back on your words if you lose. Little did he know that this foolish proposal of his would make him regret for life. After Rebirth and Apocalypse, the man encountered a top-tier expert from his past life. Not only did he keep calling Luke Chen brother, but he also tried to take over his base and occupy his territory. Furthermore, he also threatened that if our side doesn't agree, we can settle it through a competition. Each side will send 3 members to compete, and the losing side must unconditionally join the other side's base. Upon hearing this, Luke Chen accepted the challenge without hesitation. Subsequently, both sides brought their own team to the arena. On Luke Chen's side, the first to be sent out was Pillars Su. Although Pillars does not have high output in terms of defense, Pillars can definitely be considered a tank. Feng Zhongqing guessed that the opponent is most likely a defensive strength class just by looking at Pillars' physique. To deal with this less agile meat shield, it is most appropriate to use the earth element, which has strong control abilities. So he immediately sent out Sun Yu to fight. As the referee shouted loudly, the match begins. Sun Yu immediately released Earth Release, trapping Pillars tightly and instantly restricting his ability to move. Pillars hadn't even struggled free from the restraints before. Immediately, he used the swamp technique on Pillars, completely trapping him firmly in place. But it's not over yet. In return, he used a move called Earth Spikes, causing spikes to emerge from the ground. Luke Chen, who was watching from the side, widened his eyes at the smooth combo moves, secretly acknowledging the guy's impressive talent. He definitely has the potential to reach king-level strength. Watching the spikes rushing towards the Pillars at extreme speed, Feng Zhongqing revealed a satisfied smile, thinking that winning the first match was too easy. The big guy had no ability to fight back at all. But who knew that the extremely sharp spikes were as fragile as paper in front of Pillars? Seeing this scene, Feng Zhongqing was suddenly shocked and whispered that this guy's defense is too terrifying. He actually took Sun Yu's ultimate move head-on and didn't even scratch the surface. Although Sun Yu was very unwilling, after using all his tricks and not hurting the opponent at all, he decisively chose to admit defeat. Feng Zhongqing was quite upset by this. He quickly shouted, "Bring my secret weapon!" Next, a 2-meter-tall zombie slowly walked up to the arena. Luke Chen was also quite scared when he saw that the zombie was obedient to him. I didn't expect this kid to have such a trick up his sleeve. Luckily, I tamed a zombie as my little brother yesterday too. Luke Chen then immediately ordered Cloud Shu and Pillars to release Tai Tu. Shortly after, the two brought Tai Tu in front of Luke Chen. At that moment, Tai Tu angrily said, "Tai Tu is very hungry now. Where is the promised food? Didn't you promise to let me eat my fill today? How dare you lie to Tai Tu? Believe it or not, I will eat you up now." But before it could finish speaking, Luke Chen mercilessly kicked its big brother, and then he said coldly, "If I don't hit you for a day, you act recklessly, is that right? Have you forgotten how it feels to have broken eggs so quickly? As long as you behave obediently, there will naturally be no shortage of food for you." Saying that, Luke Chen pointed at the zombie on the platform and shouted, "As long as you take down that guy, I promise to let you eat until you're full." As soon as he finished speaking, Tai Tu roared angrily at the zombie on the platform, "I am the iron-headed Tai Tu, I want to eat meat." After speaking, it roared loudly and suddenly rushed onto the platform. After being reborn into the apocalypse, the man subjugated a zombie that could speak human language, making it his follower. As long as that zombie doesn't listen, Luke Chen will use his ruthless leg to bring him into submission. In the second match, Feng Zhongqing dispatched a zombie. So Luke Chen immediately released the Ironhead that he had just subdued. He also said, "If you defeat that zombie, I'll treat you to a good meal." Hearing this, Ironhead didn't say a word and strode aggressively onto the stage. Then it suddenly rushed towards the zombie on the stage. But the next second, Tai-2 unexpectedly turned around and pounced towards the audience below, shouting loudly, "Tai-2 is so hungry, I want to eat people." Watching this scene, Luke Chen didn't hesitate at all, and immediately rushed towards the out-of-control Tai-2. Then he quickly grabbed its leash and roared, "I'm going to count to 3. Let go of the girl immediately, or you know what the consequences will be." With that said, Tai-2 had no choice but to obediently throw the girl to the ground. But it kept on shouting endlessly in its mouth, "I'm so hungry. Give me food quickly, or I'll eat you up." But Luke Chen said, "You have to win this game first before we talk. Can't understand human language, huh? Don't listen? Believe it or not, I'll kill you right now." But before he finished speaking, Ironhead's body suddenly began to violently swell, and then with a clang, it broke free from the dog chain around its neck. Luke Chen, who witnessed this scene, was suddenly shocked and dismayed, thinking to himself that he did not expect this guy to undergo a mutation at this moment. With its original level 5 strength after the mutation, it's at least level 8. I can still manage to deal with an 8-level mutant at least. Moreover, Rice also said that I wouldn't be in any danger. Since this guy is so disobedient, I'll just take this 8-level crystal. After saying that, Luke Chen condensed the void sword with a wave of his hand. He then fiercely slashed at its left leg with a sword. Soon Luke Chen realized that something was wrong. This sword strike did not affect Ironhead at all. Instead, his body was expanding at a visible speed to the naked eye. Then Ironhead said arrogantly, "This time Ironhead has truly turned into iron. I want you to experience the feeling of your egg being crushed." Speaking, it suddenly kicked towards Luke Chen. Seeing this, Luke Chen immediately took a step back to avoid the attack. He looked at the towering giant zombie in front of him and realized that his void sword, which was just over a meter long, was clearly inadequate. So Luke Chen immediately released a large amount of spatial power. The next second, his void sword in his hand surged 20 times in size. He then directly stabbed towards Ironhead's big brother with his sword. Only a clang sound was heard. Luke Chen only felt that he had stabbed into an exceptionally hard object. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't pierce it at all. At this moment, Luke Chen was completely confused. Could it be that this guy had compensated for all his weaknesses in this sudden mutation? At this moment, Ironhead angrily said, "Ironhead is no longer afraid of you, this camper. Do you finally know how tough I am, kid? Today is your doomsday." Seeing this scene, Feng Zhangqing immediately showed a sinister smile. He thought he was sure to lose this time, but unexpectedly, luck was on his side. He must not let this guy walk off the stage alive. Today he must die. After being reborn in the apocalypse, the man used a move to sever his opponent's leg, reclaiming the zombie and turning him into a follower. Although that guy's head is harder than steel, but its crotch area is unusually fragile. Every time it boasts about wanting to eat people, Luke Chen will let it experience how steel is forged. But now this zombie has mutated. Not only has its body grown tens of times larger, but it has also strengthened its vulnerable areas to be harder than diamonds. No matter how Luke Chen attacks its big brother, it is of no avail. This scared Luke Chen quite a bit before he could figure out the situation. Then the zombie suddenly stomped down on him. At that moment, Luke Chen instantly found himself at a disadvantage, only able to dodge Ironhead's attacks. He occasionally counterattacked while using the void sword, but it seemed to be of no use. If he kept fighting like this, he would sooner or later be defeated. At this moment, Luke Chen couldn't help but sigh. If only he knew how to use spatial slicing. He not only doesn't have to risk getting up close to launch an attack on it, but also can make precise long-range cuts. But just then, a strange feeling suddenly appeared in his mind, so he immediately seized upon this feeling. He concentrated all his mental power on the spatial at Ironhead's waist. The next second, Ironhead felt like something was pulling and tearing at his waist. Immediately, it thumped to the ground and began to groan in pain. Luke Chen was also very surprised, never expected to comprehend spatial cutting in battle. He immediately infused the power of cutting into the void sword, ready to strike down this ignorant being with one sword. But the next second, a bloody red tornado came swirling towards Luke Chen. At this moment, Feng Zhangqing shouted, "Brother, don't panic, I'm here to help you out." Although he was saying he would help Luke Chen, but his powerful move ended up striking Luke Chen without bias. In an instant, Luke Chen was completely engulfed by the tornado. But when the tornado dissipated, Feng Zhangqing was completely stunned. He kept muttering, How is this possible? He took my powerful move head-on, and it didn't cause him any harm at all. At this moment, Chen coldly snorted and said, "Is that all? Next time you try to ambush me, remember to turn the fan setting up higher. Maybe you can mess up my hairstyle." Upon hearing this, Zhengqing quickly explained, "Bro, please don't misunderstand. I just missed my shot earlier. I never meant to ambush you." Chen did not pay attention to this. He swung the void sword in his hand and suddenly slashed towards Ironhead. Seeing this, Ironhead was so scared that he knelt down on the ground. It was also shouting with its mouth, saying Ironhead knew it was wrong. Ironhead would never dare to act recklessly in front of you again. Please don't kill me. As soon as the words fell, Chen mercilessly cut it in half with a sword. Then Chen took out the crystal from Ironhead's head, leaving Zhengqing stunned on the spot. He secretly thought, I should have known he was so powerful. Why did I provoke him? He actually killed an 8th level mutant with just one move. No wonder my strongest move had no effect on him. Zhengqing continued with a smile, saying, Bro, this time I completely respect you. From now on, let's form an alliance. You are the leader. At this moment, Chen grinned and said, Just now Big Brother launched a sneak attack on me from behind. Isn't that a bit unsportsmanlike? Upon hearing this, Zhengqing immediately explained, That was just a misunderstanding. How could my brother ever confuse friend with foe? But before he could finish his sentence, Chen turned around and gave him a slap in the face. Then he said, Do I look like a fool to you? How can you say such nonsense? After saying that, he fiercely slapped him. Do you think calling me bro will make it okay? Do you even know who is your real bro? Zhengqing, who was slapped to the point of turning into a pig head, immediately said, You are the big brother, I am just a little brother. Please don't hit me. And Chen's subsequent actions really made him experience what it means to lose the lady and the soldier, to suffer a double loss. After being reborn into the apocalypse, the man encountered a highly prestigious king-level powerhouse from his past life. However, this person turned out to be a despicable villain through and through. He actually launched a sneak attack from behind while Chen was dealing with zombie. He wants to take the opportunity to get rid of Chen and occupy his base. What caught him off guard was that Chen not only didn't cause any trouble, he also struck back with a sword and killed that level 8 mutant. Seeing the situation, Chen also had no patience to talk to him, and slapped him across the face as soon as he approached. He then coldly said, According to the agreement earlier, the loser must join the other party's base. You wouldn't go back on your word, would you? At this moment, the girl who was just saved by Chen walked over and said, My name is Ouyang Lu, a natural type ability user. I am willing to join your base. Upon hearing this, Chen immediately reassured Ouyang Lu, saying, Rest assured, we will treat new members well. Now go and help me find the elite members in our base. The girl who heard this didn't hesitate and immediately pointed out the dozen or so elites in the base. Zhengqing, who saw this scene, was also angry but dared not speak, secretly cursing, You traitor! How dare you expose all the core members I have carefully trained? But the most urgent task is to save our lives. As long as we survive, there will be a chance to make a comeback. He immediately nodded and bowed, walking up to Chen and said, Brother Chen, I know I was wrong. Please forgive me and let me off. I personally came to help persuade these elites to join your base. Upon hearing this, Chen immediately assured me that he and his people would never cause trouble for me. As long as I could help persuade them to join, I could leave his base at any time. Upon hearing this, Zhengqing immediately announced the dissolution of the base on the spot. He stated that as a despicable person, he was not deserving of being their leader. The only right choice was to join Brother Chen's base. After saying this, he dashed towards the gate of the base, secretly thinking that even staying a second longer here, this guy could change his mind at any time. It's better for me to leave first. Little did he know that Chen never intended to let him go in the first place. Although the camper Chen promised that his people would not harm him, he never said the dogs wouldn't. After Chen gave a signal to Thunder King, Dog Elder instantly understood his master's intentions. It immediately promised to complete the mission. I will come back later to ask you for points. At this moment, Zhengqing also successfully escaped from the base. Thinking that this revenge must be avenged, I will come back to seek revenge and make sure you have no place to be buried. But when he turned around again, he found inexplicably that there was an extra native dog behind him. At this moment, Zhengqing also realized that something was wrong. How could a dog keep up with the speed of a level 5 ability user like me? Before he could figure out the situation, Thunder King suddenly erupted with a burst of terrifying electricity all around his body. Then it directly used a move called Thunder God's Palm and slapped it right on his face. Feng Zhengqing never thought that Luke Chen, this camper, would actually keep his promise so faithfully. It turns out it was not him or his people who laid hands on me. The former tyrant of a past life ended up drinking bitterness in the Northwest inexplicably like this, while this tyrant was only a moving point in the eyes of the Thunder King. At the same time, on the other side, Dawnlight Lung is reporting the specific details of the integration to Luke Chen. Brother Chen, although the qualifications of the personnel on Feng Zhengqing's side are quite good, there are more than 2,000 people in total. Do you think we should recruit all of them or just select the elites? Upon hearing this, Luke Chen immediately stated that those ranked level 4 or higher, and those with special abilities can be directly recruited. The rest of the individuals who can produce 20 level 3 crystals within 3 days will also be recruited into their ranks. Just then the Thunder King suddenly appeared in front of Luke Chen, sticking out its tongue to indicate that the dog had completed the task. Please help me calculate the points for this mission. Seeing this, Luke Chen didn't hesitate and immediately said, "Your performance this time is good. I'll award you 400 points for reaching level 5 crystal. I hunted down the trash that I had disabled. Giving you another 100 points is generous, isn't it?" At the same time, on the other side, outside the base, a group of unexpected guests suddenly arrived. A giant dung beetle was leading its army of stink bugs, advancing step by step towards the base. This really scared Xia Haoran. He didn't say a word and used the flying celestial fist skill towards that guy. But just as Xia Haoran was about to punch the disgusting guy to send him away, Luke Chen suddenly shouted, "Hold on with the punch. This bug cannot die, it's a good thing." After being reborn into the apocalypse, the man encountered a dung beetle larger than any human. Although this fellow is extremely smelly, it is a bona fide beneficial insect. But Xia Haoran treated it as an invader of the base and struck it with a punch, sending it flying out. Fortunately, Luke Chen stopped Xia Haoran in time to prevent him from continuing his actions. Luke Chen said that this is a great way to improve the environment. He was worried about the more than 2,000 people's waste in the base that no one was handling. Now that it's here, we don't have to worry about this anymore. At this time, the dung beetle ABA could be seen angrily howling, with excited drool flowing from the corners of its eyes. This made Ouyang Lu beside him burst into laughter uncontrollably. Seeing this, Luke Chen immediately asked, "You what you were laughing at? Can you understand what it's saying, I wonder?" Upon hearing this, Ouyang Lu immediately explained that it, referring to something or someone, said it originally wanted to sneak into your base to eat some feces, but unexpectedly did not get to eat any feces and instead got beaten up by this guy. Upon hearing this, Luke Chen immediately expressed, "Then you quickly help me tell it that in the future, if you want to eat feces, feel free to come. I promise that there will definitely be no one harming you in the future. How about that for feces management?" The dung beetle, upon hearing this without hesitation, agreed to the deal and immediately said, "I will take my brothers to start working now. Oh no, start dining." But at this moment, Zhao Hai suddenly drove to Luke Chen's new base. When he saw the thick steel walls at the entrance, he was stunned on the spot, thinking that choosing to join Luke Chen was a wise decision. This defense work is completely not afraid of zombies below level 5. No matter how many come, they cannot break in. At this moment, Luke Chen slowly walked over and said, "Brother Hai, what wind blew you here? Come on, let me show you around my new base." Upon hearing this, Zhao Hai quickly expressed that this time he was coming to seek refuge with him. "In the future, I want to follow you and join you. Is that okay?" Upon hearing this, Luke Chen immediately said, "We are meant to be together. A warm welcome is a must." Luke Chen thought to himself, although Zhao Hai lacks combat abilities, he is truly exceptional in gathering intelligence. He is also very adept at dealing with people, and has a firm grasp on social conventions, making him even more impressive in handling human relationships. Luke Chen then said with a smile, "Brother Hai, we have just established 2 new intelligence teams. One team is led by my brother Jiang Feng, and I will leave the other team to you, Brother Hai, for you to take charge." Upon hearing this, Zhao Hai was also stunned. The rules on Luke Chen's side were known to him very well. With his own abilities, being able to become an elite member on this side is already considered Luke Chen giving him face. He didn't expect that he would even be assigned a team leader. At the same time, at this moment, there is another group outside the base who want to join in. Looking at the scale of this base, the leading man became even more determined to join, but unexpectedly, the younger brother told him that he had already inquired and found out that this base only accepts ability users of level 4 and above. We simply do not meet their requirements. However, the man was undeterred and insisted that the higher the requirements, the tighter we should hold on to this opportunity. Hurry and go check the supplies. I will bring generous gifts to visit the chief here. Later, Guangchan brought the man to meet Luke Chan, stating that this man had come specifically with generous gifts to pay his respects to you. But when Luke Chan saw the visitor, he suddenly froze in place. This person, whom Luke Chan not only knows but also holds a deep grudge against, is named Lin Tian. In a past life, when Luke Chen and Pillars were out collecting supplies, they unfortunately got caught red-handed by this brat. Seeing that the other party had a large group of people, Luke Chan could only hand over the supplies that they had found with the bow. But little did they know, Lin Tian not only did not let go of the two, but also attracted a large number of zombies to besiege them. In the previous life, the Pillars sacrificed themselves to cover Luke Chen's retreat during that incident. Although the fate of the Pillars has changed in this life, Lin Tian has not done anything to betray us. But he still has to die. Blame your misfortune on yourself for my reincarnation. After being reincarnated into the apocalypse, the man encountered his archenemy from his previous life. In the previous life, this person not only stole his belongings, he also attracted zombies and killed Pillars. Although he has never done anything wrong to him in this life, he sent 10 tons of seafood to please him. But this person does not die, and Luke Chan finds it hard to let go of his hatred. Of course, Luke Chan will not just easily kill him. He won't spare any of those who harmed the Pillars. When Lin Tian gathers all those culprits from his past life under his command, it will be the day when he has no place to be buried. After looking at the list of gifts presented by Lin Tian, Luke Chan immediately expressed, "Brother, you are thoughtful, especially the abalone, ginseng, shark fin and sea cucumber, which suit my taste." Upon hearing this, Lin Tian quickly said, "Since Brother Chen likes it, I will send some over to you later. I am new to this place as well, and I hope Brother Chen can take care of me in the future." Upon hearing this, Luke Chen smiled slightly and said, "No problem. If anyone bullies you, just mention my name. Whoever dares to touch you will have to deal with me, Luke Chan." Upon hearing this, Lin Tian was overjoyed. He quietly thought to himself that the gift was indeed not given in vain. This time it seems that he has gained a powerful ally. So he instructed his younger brother to bring 2 tortoiseshells to give to Luke Chan and said, "Brother Chan, do not underestimate these 2 tortoiseshells. The hardness of this item definitely exceeds your imagination. Even a level 4 ability user cannot cause any damage to it. Although there are many mutant sea turtles near our base, it took hundreds of our people a tremendous effort to hunt and kill just 2 of them." Looking at this turtle shell, Luke Chen's eyes lit up. It is indeed as he said. Using this thing as a shield is the most suitable. Both physical defense and magical defense are quite amazing. This thing may not be as good as Long Yu made, but it is really suitable for member to use. At this time, Luke Chan said in a deep voice, "Little Tian, you said there are many mutated sea turtles near your base, right? Take me to see them now." Later, Lin Tian drove him to the seaside of North City, but who knew that they had only gone halfway when they were stopped by a burly zombie. Then the zombie arrogantly said to Luke Chan, "Kid, you're lucky. I have something I want to collaborate with you. Get off the car right now, or I'll break your waist." Upon hearing this, Luke Chan got off the car without saying a word and asked Zombie what he wanted to collaborate on, and what benefits there were to working with him. Zombie immediately became furious upon hearing this and said angrily, "Not eating you is already the greatest kindness. How dare you even negotiate terms with me? I swear I will rip your waist off now." Luke Chan counterattacked with a powerful right hook to its face. He immediately grabbed him and pulled him in front of himself before the zombie could figure out the situation. Luke Chan raised his hand and delivered a loud slap, knocking out 2 of his front teeth in an instant. But that wasn't the end of it. While continuously slapping Zombie, Luke Chan mumbled, "Your skills are not bad at all. Come on, show me what you've got." Only after being slapped for 2.5 minutes did Zombie realize that this was someone he couldn't mess with. So it immediately knelt down with a thud and began to beg for mercy. "Big brother, please don't hit me. I will never act tough in front of you again." Upon hearing this, Luke Chan said coldly, "You wanted to collaborate with me, didn't you? Today I will give you a chance. 3 days later I will come back here to find you. You need to lure a powerful zombie over for me. If you succeed, I will reward you with 20 kilograms of pork. But if you dare to stand me up, I will find you even if you flee to the ends of the earth. Then, as you said, I will break your waist with a snap." The zombie who heard this immediately nodded to indicate assurance to complete the task. Shortly after, Luke Chan arrived at the seaside. Without hesitation, he rushed towards the mutant turtle as soon as he saw it. This really scared the turtle. The turtles didn't hesitate and bit towards his lower body. Fortunately, Luke Chan protected his precious belongings in time, thus luckily preserving his future generations. Then he formed the void sword in his hand. He directly cut off the turtle's head with one sword strike. However, just as he was about to collect the spoils of war, the ground suddenly began to shake violently. At that moment, Ding Qing looked and found a giant turtle even bigger than Godzilla approaching him step by step. This is definitely the biggest bastard turtle you have ever seen. It is not only 10 meters long but also weighs 2.5 tons. This turtle became the king of this beach after practicing for only 2.5 years. It saw Luke Chen kill its little brother. The Turtle King did not hesitate at all and immediately stretched out its 5.5 meters long neck to attack Luke Chen. But fortunately, Luke Chen's speed and reflexes were extremely fast. He dodged this deadly blow by simply sidestepping. Although the Turtle King's movement speed is very slow, this sudden attack is fast as lightning. Luke Chen just summarized his experience from fighting this type of turtle earlier. As long as you quickly grab their necks at the moment they extend their heads to attack, and then strike with a sword, you can neatly resolve the battle. What caught Luke Chen off guard was that this guy's neck was even stronger than Ironhead's head. One strike only scratched a little bit of its skin. Before Luke Chen could figure out the situation, the Turtle King shot several water arrows towards him from within its shell. At this moment, Luke Chen was completely bewildered. Could it be that this fellow is the final form of Blastoise, the water arrow turtle? Can actually shoot water arrows. The smooth combo caught Luke Chen off guard. Luckily, he managed to dodge all the cold arrows released by the Turtle King just in time by using Void Step. Luke Chen intended to take down this guy to obtain its crystal and turtle shell. Unexpectedly, he ended up hitting a brick wall this time. Although Spatial Slice can certainly cut off its neck, it requires a long time to concentrate mental energy to be effective. As long as it tucks its neck into the turtle shell, Spatial Slice will not cause any harm to it. If you go all out against it, you can definitely take down this guy, but your own ability will also be exhausted as a result. He's not sure if there are any other unknown creatures by the seaside. Without using ability to use Void Step, he will become very passive. There is no need to go all out against it. Thinking of this, Luke Chen immediately used a Void Step to appear behind it, but was surprised to find that this guy had 4 turtle eggs under it. So he immediately had a bright idea. Since I can't take you away today, taking away your turtle son is not a bad idea either. The descendants of the Turtle King may be even stronger than this old tortoise. Bringing one back and raising it as a pet from a young age would be wonderful, wouldn't it? Upon thinking of this, Luke Chen immediately used a Void Step to arrive in front of the Turtle King. He then immediately made an internationally recognized gesture and shouted, "Come here." The Turtle King was quite furious. When has the Turtle King, who had ruled the seashore for 1,000 years, ever received such humiliation? It charged straight at Luke Chen without saying a word. Seeing that its evil plan had succeeded, Luke Chen, this camper, immediately used a Void Step and turned back again. Then he directly made a backhand move and took away 4 turtle eggs. At this moment, the Turtle King finally realized that it fell for the enemy's trick to lead the tiger away from the mountain, but it was too late. It could only watch helplessly as its children were stolen. At this moment, Luke Chen said with a smirk, "Oh yeah, I'm taking these little turtle bastards with me." After saying that, he used a Void Step and left the beach, leaving the old turtle bastard alone, standing disheveled in the wind. Little did he know that this action by Luke Chen would bring himself a huge trouble. How awesome is this man? The guard dog at his home awakened the most powerful talent, Thunder ability. It can instantly defeat an apocalypse boss with just one set of lightning 5-strike whip. His cat has the ability to foresee the future, and can determine life and death with just a snap of its fingers. Not only that, he has also tamed a zombie with an IQ of 130 to be his underling. Luke Chen gave it 3 days to find a high-level zombie to pay respects to him. If it fails, he will immediately end its life. The 3-day deadline has now arrived, and Luke Chen is also prepared to go to the agreed location to receive the delivery. In order to ensure that everything goes smoothly before leaving, Luke Chen specifically asked Rice whether this trip would encounter any danger. But to everyone's surprise, Rice calmly said, "Although this trip may have surprises, there is no danger. Turn bad luck into good luck, so you can rest assured and hit the road." Then Luke Chen arrived at the agreed location. The strongman zombie was also very trustworthy, obediently bringing Luke Chen a powerful zombie. But the next second, the strongman zombie suddenly pointed at Luke Chen and shouted, "This guy is the one who said he wanted to bite my waist. Can you help me out here?" Just as he finished speaking, Luke Chen only felt something tearing at his waist with force. When Luke Chen saw this scene, his pupils suddenly contracted. Inwardly thinking, "Isn't this spatial cutting? I didn't expect this zombie to also be a spatial class mutant." He immediately released Void Step and escaped from the cutting range. But unexpectedly, this zombie was extremely fast and in the blink of an eye, it rushed to Luke Chen's front. Unable to do anything else, Luke Chen had to use Void Step again to dodge. At this moment, Luke Chen was completely confused, thinking that the level of this mutant must have reached level 9. No wonder Rice would say it's full of surprises. This guy's strength really surprised me too. Just then, a barrier suddenly descended from the sky and trapped Luke Chen inside. This really frightened Luke Chen, as he never expected this guy had already mastered the spatial cage. At this moment, the arrogant mutant said, "You brat must also be a spatial class ability user, right? Quickly tell me, what are the escape skills? Teach me quickly, or I will immediately devour you." After speaking, the mutant retracted the cage and reached out to grab Luke Chen. Seeing this, Luke Chen quickly condensed the void sword and slashed towards the zombie. But to his surprise, this sword not only did not cause any damage to it, but also thoroughly enraged it. The next second, the mutant suddenly swung a claw at him, at a critical moment. Luke Chen immediately unleashed Void Step and appeared behind it, thinking that since Rice had said he was not in danger this time, he could only use time acceleration to deal with this guy. Although there is a risk of crystal shattering when using this move at the moment, there is no choice but to take a chance. Upon thinking of this, Luke Chen immediately stabbed the mutant in the back with his sword. Following his loud shout, time accelerated. The crystal in his mind immediately lit up with bursts of blue light. He started convulsing immediately after looking at the mutant, just as Luke Chen thought he had succeeded. The zombie suddenly turned around and shouted at Luke Chen, "I must kill you today." What will happen when a zombie's IQ reaches 103? It will be able to speak and even commit highway robbery. Ordinary zombies will fight humans they can't beat until they die. But it will kneel down and beg for mercy, pretending to be pitiful. Even scarier, it will also lie to people. It promised to help Luke Chen find high-level zombies to gain experience. Instead, it called a level 9 mutant to seek revenge for itself. Although this zombie's strength far surpasses that of Luke Chen, but it fell for Camper Chen's trick and not only was stabbed in the back by his sword, it was also crazily consuming life by accelerating time. At this moment, it was just like being pressed fast-forward button, and the whole body began to twitch non-stop. Upon seeing this, Mutant immediately turned his head and pounced towards Luke Chen. It was still shouting in its mouth, "What did you do to me? I must kill you." But before it could finish speaking, the mutant fell straight to the ground at Luke Chen's feet. It died without ever understanding what had happened. The burly zombie was instantly dumbfounded when he saw this scene. Without any hesitation, it immediately turned its head and started running wildly. Inwardly, the person thought, "If it catches me, I'll have to fight for my life." Just as the words fell, Luke Chen intercepted it with a swoosh and said coldly, "Are you running so fast to hurry up and be reincarnated? Did I tell you to leave?" As soon as these words were spoken, the burly man zombie immediately knelt down with a thud, repeatedly saying, "Please don't break my waist, boss, I won't dare next time. Please forgive me this time." But who knew that Luke Chen not only did not blame it, but instead praised it for handling things very well. He then stuffed 20 pounds of pork into its arms and said, "From now on, I'll call you strong. Let's meet here again in 3 days. Bring another high-level zombie with you when you come to see me." A nearby mutant appeared and attacked a base to the east, singing that today is a good day and all wishes will come true. With this level 9 spatial class crystal, breaking through to level 7 is just around the corner. Just at this moment, 2 members of the intelligence team suddenly found Luke Chen and said, "Brother Chen, our team just received some intelligence. A mutant has appeared nearby and attacked a base to the east. Here is a list of powerful individuals that our second team compiled at your request. Please take a look." Taking the list and looking at it, Luke Chen quickly found the name of a king-level expert. This person is named Jin Yuanjiang, a Earth-type ability user, not only outstanding in combat ability but also very loyal and righteous. Luke Chen immediately ordered them to set aside their current tasks and focus on gathering all available information on this person. Notify me immediately upon any updates. But as soon as the words fell, Guang Chen's voice came over the intercom saying cunningly, "Brother Chen, a person outside mentioned a level 7 crystal seeking our protection. Do you think I should confiscate his crystal and drive him away? Or what should I do?" Upon hearing this, Luke Chen was inspired. Since someone came to seek my protection voluntarily, why not just establish a shelter? As long as they can afford to pay enough to save their lives, no matter what they have done, I can provide them with shelter. Maybe in the future, someone will present a king-level crystal to ask for my help. Luke Chen then immediately ordered Guang Chen to take on this business, and instructed him to spread the message that a person named Jia Shan has Luke Chen's protection. Soon this message spread to Jia Shan's enemies. At this moment the leader of the base angrily said, "Luke Chen, how dare you protect someone I'm chasing, Zheng Jin? Gather the troops, we will attack together. I want to see what abilities this Luke Chen has. With Mr. Ironleg assisting us, I'm not afraid of a small fry like Luke Chen." After being reborn in the apocalypse, the man established a shelter. No matter what the other party has done, as long as they can produce enough life-saving treasures, Luke Chen will settle everything for him. The next morning, someone came early in the morning holding a level 7 crystal seeking refuge from Luke Chen. Upon seeing the situation, Luke Chen accepted the business without hesitation. Soon this news spread to the enemy's camp. The enemy was infuriated by this and immediately ordered his men to gather and confront this Luke Chen. He then arrived in front of an iron gate and respectfully said, "Mr. Zombie, there is a matter that I must trouble you to personally take care of." Upon hearing this, Zombie immediately expressed, "Who do you think you are? Why should I help you with anything?" But just then a henchman suddenly rushed in anxiously and shouted, "Boss, things are not looking good. Someone has invaded our base, and we are no match for that guy at all." However, as soon as he spoke, that henchman was immediately chopped in half by someone. At this moment a man wielding a sword of void arrogance spoke, "You must be the boss here. I and Mo Ning have taken a liking to this base. If you know what's good for you, you'd better roll out quickly." Upon hearing this, Zombie immediately stood up. Then it coldly said, "Where did this brat come from? How dare you have designs on my territory? Are you tired of living?" After speaking, it suddenly rushed towards Mo Ning. Then it unleashed a powerful diamond leg kick towards him. But who could have known what would happen the next second? That person actually disappeared into thin air in front of them. Before the two could figure out the situation, Mo Ning had already mysteriously appeared behind the man and directly chopped off his head. In just 2.5 seconds, one person and one corpse instantly became the souls under his blade. At this moment, a green-haired girl walked over and said, "Brother Mo Ning is truly the #1 in this apocalypse. Not only did he awaken the unique spatial ability, he also broke through to level 6. Brother Mo Ning, take a quick look at this. This was found on the man you just took down." Taking the note, I found it to be a flyer for Luke Chen's shelter. Reading the content, Mo Ning chuckled. This person named Luke Chen seems quite capable. Today I will make him pay for his arrogance. Let's go to this kid's base and cure him of his boasting habit. He must know who the real boss is in this post-apocalyptic world. And at this moment, Luke Chen is cheering on the soon-to-hatch Turtle King egg. In a short while, 4 little turtle eggs all cracked and hatched, which made Luke Chen extremely happy. He immediately picked up one of the little turtles, ready to give it a name, but who knew what would happen next? The little turtle actually spat out a gob of phlegm that was 82 years old directly on his face. At this moment, Luke Chen couldn't help but exclaim, "Truly worthy of being the descendant of the Turtle King. I didn't expect this little turtle to reach level 2 strength just after being born. What would happen if I used time acceleration on them? Maybe in no time, the strength of these little ones could surpass that of the Turtle King." However, just as Luke Chen was about to activate the time acceleration, Guang Chen's voice suddenly came over the intercom. "Brother Chen, something bad has happened. Just now a man named Mo Ning broke into our base. The weapon in his hand looks very similar to your void sword. Within moments, he slaughtered more than 10 of our members and kidnapped one of our brothers. Before leaving, he said, 'If you want to save him, go to the peak of Wutai Mountain to find him yourself.'" Upon hearing this, Luke Chen was first shocked and then muttered to himself, "I never leave myself vulnerable in my actions. I shouldn't have any enemies logically. I also don't recall ever offending this person named Mo Ning. But regardless, since he dares to provoke me actively, he must die. How awesome is this man? The cat he keeps has the ability to predict the future. The guard dog in his house has also awakened the most powerful attack talent, Thunder ability. He himself is an unparalleled dual-type ability user. But now there is a reckless thing that dares to defy death, not only killing Luke Chen but also over a dozen henchmen. He also kidnapped a member as a hostage, threatening Luke Chen to meet him at the peak of Wutai Mountain tonight, or else face dire consequences. After completing all this, Mo Ning hugged the girl and leisurely drank wine on the mountaintop, joking that Luke Chen would surely bring at least 1,000 people this time. But no matter how many people he brings, I will make sure he won't leave today. But who would have thought that as soon as I said this, Luke Chen came to the mountaintop alone. Then he said coldly, "A few bottles of beer and you end up like this. Your arrogance is quite something." I'm curious to see how you'll make me come and not go today. Seeing the situation, the little brother who was tied up quickly shouted, Brother Chen, this beast killed more than 10 of our brothers. Don't worry about me. Avenge our brothers by killing him. Upon hearing this, Luke Chen's face darkened as he said, Don't worry. Today none of them can escape. With me here, they won't be able to harm you in any way. Upon hearing this, Mo Ning chuckled. You're quite arrogant, kid. Coming to the appointment alone and still daring to boast. I'm curious to see how capable you really are. Luke Chen immediately responded. Whether I have the capability or not, you will find out soon. But one thing I have never figured out. I have no grievances or resentments with you. Why do you want to harm me for no reason? Are you being manipulated by someone else? Upon seeing this, Mo Ning did not hide it from Luke Chen and immediately said, Isn't the brochure for your shelter quite arrogant? I was just bored and looking for some fun. Is this reason sufficient enough? As soon as this was said, little Luke Chen suddenly realized with sorrow. So this guy is just bored of living. In my past life, when I was feeling impatient with life, I also liked to amuse myself by teasing zombies. Luke Chen then smiled and said, Since you complain about your life being too long, I'll grant your wish today. I dare to be reckless because I have the capital to do so. Do you? As soon as he finished speaking, Mo Ning immediately condensed the void sword and shouted, Do you think this is capital enough? Before he even finished speaking, Luke Chen also condensed a void sword in his hand. The onlookers were stunned on the spot when they saw this scene. The girl shouted out loud, This is absolutely impossible. How could you have the exclusive weapon of my brother, Mo Ning? The girl summoned a dark knight who was 2 meters tall. However, she was caught off guard when she realized that the level 6 undead creature she had just summoned was split in half by Luke Chen in the blink of an eye. Upon seeing this, the henchmen immediately surrounded Luke Chen, each expressing that he may be powerful, but could he really defeat all of them? However, before they could finish their statements, something unexpected happened. In an instant, that person's head had been relocated. It happened in the blink of an eye. Luke Chen effortlessly killed over 100 of Mo Ning's henchmen with just one sword strike. Mo Ning was really frightened by this, secretly wondering what level of ability user this guy Luke Chen is. My level 6 strength could only catch a glimpse of his afterimage. Upon seeing this, the green-haired girl acted without hesitation and immediately released the dark restraint to trap Luke Chen. She then shouted, Mo Ning brother, you retreat first. I will cover the rear. But just as he ran a few steps, who would have known? Luke Chen raised an 800-meter long sword and shouted, I want to see if you can run faster or my void sword can strike faster. The girl who saw this scene was scared and sat paralyzed on the ground, murmuring, How is this possible? Why is there such a badass? Mo Ning was so scared that she immediately shouted, Dad, don't kill me. I still have a unique skill called Ability Space. I will now teach you how to. Before he could finish speaking, Luke Chen quickly used a void step to appear in front of him. Then he turned around and delivered a loud slap across his face. Who do you think you are? You're not even worthy to teach me, the Void King. Don't you enjoy having fun? The next project will surely meet your satisfaction. A man tries wearing overalls for the first time to play basketball. He ended up getting his third leg broken by Little Black. Just because this man enjoyed killing and relied on his extremely rare spatial ability, he acted arrogantly and domineeringly. He not only killed more than a dozen members of the Luke Chen base, he also boasted that he could kill Luke Chen with just one fart. Unexpectedly, the next second a major face-slapping scene appeared. Not only were his men killed on the spot by Luke Chen without mercy, he himself had his 5 limbs broken and was hung outside Luke Chen's base as a warning. His wife was even locked up in a dark room and turned into a tool. And her ending will be the same as Jean Tao's, as long as she reaches level 6. Luke Chen will then have her summon level 7 undead creatures to farm crystals until she suffers from backlash and dies. But at this moment, Zhao Hai suddenly found Luke Chen and gave him 2 pieces of good news. The first piece of news is that we have just recruited a brother and sister to join the base. The brother, named Zhao Zichen, is a level 5 wind element ability user with excellent talent. The female recruit is even more remarkable. Named Zhao Zi, she is a psychic ability user with the power of mental disruption, which can confuse the minds of enemies. Not only that, she also possesses the ability of telepathy. People linked by her can communicate through their minds, making her a rare talent. Upon hearing this, Luke Chen chuckled and acknowledged Brother Hai's credibility. So what's the second good news? Upon hearing this, Zhao Hai immediately responded, I have news about the person we were looking for, Jin Yuanjiang. I have already sent Song Ling to infiltrate their base. While the efforts to turn him have been progressing very smoothly, it coincides with his wife becoming pregnant. As a result, Jin Yuanjiang has proposed a very demanding condition for joining. He requires us to provide him with enough milk powder and vegetables. Zhao Hai did not expect that Luke Chen would agree to the conditions proposed by him without hesitation. And he also said that he wanted these supplies delivered personally by me. After all, Jin Yuanjiang in his previous life had advanced to king level as an ability user, and his strength at the king level was not weak. Luke Chen naturally values such talents. Luke Chen then drove to Jin Yuanjiang's base and showed the sincerity he brought. Jin Yuanjiang, who witnessed this scene, was suddenly shocked. Luke Chen not only brought baby formula and complementary food, but also prepared various supplements and nutritional products for pregnant women. Seeing Luke Chen's sincere attitude, Jin Yuanjiang was also impressed and agreed to join on the spot. Then he continued hesitantly, saying, "Brother Chen, I know that you don't keep idle people around. Each member needs to contribute crystals every day. But I hope that my wife can only work in the logistics at the base and not participate in combat operations. Is that okay?" Upon hearing this, Luke Chen also agreed readily. "However, you will be responsible for contributing crystals on behalf of your wife." After reaching an agreement, Luke Chen took Jin Yuanjiang to his own base. At the same time, on the other side, the Turtle King was crying in front of a clam shell, saying, "My child was taken by a camper. I can sense my child's specific location, but I am no match for that person. Now I can only ask for your help, my friend." Just as he finished speaking, a clam spirit as beautiful as a heavenly maiden emerged from the clam shell. This spirit is called Sea Lady, and now her level has surpassed level 10, transforming into a human form. Witnessing the Turtle King's tears of pleading, Sea Lady immediately offered to help. However, she mentioned that her power would decrease once she left the ocean. "Therefore, you must send your clansmen to guard my shell. I'm afraid that other creatures may have malicious intentions towards my true form." Shortly after, the two of them immediately set off for Luke Chen's base. Meanwhile, on the other side, Luke Chen's mind was suddenly forcibly connected, and soon a woman's voice sounded in his head. "Brother Chen, I am a new member Zhao Zi. By Lily Me Elder's request, I have a message for you. He said that there will be a major event at the Rice Prediction Base. Please return to the base quickly. Otherwise Lily Me, Purple Me and Thunder King will both die. Don't be fooled by this cat's sleepy appearance. It is a divine presence that rivals the gods in Apocalypse. Not only does it possess the ability of foresight, but it also has the power to determine life and death with the snap of its fingers. But now it has predicted an ominous sign for Purple Me and others. The only solution is to have Luke Chen return to the base to take charge." So it immediately had Purple Me notify Luke Chen to come back quickly. Upon learning the situation, Luke Chen did not hesitate at all and immediately released Void Step to rush back. He only took 2.5 minutes, and Luke Chen hurried back to the base. He saw that everyone was safe and sound, and his anxious heart finally relaxed. Then it immediately asked Rice what it had sensed and why it hastily called me back. But who knew? Rice calmly said, "The crisis will be averted once you return." But just then, a sentinel's voice suddenly came over the intercom, sounding panicked as it shouted, "Brother Chen, something bad has happened. A super large sea turtle is approaching our base step by step." Upon hearing this, Luke Chen was suddenly stunned in place, thinking, where did a sea turtle come from in our inland city? It was then that he remembered he had stolen 4 sea turtle eggs at the beach. Could it be that the Turtle King had come from afar to search for its offspring? Thinking of this, Luke Chen immediately sprinted towards the base gate. He secretly thought to himself that now he had already broken through to level 7. With his special double ability Constitution, his current strength is equivalent to that of a level 9 ordinary ability user. He was not afraid of a level 8 turtle bastard like you. Soon he saw the Turtle King going crazy at the door. Seeing the situation, Luke Chen immediately shouted, "Evil creature, stop destroying my base." At this moment, Sea Lady coldly said, "It was you who stole my friend's egg, right? How dare you boast so shamelessly here?" But when Luke Chen saw the appearance of the speaker clearly, he was suddenly scared and broke out in a cold sweat. He secretly thought, isn't this the powerful Dark Witch Sea Lady? Countless ability users died at its hands in the previous life. How could it also be here? It even mastered the ability to fly. That means its level has reached level 10. Don't say I'm just a fake level 9 now. Even a true level 9 is no match for it at all. But since Rice foretold that I can resolve this crisis, why would I be afraid of it? In my past life I have killed it before. Killing it again is nothing. Just then, Sea Lady suddenly released a dark barrier towards Luke Chen, trying to trap him inside like catching a turtle in a jar. But what Sea Lady didn't expect was that, at the moment when the barrier was about to close, Luke Chen suddenly used a void step to teleport out from inside, which greatly angered Sea Lady. Without saying a word, she threw a few flirtatious glances at him. Thanks to Luke Chen's quick eyes and fast hands, he narrowly avoided this fatal blow. Otherwise, if hit by the annihilation light, even if he did not die, he would become completely powerless in the face of the opponent's increasingly fierce attack. Luke Chen had no choice but to continuously use Void Step to dodge. He then seized the opportunity, instantly teleporting behind Sea Lady. He raised the Void Sword, ready to strike and eliminate this threat. Unfortunately, the opponent's reaction speed was extremely fast. They quickly sidestepped, narrowly dodging the sword. But at that moment, the Turtle King suddenly opened its huge bloody mouth and bit towards Luke Chen. Just when it thought it had succeeded this time, Luke Chen once again mysteriously disappeared in front of it. However, as one wave subsides, another rises. Sea Lady just landed and suddenly slapped him with the palm. Luke Chen had no choice but to use Void Step again to dodge. At this point, Sea Lady snorted coldly. "I don't believe your teleportation ability can be used infinitely. Wait until your ability is exhausted, and then watch how I defeat you." Upon hearing this, Luke Chen's bladder trembled suddenly, thinking to himself that what Sea Lady said was indeed true. Even without using any skills, Void Step could only be used around 100 times. If he continues to consume in this way, it's only a matter of time before he is controlled by it. In that case, we can only resort to using this trick. Men are invincible existence in the apocalypse. He not only awakened extremely rare spatial ability, he also awakened the 1 in 10,000 time ability. But now, he who possesses the twin ability has been abused by a clamshell spirit and turned into a dog. Because the Dark Witch Sea Lady naturally restrains the spatial class, Luke Chen can only use his time-based ability to deal with it. If he can just trigger time stop, even if he only pauses it for 2.5 seconds, Camper Chen is fully confident that he can take it down. As he shouted loudly, time froze. The next second, Luke Chen suddenly froze in place. As a result, Sea Lady not only was not stopped by him, but her attacks became more and more fierce instead. Meanwhile, Turtle King, seeing that Camper Chen was powerless, vented his anger on other members. Lily Me also had keen insight and knew that no one here was a match for Turtle King, so she quickly ordered all members to retreat to the base. She quickly notified the elders at the base to come out and engage in battle. "I will hold off this damn Turtle King." But just at that moment, Thunder King suddenly grabbed a little turtle and charged out. The other 3 small turtles also closely followed behind it. At a glance, Turtle King recognized that the 4 little fellows were his own children. He immediately stopped attacking the base members and then shouted, "Quickly release my turtle son!" Thunder King did not pay attention to this, and instead, he slammed his claw on the ground. It instantly cracked the ground deeply in several places. The meaning was clear. If this claw were to land on your child, the consequences would be unimaginable. If you don't want your child to get hurt, be honest and obedient to elder. Luke Chen, who saw this scene, couldn't help but exclaim, "It has to be you at the critical moment." He even resorted to such despicable tactics. "Just want to clarify that this is not something I taught." Nevertheless, this move is indeed very effective. Luke Chen narrowed his eyes and suddenly came up with an idea. He skillfully used a void step and appeared next to Thunder King. He shamelessly lifted a small turtle and said, "If you dare to attack again, you never know who will die first." A bad guy wanted to hurt the owner. The little turtle immediately roared at the Turtle King. "Whoever dares to hit my owner, I will bite to death." Upon hearing these words, the Turtle King immediately teary-eyed said,